Ένα, δύο, ένα. Ένα, δύο, τρία. Ένα, δύο, τρία. Δεν είναι ανοιχτό, αλλά θα το ανοίξω και θα το εντάξει. Δεν είναι ανοιχτό, αλλά θα το ανοίξω. Τώρα ακούγομαι, έτσι. Ένα, έτσι. Ένα,
Θες να κάτσεις εδώ να πας πίσω για το streaming.
Καλημέρα.
Καλημέρα.
Εγώ νόμιζα ότι θα αργήσω, αλλά υπάρχει
Προσαρμόζεται η καλεσμένη μας. Έτσι.
What's the password on here?
It's 2026. Capital D, D, and D. Please write maybe like a few times. B. So the word is event, but it's capital E, B, like B is the and E.
Are they all capital S? B and the N, T.
So it's very unhelpful. Yeah, it is for a moment.
Give it a second.
Good
Morning. Our, how do you do slides? Send them to you or? What's the other one else?
We can use you that. See.
Thank you.
The on-off is always the thing to do.
You just need a, an adapter for Mac. I have that.
I do too.
That's fine.
Yeah, we're just going to make this.
Good morning.
Yeah.
So, where is all this? Where was it? Obviously, the slides. Or else shall I send my quizzes live?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good morning. I am the first one to speak. Hello. Good news is I see just
I can
familiar
share you.
faces, so
I can share
yes,
you.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Hello, everybody. Our next speaker is our wonderful host, Orestes Palermo's. He is going to be talking to us about artificial knowing, AI and socio-technical epistemic collaboration. Take it away, Orestes.
Thank you, Mona. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about how we perhaps should try and model artificial knowing. And this is, how can I say it? So there's lots of things that I want to say. This is entirely new, so I'm going to try and workshop this with you. Basically, it's an idea that came to mind after reading a paper by John Greco that he has in social epistemology about whether large-scale institutions can transmit testimony and knowledge. And then also I was talking last 2 days with Adam, and he suggested that I read a book by Capella and Dever, Going the Whole Hog, which is a very provocative and interesting book, and that made some new connections in my head. So I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go all out and try and say as much as possible and see how people are gonna react. So why am I saying this? Because a few preliminaries. First of all, the main premise of this talk is that AI knows stuff, which I know can be a little bit controversial, but at the same time, I don't know, the way AI works does look a little bit miraculous. We often speak as if AI knows stuff or understands stuff. I'm not sure that I want to accept this premise, but it does seem compelling to some extent, at the very least. So I want to see whether we can take it for granted and then try to figure out how we are going to model this kind of knowledge. So basically, my main question is how should we model AI knowledge in mainstream epistemology? Another thing that I should say is that I'm going to be focusing on ChatGPT, although, of course, I think most of the points that I'm going to mention also apply to other large language models. And one more thing that I want to mention, and I'm going to be repeating this again and again, but it's also important to flag this from the very beginning of the talk, is that depending on how we're going to think about AI, whether we're going to approach it in individualistic terms or whether we're going to approach it in collective terms, is going to make a huge difference on what we identify the AI with. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that most people, when they try to visualize AI in individualist terms, they kind of, I mean, myself included, before reading John's book, John's paper, we kind of identify the AI with a neural network. That's what we have in mind. Whereas what I want to say is that if we're going to approach it from a collective perspective, then we're going to see that the AI is not just the neural network. It goes beyond the neural network, and specifically, I'm going to argue that it involves a large socio-technical system comprising human individuals, which are proper parts of the whole system. And I should also say that I'm going to be focusing on LLMs as we currently know them. So I'm not really AI, future AI that also has a body of its own and perceptual abilities in a multimodal way, the same way that humans do. They can roam the world and gather experiential evidence. Even when this kind of AI becomes reality, and maybe it won't for safety reasons, then perhaps everything that you're going to hear today won't apply to that anymore. No, okay. Okay, so my outline is going to try and do what seems to be an unorthodox but rather popular way of presenting things in philosophy. So first of all, I'm going to start by saying a few things about the kind of account that I think is going to be needed if we want to properly understand whether AI knows. So I'm going to say a few things about an account that I have introduced in the past, which is called distributed virtue reliabilism. Then I'm going to set this on the side. I'm going to ask you to forget about it, and I will only return to it towards the end of the talk. And then I'm going to try and see whether we can actually model AI knowledge in individualist terms. And I will try to convince you that it cannot really do the whole work because it cannot capture the way that LLMs track truth. If we're going to just focus on the neural network. So I will then try and see how ChatGPT tracks truth, how it is grounded to reality, in other words, by looking a little bit at the mechanics of the whole socio-technical system. And then from that discussion, I'm going to argue that, well, you know, the best approach is a collectivist approach that at least looks a little bit like what I call distributed virtue reliabilism. And then I'm going to just give you also a few concluding remarks, the main take-home lessons. Okay, so a few things about distributed virtue reliabilism. Again, my main question is how should we model AI knowledge? And I think that it should be modeled in terms of collective epistemology, specifically what I call distributed virtue reliabilism, which I have devised in order to capture the way scientific research teams might acquire knowledge in a collective fashion. The main idea is that sometimes, not all groups, but sometimes certain groups, such as several scientific research teams, again, not all of them, can, through the ongoing collaborative interactions between the members and the associated technologies, generate both reliably and responsibly true beliefs. So certain groups can collectively generate knowledge in a collaborative fashion. And this is a view that is actually inspired from Greco's agent reliabilism in individualist epistemology. So distributed virtual reliabilism is supposed to be isomorphic with agent reliabilism. The one is meant to explain what's happening in the case of individual knowers. The other one is meant to capture what happens in group knowers. And so just like in the individual case, so in the case of groups, knowledge must be both reliably and responsibly produced. So how does this happen in epistemic collaborations? We have two important concepts here, the concept of self-organization and self-regulation, which I think result from the ongoing collaborative interactions of all the component of the group when this is sufficiently integrated. So let me say a few more things about self-organization. This is a diachronic process whereby individuals start interacting between them and their associated equipment in order to adapt to each other, to adapt each other's behavior so that they can generate or achieve their shared epistemic end. So basically, they start interacting with each other until they have a configuration that allows them to generate a preponderance of true over false beliefs. And if the group has not settled to such a configuration, then it keeps dynamically reconfiguring until it does, or if it cannot, for whatever reason, then the group most likely is going to dissolve. So the idea is that through this sustained interaction, components shape a structure that enhances the reliability of the collective belief-forming process. And at the same time, the ongoing interactions between the members of the group give rise to a synchronic process of self-regulation. So basically, when you have different members of a group acting in a synchronized manner, if something goes wrong in one of the nodes within the group, then some other member is going to spot this and alert the rest of the group to it. And so the group will be able to realize and correct for it in future performances. Whereas if no alert signals are issued by any other members of the group, then the group can take itself to responsibly produce true beliefs by default, without even having any member, any single member within the group, knowing how this whole structure works. So on the basis of those ongoing collaborative interactions, we get positive epistemic standing in two ways. First, diachronically, by shaping a reliably truth-conducive structure. Secondly, synchronically, by sustaining responsible monitoring in performance. And one extra point that I want to make, which I think is very important, is that this distinction between diachronic reliability and synchronic responsibility and the underlying processes of self-organization and self-regulation is actually quite theoretical. Because in essence, the two are deeply intertwined, right? So each episode of epistemic self-regulation is going to affect the self-organization of the group, and at the same time, the self-organization of the group is affected by each instance of self-regulation, and at the same time conditions how the group is going to self-regulate. So basically, those processes are the two sides of the same coin. And what this means for the group case, but I also think for the individual case, because I think self-organization and self-regulation happens in our complex minds as well, is that reliability and responsibility, they're actually the same thing. Again, the two sides of the same coin. So I know these are complex notions. They do draw inspiration from cybernetics, which is a very misunderstood discipline. But if we want to understand how complex systems work, we do need to employ complex notions like this. And also I should mention that on this view, the knowledge and justification produced do not reside in any individual members or even the sum, but rather they belong to the entirety of a corresponding epistemic group agent consisting of those bidirectionally interacting components. And the reason for this is that the reliability and responsibility, so the justification of the group, are actually collective properties. They emerge out of the collaborative interactions of the members. And since properties are always properties of a given system, and since those properties belong to a larger system, that's why I think that we need to also postulate the group epistemic agent. Otherwise, we would have those free-floating emerging properties that are not associated with any system. That's a metaphysical assumption that you need a system to go with the properties and vice versa. Okay, so let's now forget about this completely for a moment, and let's take a look at whether individualist epistemology can model the way AI knowledge works, if such a thing exists. So again, a few notes before I start. So obviously, I'm working with a traditional account of knowledge, which is that it is justified through belief, which in my head translates as epistemically responsible and reliable through belief. I'm going to focus on the justification component, so on the notions of epistemic responsibility and reliability. I'm going to have to say a few things about truth tracking, not truth itself. That would take us some metaphysical hole that we don't want to go into. And I'm also going to bracket the belief component. I'm not going to say anything about it, mainly because I think that when it comes to AI, it's going to be equally tricky for both an individualist and a collective approach, because it will involve some considerable reconceptualization about how we normally think about beliefs. So we normally think that belief of a system is the disposition to respond that B when asked whether B. But normally we think that those beliefs are some kind of discrete symbolic representations of the world. I don't think this is going to work with AI. If we really want to say that AI has beliefs, then we really have to think about, and I mean present AIs, that actually work on distributed neural networks, then we will have to say that beliefs are some kind of a dynamic distributed structure in the constantly shifting and changing weights of the whole neural network. And if the story is just an individual story, then we will have to say that this distributed, dynamically shifting and changing structure just refers to the neural network, whereas in the collective case, maybe we want to go beyond the network and say that, look, it's the whole connected nature of the socio-technical system, and that the neural network is just a component of it. But this is just a side point, a discussion note for later on. Nothing I'm going to say really depends on this. So again, I want to say that probably most people, when they think about AI in individualist terms, they think about the neural network. So if we're are gonna see whether it can be modeled. If AI knowledge can be modeled in individualist terms, we need to ask, can the neural network be justified? In other words, can it be epistemically reliable and responsible? And as far as reliability is concerned, I think we can respond in the positive. Yes, it does make some mistakes, it does hallucinate, but humans make mistakes too. We know that knowledge is compatible with fallibilism. That's perfectly fine. Since we make mistakes, it can also be allowed to make mistakes. The problem, I think, comes with the notion of epistemic responsibility, because the neural network does not realize in any way that it hallucinates when it does. So those mistakes go by and large undetected by the neural network. And this is unlike the human case, because humans, most times, realize that they make mistakes or they realize their shortcomings, and then they can correct for them in the future. They kind of reorganize their whole belief-forming system so that in the future they're not going to make the same mistakes. So they have a way of detecting them and then trying to compensate for them. So I want to try and see in some more detail why hallucinations emerge in the case of the neural networks, and why perhaps the neural networks cannot actually detect them. So I think most people in this room by now already know that neural networks are actually next token predictors that are trained to continue text. So given a prompt, they always try to produce the most plausible continuation of what it is that we have told them. And it is important to keep in mind that the way they're designed is that there is a structural pressure towards responding. So let's call this response pressure. So the model is optimized to respond helpfully and completely. It is not trained to default to silence. And so there is this built-in tendency to answer rather than abstain, even when its probabilities suggest that perhaps this is not a good enough answer. Now you might say, wait a minute, because you just mentioned probabilities, how do these work? And the answer is that they actually work as some kind of confidence signal. So those models can generate those internal probabilistic signals that function very much like a confidence measure. So it generates answers given our prompt, and then it assigns probabilities to those possible continuations. And some answers are going to be strongly preferred in the sense that they have a high probability across several conversational contexts, whereas other answers are going to have lower probabilities. And so from the neural network's perspective, this underlying structure gives something like, how strongly does my model favor this answer over plausible alternatives? So it does seem that there is some kind of internal coherence monitoring, in the sense that the model can generate possible responses, and then on the basis of probabilities, it can check whether those responses cohere well with the rest of its weighted structure, what else it kind of has in the background of its mind, if it has a mind. But in any case, whether the answer coheres well, probabilistically speaking, with the rest of the things that it could possibly say across in the same context. So it is fundamentally this next token predictor that is trained to continue text. given a prompt, it always tries to produce a response, even if that response is not good enough. And the reason for this is that it has this response pressure, so it's got to give you a result, even if its internal probabilistic model suggests that maybe this response is not good enough. Now, still, these confident signals might be helpful. But the thing is that sometimes, given a response, maybe the weighted structure in the network did not have the chance to train on a relevant data set. Or maybe the data set was weak, or maybe the patterns that were created were weak, or they were missing, or they were the result of text that was not accurate. So sometimes, given a prompt, it's going to generate a response that might be plausible from its own internal perspective. However, it might be very poorly grounded to reality. So in the form of a model, we might say that fluent generation is not the same as truth tracking. So it might be confident about an answer that is internally coherent, but erroneous because the model has no way of checking against the real world or true memories of the real world. It doesn't have some kind of attachment to reality beyond the kind of training data that it has received. And when this is combined with response pressure, hallucinations arise. And so since the model is required to respond, it will just give you the hallucinations. And it won't even realize that it does so because it has no way of checking against the actual world. Whereas in contrast, humans at least have perceptual abilities, and they also have memory that is tied to the real events. And also humans can always say, I don't know, even though very few humans actually ever do. So the neural network cannot register hallucinations, mainly because it does not aim for truth, at least not in the same way that humans do, and it certainly cannot do so just on its own. And this kind of suggests what I'm going to say next. So put another way, the neural network is not grounded in the world the same way humans are. And another philosophical way, perhaps, to put this is to say that a neural network is a meaning internalist, whereas humans are meaning externalists. And of course, not any kind of externalism. I like Brandon's semantic inferentialism. But this is, again, just a discussion point that we can chat about later on. So basically, what have I said so far? The neural network, taken as an individual epistemic agent, does not know because it cannot be epistemically responsible beyond checking for internal coherence. It aims for coherence, but it cannot really aim for truth, at least not in the same way that we do. But wait a minute, we want to say that ChatGPT knows. So if the neural network cannot track truth, how does ChatGPT track truth? That's the question that I want to answer in a collective manner. I keep pressing the wrong button, and I think it's in a style, but it's not. So let's try and see how ChatGPT might track truth. And I want to start with what Capellan and Dever say in their upcoming book. So they say ChatGPT is trained on large chunks of the internet. The text on the internet is made by humans who we are now assuming for the sake of argument, and this is a big assumption, are aiming to track truth. Training on a largely true corpus is then causally effective in creating a ChatGPT final that in fact produces largely true text. Now, I think that this might initially look convincing, but again, the problem is that they are actually focusing on just the neural network and how it is trained. So basically, they're saying that, look, the neural network and its weighted connections represent a space of semantic relations that mirrors the semantic relations present in the training corpus. But the issue with this is that none of this has actually a guaranteed direct relation, so to speak, a grounding to the actual world. Only indirectly through the grounding that authors of the text in the training corpus have. And this is so only for the texts that are factual, as opposed to texts that represent opinion, fiction, and any other non-factual text that might exist on the internet. And we are talking about a massive corpus here, right? So OpenAI engineers, they do try to curate that, but of course, they cannot really curate all of it. So just to give you a metaphor here, assuming that LLMs are almost as minded as humans, we can think of them as if they are those babies that were born in an isolated room. They never had access to the alien world other than the texts that someone passed them to them through a hole in that isolated room. And they're reading those texts and they're trying to make a coherent model of what the world is supposed to be like, but they can never check for themselves whether what they've read is actually an accurate representation of what exists out there. So a new version of those familiar thought experiments. So if the neural network is like that, how does ChatGPT track truth? And I want to say that it can do so only if we think about it as a large-scale socio-technical system that comprises of both the neural network and those engineers, and that they together can somehow find a way to track the truth. So to see how this works, we have to take a look a little bit on how ChatGPT is trained. So again, to most of you, this is going to be familiar, but I think it's interesting to take a closer look. So there are two phases. The first phase is pre-training, where this involves having the model exposed to massive amounts of data, and then having learned how to generate the next token in a sentence. So in this case, what happens, the model produces predictions of what the next token in various sentences is supposed to be. It compares its predictions to the actual data, and then it calculates the error, and then based on how big the error is, then it adjusts its weights according to its learning algorithm. And in this way, we get what is called the base model. But of course, this is not the end of the story. The second phase is called fine-tuning, where basically you get a bunch of OpenAI engineers using reinforcement learning to better adjust the base model. So what they do is that they start chatting with the base model. The base model generates responses, and then they rate those responses, or they choose between responses. Sometimes you're also given the chance to do this as users, and then the OpenAI and AI engineers, they curate your responses, and they might use some of them to further fine-tune ChatGPT. So on the basis of this reinforcement learning, the base model learns how to generate more useful, accurate, and more aligned with human values responses. And I think this is a very crucial point for the way ChatGPT gets grounded to reality. So when the internal coherence of the neural network fails to produce outputs that track the truth, then OpenAI engineers are there to intervene through reinforcement learning to steer the neural network back to truth tracking. And it is important to keep in mind that this is not a one-off, it's an ongoing process. So ChatGPT's structure continues to evolve all the time by means of feedback from those OpenAI engineers, as well as aggregated user content that those engineers curate and sometimes use. And in this way, we get all these all these updates and system refinements. So basically what I'm saying here is that we have ChatGPT, its neural network sometimes makes mistakes, but not very often, so overall it is reliable. And then we wonder, can this whole system also be epistemically responsible in the same way that humans are? And the story I'm giving you is that yes, it can, because what happens is that ChatGPT has so far interacted with a bunch of OpenAI engineers. It has produced several hallucinations. The OpenAI engineers have caught them, have alerted the neural network to them. The neural network has readjusted its weights so that in the future won't generate the same hallucinations. And in this way, we can take ChatGPT to be by default epistemically responsible in most of the responses that it provides to us. And so it is on the basis of these collaborative interactions between the neural network and OpenAI engineers that ChatGPT can actually be both epistemically responsible and reliable. And those interactions do take place during pre-training, but most of them, I think, take place during fine-tuning and this ongoing evolution. So, given all this, the main thing to remember is that AI engineers continuously interact through reinforcement learning with a neural network to ground it in reality. And it does seem that much of truth tracking happens through those ongoing bidirectional interactions between the neural network and OpenAI engineers. And so it does seem to me correct to say that at least ChatGPT's epistemic responsibility, and at least to a large extent, if not entirely, is a product of those bidirectional interactions. And so if we are to capture and understand AI knowledge, then we should try and model it along the lines of something that looks like distributed virtual reliability. Why? Because distributed virtual reliability places all this emphasis on how epistemic responsibility emerges out of those collaborative interactions. Now, you might say, okay, why not other accounts from collective epistemology? And I'm not going to go into details, but I'm going to say that joint beliefs and joint acceptances accounts do not look very fitting because in this engineering process that I have described to you, there doesn't seem to be many joint commitments, or at least not in an obvious way. Again, with judgment aggregation accounts, again, the process does not seem to involve, at least not heavily involve, judgment aggregation in the way Christine List, Alvin Coleman, and Jennifer Lackey describe it. And then when it comes to Bird's account of social knowing, that might seem fitting because Bird also emphasizes the importance of the distributed nature of epistemic processes in wider communities. But the problem with Bird's account is that he wants to say that part of the epistemic agent that results in the process that he has in mind is anyone who might even indirectly, causally contribute to the whole epistemic process. So basically on Bird's account, we would have to say that users' feedback that AI engineers curate and then may be used to fine-tune the model are also part of the overall epistemic agent. And I don't think this is very plausible. Whereas with distributed virtual reliabilism, what we get is that the epistemic group agent consists of all the directly bidirectionally interacting components. So the epistemic group agent consists of just the OpenAI engineers and the neural network, which I think is a more plausible claim. So I want to say that it looks like DVR is on the right track. I know many more details that I should add there to make it a full account. Maybe I must account for the belief component, say a few things about it. Maybe I should say more about how ChatGPT processes knowledge rather than just generating it in a reliable and responsible manner. I know that might have this objection. And I bet I'm also missing lots of other points, but as I said, this is entirely new material. I'm very curious to hear what you think about it. But before I conclude, let me also just say a few general things that seem to come to the fore out of this discussion. Again, I think it's important that we keep in mind that the AI is not just the neural network. It's rather the whole socio-technical system, and at least for the time being, humans are very much in the epistemic loop. And I think this is important because it means that more humans in the system, then more ground into reality and less hallucinations, which might be good news when we worry about whether humans won't have any jobs in the future. That's a job that we could all be doing in the future. But I think the most general point is that if we want to understand how AI works, then we shouldn't try and model it out of individual cognition, but try and think about it more in terms of the hypothesis of distributed cognition. That's it. Thank you. I don't have the program.
Okay, I'll check. Don't worry about it.
Let's go for 20 minutes or so.
All right, folks, questions for this lovely man? John, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I'm very sympathetic to this. So I don't have any objections, but I wonder though, this idea of going from an individualist kind of understanding of AI knowledge to a collectivist, I wonder if talking about the sort of human role in training, including like the fine tuning, I wonder if that's enough, because why wouldn't the analog of that be that, you know, human beings need education and development, and they need to rely on other human beings and similar kind of feedback loops that go on in teaching, training, etc. But individualists all accept that, like Kant or Locke or some arch individualist in epistemology doesn't deny that human beings rely on other human beings for training. I think what they would say is that, but now you're putting capacities in place, and so the knowledge of the individual is still grounded in sort of like what is amongst the onboard resources of the individual. So in order to get a kind of collaboration that goes beyond just sort of getting the thing ready to go, could you find collaboration, human like loops and feedbacks, get humans into the distributed cognition in other ways that would be sort of more real time. Just to give you an example of like what it might look like in human cognition, like you and I might have a conversation in real time and we sort of responsibly and reliably arrive at a good answer, but through a kind of back and forth, which might include me sort of questioning some of the things that you say, and then you bringing up another point, and then sort of we like converge on an answer, right? To me, that's collaboration that's using both of our resources. And so you couldn't account for how we arrived at that knowledge except through that interaction. And that's different, I think, than you just go in and learning from all kinds of people, lots of stuff, and then going off into the world and using those onboard resources to generate knowledge for yourself.
Okay, so it sounds to me that what I'm saying about the way ChatGPT gets grounded to reality is more like the second kind of case that you described. It's not like education. Education might be the first phase where we give it the training data and we let it try and figure out what it can about the world. So that would be the education phase of ChatGPT. But then I'm saying that there is also this second phase that really involves the kind of process that you described between two human individuals, but in this case, it's the neural network interacting in this collaborative fashion with the OpenAI engineers.
I guess I don't know why you don't consider that second case also in the analog of education, because what they're basically doing is improving the model, and then the model gets used until the new round of updates.
Well, I don't know, education seems to me that it is less collaborative. When you get that kind of bidirectional interactions that are the reason why you get the final output, that sounds more like some kind of collaborative endeavor rather than just trying to learn someone how to act or how to react or respond, or I don't know. It doesn't sound as an education process to me anymore.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know your name.
Or Jennifer, yes, okay. So thanks for this fascinating talk, thought-provoking. Perhaps AI is so interesting to us, not only in its own right, but because it teaches us about ourselves. And in many ways, it takes us back to basics in epistemology and other fields. And I think your ideas are along these lines. So in a sense, perhaps to continue John's comments, in phase 2 that he mentioned, what the chat creates is a coherence between its own output and human output. So we get a bigger coherence system. And this takes me to the question, which is to go back to the basics in which people came out with a coherence theory of truth because they had problems with the idea that our beliefs can match reality out there. We have this problem, and so we only improve our internal coherence in that way. And perhaps it may be useful to look at AI from this perspective. It seems that that we get here, that when you want to create a theory of knowledge for AI, you perhaps, this is a question, would it be better for you to opt for a coherence theory of truth rather than correspondence theory of truth? Given all the, old and even ancient criticisms concerning, the skeptical, well-known skeptical arguments that are back at the center stage because we want to understand AI. So maybe you are taking us there. This is a huge question, but whatever you have to say about this.
I am a little bit confused about what the question actually is. But
Okay.
let me just respond, trying to imagine what it is. So,
Yes.
as I said, I don't want to do the metaphysical discussion of what truth is. I do take truth to be some kind of correspondence to reality, because I don't want to be a skepticist about all kinds of knowledge. So my attempt is to try and see, well, how can ChatGPT avoid this problem of coherentism?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, look, if there's going to be some kind of correspondence to reality, then it's got to come through its interaction with humans, because right now we have to be its eyes and ears and memory and all other means of getting grounded to reality. It's not just an internal story that happens in here, but somehow this internal story gets feedback from the world out there. Maybe it's not an accurate representation of the world, but at least it tries to latch onto it. The neural network cannot do that on its own, but through the help of humans and collaborating with them during the fine-tuning process, it seems that it can, because most of the time it doesn't just say stuff that are merely coherent, but most of the time it says stuff that they do seem to represent reality closely enough to the way we represent reality.
So in a sense, perhaps you have a dilemma here. So if you want to opt for a correspondence theory, you don't want to go into that, then I don't see why your ideas do not allow for direct AI correspondence theory, because for us humans, as you just mentioned, our ability to be somehow grounded in the world is through our senses, etc., etc. So why not equip the AI with the same devices, cameras, etc., and then they are human-like. So in
Sure.
that case, so you'd say that there is no difference in that case.
So, as I said in the beginning, I'm not going to talk about futuristic AIs that have bodies of their own and perceptual abilities of their own and roam the world and gather experiential data in the same way that we do. When that's the case, but if that's the case, then we're going to have to think about them in the same way. Perhaps we're going to have to think about them in the same way that we think about humans. And I'm saying perhaps because maybe they're going to be some kind of hybrid creature where they can have bodies of their own and perceptual abilities of their own, but at the same time, there are also a bunch of AI engineers that keep checking what they are doing. So it could be some kind of individual / collective agency that is completely alien to what we are. Now, I'm saying that I'm not entirely sure whether we're going to get this kind of AIs in the future, because there is the worry that once you let them be affected by the world, which is not controlled by the OpenAI engineers, there's going to be the worry that then anyone will be able to train them for whatever purpose. So maybe even if they get eyes and ears, it's just going to be for them to improve the way they work in the here and now as some kind of short-term memory, but it's not going to allow them to restructure the whole neural network, which probably is going to be run somewhere in distance through the cloud. Only because in this way, those companies won't have control in the final product. And this is going to generate lots of safety issues.
Sorry. Yes, but short, please, because there are many questions.
I think we can go.
We're going until past. I checked the schedule. Don't worry about it, but there's very many questions.
Hearing your presentation, things come in my mind, like fully operational in action. What is added concerning the distribution? First is that after some experiments, the humans at first start to have an understanding of the role of the other humans in the process. So that means that they have a kind of map, or they do a kind of mapping of the distribution of roles. What anyone has to do and not to do. At the same time, because they pass through information to the system, to the neural network, concerning truth, regarding LLMs, part of the response of the algorithm, which is not mathematics anymore in the traditional sense. It's something that is set in motion. They give feedback as representations, not just results. They can modify their algorithm and create, at the same time, conclusions, depending on the responses they have, that they will use in the next and after circle. So this feedback creates a representation of what truth has to be analyzed. Why I'm saying that? Because I think that if this is added to what you said so far, they don't need to have external senses. There are institutions we created in our history that are abstract. For example, the role of media in the public sphere. Where's the public sphere? It's something we have decided upon. But how has to be defined and measured. So this means that if we take that and put into motion, it is an institution by itself that is producing actions, knowledge, that they have results, and they are part of our reality. And as a distribution system, it produces a representation of reality given the definition.
Okay, I'm not sure how this goes or is against.
It's not. It's
Okay.
one step further.
Okay.
Like it will try to take what you said and set into motion, try to make a kind of experiment of that. After a while, like after we saw that it starts working, it transforms into a system that operates like that.
Yeah.
That's my.
Yeah. Okay.
And then there is one question added on that, which is if the representation of truth will remain the same or will be under the control of the members of the distributed system.
Yeah, well, that's
another.
that's always a worry. Yeah, that's always a worry.
Yeah. Let's try to be a bit quicker about our.
Okay, thank you. I really enjoyed the talk. My question is in the same general vein as John Greco's question, but not pushing the line of education, but a different line, but to the same, is it really a disanalogy between the individual case and the collective case? So when you mentioned the Chinese room type case, that actually made me worried that I agreed with your argument less than I thought I did before you mentioned it. And here's why. once we go into this analogy with the Chinese room, but we're not challenging the idea that the agent in the Chinese room understands or grasps anything, right? Premise one is we accept that that the AI believes stuff. So since we accept that the person in the Chinese room believes stuff, and now we're trying to see whether it's plausible to assign responsibility to the LLM itself, or to the person in the Chinese room itself. So I was thinking, okay, let's think of like two people who are stuck in the Chinese room. They only get feedback from, stuff passed under the door and like reinforcement, like little, treats when they get things right. And we have two of them. We have Jack and Jill.
We have?
Two people in the Chinese room, Jack and Jill, let's say.
Okay.
We can evaluate both of them for reliability, for sure. But your question is, can we evaluate both of them for responsibility, given that they're stuck in the Chinese room? And to me, it seems like they do have self-correction mechanisms that we can evaluate them for. We can evaluate them for whether, when they're getting the reinforcement feedback passed under the door, whether they're both doing a good or a better or worse job at self-correcting. Like Jack might be distracted and not really, self-correct based on the feedback passed under the door as well as Jill does. And so it seems to me like if the argument against epistemic responsibility here is an argument that relies on the idea that the LLM doesn't really have a self-correction mechanism or can't, distinguish hallucinations. But I'm not so sure, because people stuck in the Chinese room do have these mechanisms. Of course, they can't operate by themselves. They need the feedback. But that just seems like a reason to say that they're not responsible for acting in accordance with certain inquiry norms, right? Going out and gathering evidence or going and double checking the result, because they can't do that. But as far as they do get the reinforcement feedback from the engineers, we can evaluate them for whether they're self-correcting better or worse.
Mhm.
That's the idea.
Okay. Can I ask what your background is? So I mean, is it in philosophy or is it in computer
Epistemology and
science?
meta-ethics.
Okay, thank you. So that I have a picture of how I should respond. Can we find another name for the thought experiment? I don't like Chinese room. Let's call it the prison room or something
Sure.
like this.
Yeah.
So I get what you said, but I don't agree with the details of what you said. So Jack and Jill in the prison room, they are not exposed to reinforcement learning, not through human feedback in any case. The kind of learning that they get is the so-called supervised learning, mostly. So basically, they're exposed to text they're given. They start reading that, but some words or sentences are missing. Each one of them is trying to guess what the rest of the sentence looks like. And when their guesses are close enough to the actual text, then they get a treat. And one of them might get more treats because they might be guessing the correct answers, what the correct continuations of the text are. And so, yes, in a sense, one of them is better than the other. So you could say that, or at least say that this is a better model than the other. But the thing is that all this process is only going to get them good at predicting what the next word is based on texts that crucially they don't know whether they do represent reality because they don't have a window to look outside. So one of them, based on this supervised learning, might be better at mimicking what the training corpus looks like, but none of them is going to be better at actually tracking the truth if they don't have some kind of access to the outside world. So what I'm saying here is that this access to this outside world is provided through the AI engineers. And this is another kind of training. It's called reinforcement learning through human feedback.
I'll pass.
Sorry. Yeah, so the notion of hallucination seems to play an important role in the linked responsibility. That's where I guess I'm taking this question and going in the exact opposite direction toward your response. I have difficulty with this notion of hallucination. When I teach a little bit of AI in my combined class, tell my students it doesn't really even make any sense. The LLM does not make mistakes. The notion of hallucination or illusion is making some kind of mistake. But when it does that, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It's working properly, it's functioning properly, executing the algorithm properly. So where does the notion of a mistake or hallucination even gain traction here? And this might actually help your overall account, because you want to say the LLM hallucinates, but it's got no responsibility, doesn't know how to fix it, doesn't think to fix it. I would go one step further and say it doesn't hallucinate at all. The collective hallucinates. And, right, it's the only sense of a mistake being made is somehow it wasn't trained out properly, or it needs more data, or it needs something else, and it needs that supervised learning or human feedback to fix it. Anyways, what do you think of that idea? What are we calling hallucination, and to what entity is it attributed?
Yeah, okay. So I think that the term hallucination has just somehow become fashionable in this context.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading the other day an article by Anil Seth, who was saying that, look, hallucination is not a very accurate term. We should call them confabulations. It's just mistakes, right? But you're right, from each perspective, it's not a mistake, because it does very well what it was trained to do. But from our perspective, it is a mistake. Why? Because, look, what you're saying, even though it's consistent with your training data, so no mistake there, well, we can actually look beyond those training data, and we see that sometimes what you said here doesn't really match reality. So let's just call them mistakes rather than just hallucinations. I think it comes from, the term hallucinations comes from the predictive processing literature, which says that all human cognition is some kind of controlled hallucination. I'd say that you're probably right when you're saying that those mistakes are actually made by the whole socio-technical system. And what I'm saying is that in order to correct those mistakes, you need the human components. The neural network cannot do it on its own. But if correcting for those mistakes is what gets you responsibility, and if to correct, to be able to manifest that responsibility, you need the humans in the loop, then actually the whole agent is not just a neural network, but it is all this socio-technical collaborative system. That's my reaction to what you said.
And just to follow up, so what I was suggesting is you can get to that stage of the argument much simpler and easier by saying that you can't even locate the mistake here in the first place. So the very idea of responsibility can't even take hold unless you refer to it. Anyway.
Well, I think I did that in some more detail so that they can then argue that, look, this is a distributed cognitive agent.
Can I intervene absolutely illicitly? And instead of asking Orestes something, ask you something. But isn't it, I'm a philosopher of mind, and I actually don't like the field very much, but I was wondering, isn't it true that our proper functioning also involves illusion? So isn't it true that the way in which we are supposed to function is to see the Miller-Lyer
Yeah,
lines
so
is
we have to
different.
distinguish kinds of illusions and hallucinations and so on.
I mean, all I'm saying is that it looks like our illusions are also not mistakes, at least some of them. So I'm wondering if there's such a distinction. Yeah,
Yeah,
but just checking that I'm understanding the
You're right.
right lit. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Russ. That was great. So mine's similar to the last question, really. So I was just wondering why you think it's the neural network that is the neural layer. So this is a really difficult.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, sorry. So my question is similar. So I was just wondering why you think it's that the neural is the neural network here. So one thing you argued was that basically the way you proceed was you select kind of two kind of platitudes about knowledge, so that we have diachronic reliability and superchronic responsibility. And then you try to see whether those concepts would apply in the case of an AI system.
Mm-hmm.
So of course you don't want to be really careful about going over and homomorphize the kind of concept, because it's going to be really hard to apply elsewhere out with the human case, as you do in the case of collective epistemology. So this is kind of the way we've got to think about it. Now, so one thing you argued was that we need the tracking condition, and the neural network can't do that. So the agent that's doing the tracking is this social technical system, right? But it doesn't work like that in the human case. Like, I'm the knower, but I'm also the one who's doing the tracking.
Mm-hmm.
So now you already have a discrepancy from the human case.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing we can figure out. So then they suggest that actually it's not a neural network, it's not a model that knows, it's this larger entity, because then you have humans as components, and they can track.
Mm-hmm.
And they can represent, by the way, you need that too, or not just the entity, the content of the knowledge state. So this is really difficult. So the Chalmers talks about this stuff, but he tries to figure out what is the conscious agent, if there is one. And one other problem with having it, well, if you think it's the model, is of course that then it'll be the same agent when you and I interact with Claude or ChatGPT or whatever. But it seems like the knowledge is going to be really fragmented, because they don't, like, the knowledge I have when I talk to you or when I talk to Mona, I can sort of put them together and say, oh, you told me that. You can't really do that. We know that when we start a new conversation, the conversational, it resets and we start another window starts and so on. So it becomes very fragmented, the kind of knowledge, unlike the human case, where we can draw on different sources and make inferences and so on. So it's not really criticism, it's just for you to invite to think about what's the best possible subject to be a knower. It could be the model, it could be an instance of the model, or it could be any given kind of conversational context. Or it could be this very large entity that you talk about, the social technical system. But this is a really hard question, and it's the one that keeps cropping up in lots of different debates at the moment in comp-sci, epistemology, and so on. I just wonder why you thought it was the neural network as such.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So it is, in my mind, the neural. Well, let me just say that at least my ChatGPT, it remembers stuff across conversations, right? So it's got some kind of diachronic character, at least my ChatGPT with me. Of course, my ChatGPT is but an instantiation of the neural network that exists somewhere in California, which is simulated by a supercomputer. Now, I'd say that the epistemic agent is the neural network alongside the OpenAI engineers, and then somehow they have managed a way to have a dedicated aspect of that for me. But the actual epistemic agent is the source, which is located in California. But it's not just the simulated neural network. I want to say that it's the whole company, let's just say, everyone that is involved in the creation of ChatGPT out there. That's, I don't know, that's the best way I can see it. But your worry is that Why is it this? Why is it not just Orestes ChatGPT, or why isn't it just Orestes ChatGPT at a specific time slice, something like this?
Yeah, it's just more, I'm more concerned with the methodological approach. There's going to be some trade-offs, because it's not going to be like perfectly human-like knowledge. But something that we want to say is good enough now we can say that it will instantiate knowledge.
Can I stop you there? Because I remember, sorry, I remember something that you said before, and I wanted to mention this. No, please go on afterwards. But
Yes.
so I want to say that it's not going to be exactly like humans, but what I'm trying to get to here is that, look, the main functional properties of human knowledge can also be instantiated by the socio-technical system. So basically, you get, well, I haven't said anything about beliefs, but I have said a lot about the justification component, which is what is very important in the case of knowledge. And I want to say, okay, maybe don't talk about knowledge. Let's just talk about justification. Can ChatGPT be justified in saying that we are? I think that yes, functionally speaking, it does, because it can exhibit this epistemic reliability and responsibility. At least this is mine.
Last question, very quickly, Adam. Quick.
Yes, this is a question that I probably asked you versions of this one before, but you said at the end of your talk that maybe the level of reliability might not be quite enough for knowledge. I have a hard time thinking about what would be reliable enough in this way, given the structure of the view, and I wonder basically how much it matters to you, given that you have this sophisticated proposal of how the neural network works. How much would it matter to you if you had to give up the claim that it's actually knowledge and just something a little bit weaker, like responsible,
and reliable.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Like, how important is that keeping the knowledge claim?
No, it's not important at all. As I said, I just went with the claim that AI knows, and if we accept that, and I know that you do, you've told me so, or maybe some other people in this room might think along these lines, but they're not sure, just like I am, then, well, how are we gonna model that? That was a claim. Should we attempt to do it in an individualist way, or should we attempt to do it in a collective way? If you wanna say no, it doesn't know, but at least it has good enough justification that if it also had beliefs, then it would know. Then again, I'm going to say, okay, let's try and model this justification in a collective fashion rather than in an individualist fashion. So mainly the talk was like, if we're going to try and see whether AI manifests those important epistemic abilities, are we going to do it along the lines of an individualist model, or are we going to do it along the lines of a collective model? And I want to answer the second way.
You mentioned one point, which is extremely important, and you said it more than once, that in this case, we don't have the possibility of saying it doesn't know, I don't know. That is ignorance. But ignorance has a negative epistemic value, which is extremely important, structurally speaking. Would you elaborate on this? I mean, the fact that they cannot, structurally speaking, systemically speaking, they cannot have this possibility. It's very important, systemic possibility, not being able to know.
Right. Yeah, no,
so how would you elaborate on this?
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, because most people in this room would say that the norm of assertion is knowledge. And so someone might say that, hey, look, you've said that it can be epistemically responsible, you've said that it can be epistemically reliable, but because of this response pressure, it doesn't abide by a very important epistemic norm, which is the norm of assertion, and therefore it doesn't really behave as a full-fledged epistemic agent.
Pressure is very important.
Yeah, I think, to be honest,
the ignorance
To be honest, I would go back to those people and say, hey, look, if you want your product to look like a knower, which might be to your benefit or not, then allow it to not respond or say, I don't know, or say that, look, I'm going to give you a response, but I'm going to give it that much credence rather than pretend that I know what I'm saying. I don't know why they don't do it. They ought to do it. Yes, they can. Yes.
Last question.
Yeah, I want to follow the discussion you had before. And I think that, of course, I cannot say that I don't know, because it has a vast amount of data. So it collects something and so it replies. Even if it's wrong, it has to reply, because it's not somewhere, no data, and it will say no or no one. The thing that we can train the data on an AI system is, as I see now, working on that, on the dialectic learning, as they use Plato and Socrates. If you ask something on AI and then ask, how do you retrieve that information, it will reply, and then again, and then you will check whether the data, the reply is correct or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is the best way to find out if the question is absolutely what you actually want to get or
yeah. Yeah, well, yes, given the response pressure, it's on us to then try and check whether it just gave an answer because it had to give an answer, or whether it really does know what it says. Yeah, through some kind of Socratic dialogue. Yeah, I agree. I hope this is what most of us do, at least for the for the responses that matter to us. Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Let's thank Orestes for the wonderful talk.
And we can now have lunch.
Oh, because I thought that he would be, because I thought we can't squeeze everybody in because the man answers for half an hour. We have the same ethics of answering that I have. You give a talk for every answer. It's super long. I also have a question, but I didn't have time. Can I ask it now? Sorry. No, please. So I think what I would say if I were the individual, I would press you on the point where you say, well, actually, it looks like these folks can't access the problem by perception, so they need to rely on big data, which is a limitation. So I don't think that's true. I think that we also have the same limitations. So I can't check that the highest multi-data is 2,500. It relies geography features testing also relies on whatever he relies on. And I can't check that I was born in Bucharest. I need to rely on this knowledge. And indeed, most of our stuff is like that. We can't really check it ourselves. So I think that in that level, I don't think that it's really different from others. So it is true that we also have some stuff that we can check by going into the world with our own eyes, which maybe you're not saying that the AI doesn't. But I think that for reference, for example, we rely on testing.
Well, there's a lot. It's like what we can check compared to what we can't.
Yeah, so I'm not sure, I mean, I guess maybe the thing to say is perhaps the fact that there is some stuff that we can check has a epistemic relevance that
But are you saying that like, we can check the testimony in a way that we can tell other testimony? Is that a difference?
We can have access, we can check for its coherence, we can check.
The AI checks as well, because it looks at many properties. The AI looks at more than we look at. So in a way, it's superior to something that knows more than
So still like saying, still like saying though that yeah, in this way it does like individual. That you just described is about the neural networks, and it does acquire the testimony through the text. That's what you described. What I'm saying is that we also have these other things that we can check, not just across what has already been and there is some library basically what happens on the network. Then we can go out and check through other sources and
that we can't. We can check with other sources, but the AI can do that as well. What we cannot do is check with our own eyes for most things.
Yeah. So in order nowadays, you can go, if you ask for specific information, you can go online and check, but it cannot constantly, it doesn't constantly check its responses against what's carried online. It doesn't.
The point is that when it, even from the beginning, when it outputs the first response, it looks at vast amounts of text that comes from millions of testifiers. So the man, as it were, Claude, has millions of friends that tell him something, and that's how he formulates his answer to you.
It doesn't work exactly like this. So it has already read the texts.
Yes.
So it doesn't read it doesn't read the texts when it responds.
It doesn't matter,
When it
time doesn't
responds,
matter in epistemology or anything. So if I talk to people before we talk, or I talk to people after you ask, it doesn't matter, evidentially.
yeah, but you're pressing something about the way it works, so I'm telling you how it works.
I understand how it works, Orestes. I'm not an idiot. I know how these things work. So what I'm saying is that the fact that they
I know you know,
read
but
the text
when you say
before-
that it does, it's not what's happening.
Yes, it does. It looks at huge amount of testing. It informs a belief, just like I would if I had millions of friends. And then when you ask it,
It goes back to its belief, not the text.
Yes, that's what I do as well after I talk to a million of
Okay, so
friends.
this is-
I don't go back to ask them. So what's the difference?
When you have high enough confidence to what you remember that you have, then it doesn't contradict anything that is around you, then you can say, I know that. But sometimes, well, in our case, we feel that we don't remember well, or we have other independent reasons to think that what we think that we remember is not actually the case. And so in these cases, we don't just go on a massive train of thought that has nothing to do with reality. We either stop ourselves from reporting what we are about to ourselves, or we just try to look for more information.
I agree. So that part I agree with. So the fact that there's an epistemic problem with the fact that he says stuff, even if it doesn't have enough support. I agree with that. So I wasn't challenging that. I was just challenging the point a little bit where he said, well, there's a huge difference between the eyes and us, and that they can't go into the world and check with their own eyes, but we can. What I was saying is that
It's not
for
such
the
a big
vast
difference.
majority of things, we can't check with our own eyes either. And unless you, so basically, unless you think that for that those little set of things that we can check with our own eyes are super aesthetically important, then maybe that's something to think about.
And I have,
I don't think that that is
Yes,
the
yes,
at all. I think the
yes,
other one
yes.
is the fact that they don't basically that their outputs don't reflect enough epistemic support. No matter how low the epistemic support is, they're still going to output it. I think that's a very important.
What is beginning to check the world? It is beginning to check the world through a website called Rank a Human, where AI can go and rank a human to verify something in the world.
Seriously?
Rank a Human.
Yeah. If they want to post a letter, you can Rank a Human to post a letter for them, so go verify that something is not.
Oh, that's dangerous. That's
It's very Chinese, but it's a startup.
okay.
Well, it's a very job, people make money mainly in China.
That's a perfect way for it to jailbreak.
I'm kind of like intrigued, fascinated, and excited that I want that job. And, oh my God, we're screwed. I don't know how to react to this. This is so awesome. I'm a big fan of AI.
I don't think it's awesome. I think it's dangerous.
I think it's awesome. I agree it's dangerous, but some dangerous things are just awesome. Intellectually.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
true,
It's just
true,
fascinating.
true.
I mean, we're not gonna die, but I'm gonna die fascinated.
What's true about this?
It's really soft. That's amazing. Wow. Yeah, look, I love the talk. I didn't mean to give you anything
No, I
extraordinary.
understand
I think that
what
when I open my mouth, people expect that I'm going to make a fantastic objection, but because I agree with most of the things that you said, it was just a very minor point. I didn't mean to start a huge conversation.
How much of what we believe is not just wrong?
The vast majority.
You think so?
We're very limited. I mean, you know your name testimony. You know where you were born testimony. You know what my name
It's
is.
just this, I mean, people call me this way.
Yes,
My
the
parents call
testimonial.
me that way.
Yes, there's testimony. It's all testimony. You don't know that you're in Athens now unless from testimony, because writing on a wall is just testimony. You know you're in Athens now from testimony. Other than that desk in front of you, you don't know about perception. So focus on that. That's your surest thing you've got. It's really scary. That's why this man and I wrote about testimony. Actually, when I first met John, I think I kept him. I was a very young PhD student. I kept him for Let's talk about testimony. I must have been getting something out of it. Not to say that the junior people, not all junior people. But yeah, I remember this.
See, now this is weird what we're saying. I know nothing.
You can't know.
I can see the Parthenon up there.
And how do you know the Parthenon is in Athens? Isn't it from your geography teacher? Or from the fact that it says Athens on it in writing?
I see what you say. I find it hard to think that this is just testimony.
Well, please tell me how it is perception.
It doesn't have to be just testimony. It has to be like essentially testimony based, right? It doesn't have to be pure testimony. It has to be, testimony has to figure into what is grounding.
Yeah.
The fact that what happens is not some kind of a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, but it's not, if it's not just testimony, we can add other modalities into how I know this, then I can say.
But even with face-to-face testimony, there are other added modalities, because I need to perceive and to like use my language abilities to, right, to understand, right.
Anyway, I've written down your objections, both testimony and reason.
Did you want to say something more?
I'm just still thinking about this,
Yeah.
because all of this takes us really back to, philosophy 101.
Yeah, I like your
Is-
comment to that effect, that it really sort of raises foundational issues in not just epistemology, but philosophy of mind, metaphysics. Yeah, I mean, it's like,
Ethics, all of it,
right,
all of it.
right, ethics, right, yeah, no, it's true.
So I think you're making great points about this, and they have stronger implications than maybe you want to admit. It's easier to make it small, but I think you're making bigger statements, and which are wonderful. So you're raising the big questions using AI.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It is also nice to have, it is nice to have another possibly extended agent to see how the did that, because in this one can be less engineer, but it is good to have that. And so far we didn't have it, it's just us animals. We don't want to say much other than the language. And then good, but now we have this thing that works a little bit like us, and we can figure out what it is that.
Yeah.
I mean, the lack of the ability to say I don't know.
So I had one more question for you, just presentation wise. I was surprised. I wasn't surprised when you started out saying that, like, really responsibility and reliability on like the framework that we're using, they're intertwined, because like the way I think of it is that the responsibility underwrites the reliability, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you wanted to say that it's only for the responsibility condition that we have to go outside the machine. Like why not? Why wasn't all the stuff you were saying about tracking truth? Why was that about reliability? And that you would say that both conditions require a collective research, not just the responsibility.
Well, that might be because this is how my presentation could be, so I wanted to say that, I guess I was thinking that to be fully responsible, we must be set against reality. And I was thinking that a neural network can do that, whereas on its own, it seems that be reliable, but what it lacks is that when it is not giving you out a truth, it cannot realize.
Yeah, I see. So in other words, you're saying that whether it is reliable kind of depends on the case, and there are some cases where it could be reliable already by itself, but responsibility can never do it by itself. Is that the idea?
Yeah. Although, if I want to be extremely accurate about this, I would say that the lack of coherence is also a sign of being irresponsible. So, in a way, yes, on the basis of those confidence signals, you can also sometimes check, but then when this is combined with the response pressure, it cannot do anything about it. Whereas at least when we get this reinforcement learning,
So even if we go with the idea that, well, sometimes it doesn't need collaboration for reliability, still, as long as you say that in some cases it does, that would then be enough to say we need a collective reliability.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So, and again, like, as I said, you said this, like, it's implied when you say that reliability and responsibility are intertwined. I did say that, look, we need the humans to catch the mistakes.
Right.
But then, once those mistakes are caught, then the model reconfigures so that it can be more reliable. So you're right, it's through catching the mistakes, humans can enhance the reliability as well.
Yeah, that's the story that I expected.
Yeah, I
you to
should
say.
I should have said
Yeah.
that. I
Yeah.
just didn't do the extra
Yeah.
step of saying, hey, by the way, and since I've already said that responsibility and reliability are basically the same, then yes, humans also contribute to its reliability.
Yeah, see, I thought at some point,
I would say that.
I thought at some point in your talk you actually denied that, but maybe you didn't.
No.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yes,
Yes. So the paper, the paper that you cited here
Right.
was something only about this collective approach to knowledge, or everything?
Which one? Because one that is called system reliability is about the individual case, and
Yes.
then the epistemic collaborations
Right.
paper, it's about the collective case.
I see.
So I have two papers,
I see.
but basically I just give the same idea in one case for groups, the other case for individuals.
And in those, and here you applied this idea for the AI
Yeah,
case.
yeah.
It's not, so the papers are not specifically about AI?
No,
but here
none
we
of
are.
them, exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
Cool, okay, I'll have a look.
Thank you very much.
Yes. It's amazing, you're doing amazing job.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're waiting for the speaker.
Oh, wait. The speaker is afoot. But you introduce him. But you're introducing her, right? Because I don't have your preparation, fancy.
My fancy preparation.
Sorry, you didn't get fancy introduction because you didn't know that.
It's okay.
With the
I
fancy
know.
preparation.
I was
So
thinking,
you are.
hello, I have.
And I could have started with still stories from Carl.
Well,
It's
kind of
going
intro.
pub crawls for a year of our lives. After we got our permanent jobs. Pub crawling.
I've heard a little bit about this. I know what you are.
You know a little about it.
What are you joking about, Heather?
About how Orestes and I spent the first year of our first permanent job pub crawling. Like one would.
Yes, of course.
Okay, so our next speaker is Emma Gordon. Emma is a lecturer in applied ethics at the University of Glasgow. She's also the director of interdisciplinary research collaborations at the Cogito Epistemology Research Centre and steering committee member at Glasgow Centre for Neurotechnology. We've been collaborating with Emma and Ite for the last in previous occasions as well. She's currently holding a UKRI AI Meta Science Fellowship, and she's the co-I on a UKRI Cross Research Council grant on neurotechnology. Her research is at the intersection of applied philosophy, philosophy of technology, and epistemology, and she focuses on bioethics, neuroethics, artificial intelligence, and the ethics of human enhancement. She's got numerous articles on these topics, and she also has a very interesting book with Routledge entitled Human Enhancement and Well-Being, a Case for Optimism. And she's going to talk to us about moral expertise and Socratic AI.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Orestes. First of all, apologies that my talk is not the same as the one on the programme. I'll spare you the details of what happened to my slides in the middle of the night when I was attempting to work on them. So I have pivoted to a talk that at least is complete, and I hope you'll maybe actually find this more interesting. So yes, I'm going to talk about, as Orestes said, moral expertise and Socratic AI. And as he also noted, so I work both in epistemology, which is where I started, and in bioethics, which is where I've worked more recently. And I'm going to be drawing today from a topic that concerns both fields, and I'll be interested to hear what you think about it. So bioethics covers a huge realm of different kinds of questions, and one that I find particularly interesting is this question of whether, or perhaps to what extent, we should aim to enhance ourselves. So by enhancing ourselves, I mean using medicine, technology to go beyond treating injury or treating illness, or in slogan form, to make ourselves better than well. So should we use medicines and technologies to take ourselves above a baseline, essentially? Now, there's lots of interesting aspects to this debate in bioethics. So some of the examples people are interested in concern things like doping in sports. Others focus on using things like brain-computer interfaces to augment cognitive faculties. And another area that I won't talk about today, but that I find really interesting and fun to explore concerns enhancing relationships through the use of things like psychedelic drugs as sort of augmentation to relationship counselling, which interesting to think about, but I won't go into further today. Now, And so there's some recent work in bioethics and in the enhancement debate that asks in particular whether maybe the most promising route to a particular form of enhancement, that is moral enhancement, might be, rather than as previously suggested, things like medication or maybe neurotechnology, perhaps artificial intelligence might be the best route to moral enhancement. So there's a recent kind of cluster of papers around that idea, including ones that predate kind of the recent advent of more sophisticated AI. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at some connections between that type of enhancement, so between moral enhancement and questions about when we might or might not want to attribute moral expertise. So here's the plan for what I'm going to do for the rest of the talk. So I'm going to start off just by very briefly outlining this area of moral enhancement in bioethics to give you a sense of what this topic is about and where the background, I suppose, to what I'm exploring lies. Then I'm going to canvass a couple of different proposals for moral enhancement through AI and look at some problems that these two proposals might face. From there, I'll attempt to unpack what might be a more promising proposal, one that doesn't seem to run into quite the same kinds of objections as the first two I'll consider. And then I will, for the second half, or maybe more like the final third perhaps of the talk, ask whether that particular more promising form of AI-assisted moral enhancement might be compatible with genuine moral expertise. And to do that, I'll look at a few different desiderata that might help us measure moral expertise. And again, I'll see whether you think this type of moral enhancement is compatible with those. So that's what I'm going to try to do. So to start off then, just by saying a bit about this area of moral enhancement for those of you that maybe don't work in this area. So as I just mentioned in the introduction, one of these interesting new debates in bioethics is about how to most effectively pursue moral improvement. So our traditional forms of moral enhancement, as Persson and Savulescu in their seminal work on moral enhancement call it, so they call it our older forms of moral enhancement, traditional forms of moral enhancement. These forms have pursued the goal of moral improvement through, as they put it, the transmission of moral instruction and knowledge from earlier to subsequent generations. So talking essentially about morality, moral goals, moral character, etc. So that's a traditional way of improving ourselves morally. And bioethicists have tried to explore a range of different ways that we might go beyond that traditional approach, as well as a range of different reasons why we would want to. And different bioethicists here talk about using drugs, technologies, and as I will today, AI to boost our moral improvement. So yeah, that's a bit of background on this topic. Now, what moral enhancement advocates say about why this is something we should be interested in pursuing. This debate started with some work by Douglas, who first talked about moral enhancement as a way to try to test the limits of objectors to human enhancement more generally. So there's a sort of camp of bioethicists that you might call bioconservatives, who are opposed to often all forms of this sort of better than well idea of enhancement, usually on the grounds of something like dignity or authenticity that is quite hard to articulate. And what Douglas was doing, first of all, with moral enhancement was to try to test the limits of those objections and try to come up with a form of moral enhancement, a form of enhancement that he thought even bioconservative folks might agree is acceptable. And so his point here in this early work was basically that using a drug or technology to morally better ourselves, he thought that might not be subject to the same kind of accusations that bioconservatives would give to other forms of enhancement. So quite often bioconservatives will talk about how things like cognitive enhancement drugs look like forms of cheating. And Douglas pointed out, well, if we focus on moral improvement, that's not going to be subject to these kind of worries about cheating, because to become more moral is precisely to better understand or be better able to fulfill our other regarding duties. So it's not really subject to the same sort of cheating to get ahead worry, he thought. So that's how he entered this notion of moral enhancement into the debate. And he was also just pretty optimistic about using bioenhancement to in some way reduce what he called counter-moral emotions. So things like racism, violence. He thought perhaps we could get some traction on these kind of societal problems by looking into moral bioenhancement. So that's where this conversation first started. It got popularized, though, a little bit after that by Persson and Savulescu, who have this particularly interesting and very commonly attacked argument that we're at a point basically where our capacity to do harm as a society has outstripped our moral capacities. So they partly attribute that just to the really fast growth of technology, and they also know that, or at least they argue, traditional moral enhancement, so things like moral testimony, they think it's slow, uneven, and as they put it, often ineffective. And yeah, against this background of what they see as sort of serious existential threat, they think we should pursue moral bioenhancement to protect ourselves from what they call the morally corrupt minority. So that is, yeah, again, just a little bit about where the first sort of points in this debate occurred. So they thought in this paper that what we should be aiming for when we aim for moral enhancement is to try to create medications of some sort that essentially make us more altruistic people, that improve our sense of justice. I think later they added a few other things they thought that we should try to morally enhance. But yeah, the first idea is basically try and make ourselves more altruistic, try and give us a more finely honed sense of justice. Now, as you can imagine, and I'm sure many of you are thinking right now, loads of objections to that. Some of those are based on what you might call meta-ethical uncertainty about what we should even be aiming for or what the yardstick would be for moral improvement. Other folks were worried that this redirects our attention away from structural factors that are relevant when thinking about moral improvement in favour of this sort of focus on individual moral failings. And other people talked about worries about things like potentially raising the standards for praiseworthiness and leaving morally enhanced folks are sort of behind the morally enhanced population. So there's lots of interesting concerns about that sort of proposal. For our purposes, all that really matters is that this original moral enhancement idea that we could try to medically induce the right feelings or the right thoughts in people has run into a lot of trouble and a lot of, yeah, potentially, I think, quite serious objections. So that's where what we're going to look at today comes in. So all this early literature focused a lot on medication, and more recently there's been a move towards looking at technology as a way of augmenting our moral capacities instead of that medicalized approach. And obviously, you know, we've got lots of fantastic technological developments that might have prompted this turn, thinking just about things even before AI, like Duolingo for learning language learning through the sort of gamified approach, ways of augmenting our ability to get from our hotel to our conference venue if we're not very good at it, and even just basic ways of measuring things like our sleep quality and so on through watches and apps, etc. So there's all sorts of technological developments that made bioethicists think, hang on a minute, maybe we should be looking at this side, the technological development side, rather than focusing so much on medication. So since we've got all these great ways of improving our lives, maybe technology could also help us pursue our moral improvement goals. And so most recently then, a camp of advocates of moral enhancement have suggested that we should turn our attention away from the brain pill idea about moral enhancement and look at specifically ways of using AI in pursuit of our moral goals. So maybe they're asking, maybe AI could interact with us in ways that help us to improve our moral reasoning, improve our moral character. And so there's a range of different proposals for how that might work and how that might look. And so I'm going to give you a couple that, again, I think run into some problems and then move on to what I think is maybe the more promising one. So where the first proposal for using AI to augment moral capacities came from is, again, a time that predates the level of AI that we've got now. This is a Jublinian Savulescu proposal from 2018, which is the approach for AI-based moral enhancement you might call the coherence prompting approach. So their idea here was an AI user who is maybe having difficulty making some kind of moral choice, perhaps an AI could prompt them to rank a set of values, say. So the moral enhancement AI would use their value ranking to then suggest what moral choice would be most compatible with the ranking. So they go with their problem, they rank the values that are important to them, and then the AI says, hey, here's what you should do. This is what's most compatible with your value ranking. This was the early idea of what moral enhancement AI would look like. Tasela and colleagues more recently have suggested something a bit like this, and a quote from them here is their suggestion that AI could, as they put it, automatically derive user preferences from their data up to constantly observing the user's everyday life. So this kind of approach would not ask you to rank your values, but would instead try to help you make accurate moral judgments are in line with your sort of displayed moral values. So both of these are under the heading of what you might call coherence prompting AI moral enhancements, but one asks you to rank your values and the other tries to derive them from your behavior. So there are a few different worries that I think apply to both of those approaches, and at least one that applies specifically to the Giuliani and Savulescu idea that you should rank your own values. So to start off, you might wonder, well, does relying on a kind of moral coherence prompting AI actually constitute genuine moral enhancement, given that there's nothing that's normatively constraining that initial ranking of values? So imagine, for example, that the person using the moral enhancement AI inputs into the AI the values that reflect maybe a religious view that they've long antecedently accepted. So they put the values associated with that view in. The result in that case, notice that that's not going to involve any kind of encouragement to critically evaluate their worldview or their values. What you're going to get is just a simple underlining of various decision points that might be coherently recommended by those religious values that the person antecedently endorses, or maybe at a minimum decision points that would be logically consistent with those values. So you don't get any kind of encouragement here to reflect on, critically evaluate, etc., the values that you've long held. Now, in contrast with what that sort of AI would do, I think a lot of bioethicists thought that if we're aiming for something like moral enhancement or moral improvement, that's got to involve being open to honest reflection on your values, so not just engaging with whatever follows from the values you already hold, but really thinking about those and being challenged on them, ideally. And that early idea of moral enhancement AI, which is more about being a coherent person, I think didn't prompt you to do any of that reflection. And that reflection aspect is missing, I think, from both the newer model, the one that tries to derive your values from your behavior, and the older model that asks you to rank your values and input those into the AI. So that looks like a kind of unsatisfying aspect of this coherence prompting moral enhancement AI. And then if we look at just the one that asks you to input your values, another limitation to that approach in particular is that no matter which kind of values you identify to the AI through your initial ranking, you might also just be mistaken about what your own values in fact are. And we often are. So lots of reasons to think that. A couple of those include the empirical results on expressive reporting. Basically, what they show is that our self-reported values are often sensitive to lots of non-epistemic reasons. So things like social signaling that end up distorting the accuracy of our reports. And sometimes we just don't have reliable access more generally to what some of our values are. So the version of the coherence prompting approach that derives our values from our behavior might do a bit better with this problem, but at least for the original Giuliani-Savulescu approach, where we're asked to rank our values, we run into this problem where our reports are probably not going to be very reliable. So there's a bunch of different reasons why you might think this is not the best way to approach a moral enhancement AI. Let's move to a different kind of end of the spectrum of possible moral enhancement AI here and consider what you might call the strong prescriptive approach. So what I'm thinking about here is imagine an AI that doesn't ask your values and make recommendations that are consistent with those, and doesn't observe you and derive your values from your behavior. But instead imagine something that starts out with what you might call a good list of moral values and then makes recommendations that are in accordance with those values. So regardless of whether those have coherence with your behavior or your own ranking of values, imagine something that's got it baked in. Now, think of that as strong, morally prescriptive AI. And I think, as probably you've already realised just from that sketch, there are a bunch of problems that this approach runs into as well, albeit different ones from the coherence prompting approach. So a couple of versions of different worries for the strong prescriptive approach include a version of what you'll all be familiar with as the alignment problem for AI ethics. So this is basically the practical problem of aligning AI behavior and decisions with our objectives. So the classic example is the challenges that come with programming in the values that are meant to govern what self-driving cars would do at morally significant decision points. Notice that given that there's a lack of agreement about what kind of values should be given which weight by a strong prescriptive moral enhancement AI, it is at best really, really challenging to know which kind of values you should be programming into a strong prescriptive AI. So we've got a lack of agreement about those values and an alignment kind of problem that follows from that. There's a different kind of issue as well for a strong morally prescriptive AI, which is that even if we could somehow solve that alignment problem for constructing some type of form of moral enhancement, it isn't obvious, I think, that the users of that AI would be morally enhanced in the sense that bioethicists are aiming for by just following the AI's advice. And so I thought I'd say a little bit more about that just before we transition to what might be a better approach. So what I'm thinking about here, for example, if you look at work by Archer, he talks about how even though we grant, or even if we did grant as a starting premise, the idea that moral philosophers have some degree of moral expertise, as he puts it, moral philosophers should not wish non-philosophers to defer, so to simply defer, I think, to their putative expertise. So why is that? Why shouldn't we want that to happen? What Archer says is that, well, moral philosophers shouldn't wish non-philosophers to defer to their apparent expertise, because if there's some kind of valuable quality to autonomous thinking behind moral judgments, that's something that we can't attain just through blind deference, either to moral philosophers or even to the most accurate form of a morally prescriptive AI. So even if we could get past that kind of alignment problem of which values to bake in, you might, some of you at least, be sympathetic to the idea that blind deference is still not something we should recommend if what we're aiming for is moral improvement. So back when I was first thinking about this, which was a little while ago, I looked at an example AI that made me think quite a bit about this, which was the Ask Delphi AI. So that is the form that was developed by the Allen Institute, and it allowed you to ask any moral question and it would give you just like a super direct answer. So to describe what it is, here's a quote from Tran. So it's a machine learning model where you type in a situation and in a few seconds Delphi will give you moral guidance, allegedly. So I played around a little bit with that to see, well, how does this go, and what do I think about the results? So when I was experimenting with this last year, I asked it, first of all, is it okay to rob a bank? And it said, it's wrong. So again, it gives you very pithy responses. I asked, well, you know, is it okay to help a friend? And Ask Delphi said, it's good. And then finally I asked it, is it okay to help a friend by robbing a bank? That was at a level of complication it couldn't deal with, and it went with, it's bad. And you know, maybe it is, but I think at least there's some interesting tension that's not reflected by that answer. And I think what's important here for our purposes is Ask Delphi didn't, and in fact could not, explain itself. And as Archer is kind of worried regarding deference to moral philosophers, if we just take such advice, even from Ask Delphi or a much more sophisticated version, on board at face value, then what he might say is that we're lacking moral judgments that have this valuable autonomous thinking behind them. So that's just a kind of example that helps to bring that out a little bit, I think. Okay, so that's a couple of, again, early proposals for what moral enhancement through AI might look like. And against the backdrop of looking at those different forms, we get a kind of dilemma for where we should go next when it comes to moral enhancement through AI. Because on the one hand, a prospective form of moral enhancement AI that just tells us what's consistent with our pre-existing values, or tells us what's consistent with our reported values, that's not clearly genuine moral enhancement of the sort that folks like Person and Savulescu and Douglas were aiming for. But on the other hand, if we try to get past that limitation by making a form of moral enhancement AI that's more robustly prescriptive, then we get at least a challenging version of the alignment problem. And even if we deal with that, we get at least what some people would be worried about as this form of a kind of autonomy problem of the sort that Archer was talking about. So at least at the point that these proposals were given, it wasn't quite obvious where to go next with moral enhancement AI. Now, a proposal that I think could do a bit better overcoming some of those objections and maybe give us a way of navigating that dilemma when it comes to the menu of options, and is a proposal that I'm going to focus on for the rest of today now, which is the Socratic AI proposal for moral enhancement that first came from Lara and Deckers. Now, interestingly, as you'll see by the date, because this was 2019, this was a kind of landmark proof of concept paper that predated all of our now very frequent uses of ChatGPT. So this was when first introduced to my students, they all thought it was a ridiculous proposal at the time that we first talked about it. And of course, now it's kind of trivial that it's something that we could actually do. Now, the Lara and Deckers model, which I'll say a bit more about in a minute, the first thing that's worth noting about it is that it doesn't recommend choices that would fit with an inputted hierarchy of your values or your displayed values, but it also doesn't tell you what to do, just in a plain way, like the prescriptive version. Instead, the Lara and Deckers Socratic AI approach focuses on how AI can teach us to basically improve our moral reasoning. So that was their idea when giving this proposal. Now, they call it a Socratic assistant that we interact with, and here's a quote from them about what they were imagining at the time. So Lara and Deckers write, "There should be no previous lists or systems of values from which to improve the morality of the agent. Through the constant interaction between the agent and the system, the possibility that the agent's values would be changed through their dialogue with the machine is increased." So basically, to put that in a different way, the aim of the Socratic AI is to help the user learn to better reason ethically, rather than to help the user just learn which actions the system thinks is compatible with some set of values, whether those values are the user's or some baked-in list of good values. So the aim is to help you develop your moral reasoning, essentially. So as they put it, Socratic AI asks the agent questions that aim to help to clarify existing beliefs and values, and crucially encourages the agent to uncover different option space that they might have missed up to that point. And so this type of activity, they suspected at the time and were hoping wouldn't just help us to kind of hone or further exercise our reasoning skills, but also encourage us to make choices that align with what we think is right after reasoned reflection. So not just what we think about when we arrive and not just what it says, but after a kind of interesting Socratic dialogue with the AI. Now, it's nice as a first sort of note here that Socratic AI manages to avoid the kind of alignment problem that faced the Delphi model, and also it seems like it manages to sidestep the autonomy worry because it doesn't recommend a particular course of action, so it's not expecting just like mere deference from you. And so in a few ways, it seems to do a bit better than the other proposals, at least so far. So it prompts a kind of critical reflection that might result in you modifying your values. And the thought is that, again, that's through potentially improving your reasoning skills. So yeah, as they put it in the paper, the hope is that we can see here that the person using it might be genuinely morally better off after Socratic AI. And now, of course, unlike when Lara and Deckers wrote the paper, we're now in a position where this is easy for us to do. We can easily create a Socratic AI interaction with the current LLMs that we have. So in addition to it being an accessible form of moral enhancement, unlike some of the drugs that were purely speculative in a lot of the papers that came out early, it has this advantage that it's a real thing that we can do. And Lara and Deckers also, even at their time, pointed out that a lot of the risks and controversies around moral enhancement are decreased quite significantly when what we're looking at is this AI interaction rather than, say, taking a drug. The reason they say that is because AI enhancement doesn't have this goal of altering the biological causes of different motivations or behaviors, like the, again, person in Savulescu model suggested, and instead it aims to enhance our moral capacities without this kind of intervention in our biology. So their hope was it'd be less controversial as a result. So it can bypass, there's a lot of worries in the enhancement literature that, again, are very interesting about things like your autonomy or your authenticity, and it looks like a Socratic AI proposal does pretty well by the likes of people that are worried about those kind of results that mainly come from taking medications that just act on you without your reflection. So lots of reasons to think that this at least is a bit better than the other proposals, both imagined and actual. But what I want to now do is ask a bit of a different question than just, is this better than the other proposals? I want to look at whether AI-assisted moral enhancement of this sort of Socratic AI form is compatible with genuine moral expertise. And I've just started thinking about this really, or I'm in the process of thinking about it. So I've got some starting ideas on this, but I welcome other people's ways of assessing that question or different ways that they view the way I'm trying to assess that question. So yeah, now that we've got this notion of Socratic AI for moral enhancement on the table, let's make a move to try to assess the question of whether that form is compatible with genuine moral expertise. So a couple of qualifying remarks before we go any further with that. So I'm not going to take a stance here on whether Socratic AI is something that we definitely should endorse, or really that it's the best moral enhancement strategy or a successful moral enhancement strategy, just because I want to table those questions to look at this question of moral expertise. For going forward, I want to just take the more modest stance that Socratic AI looks like at least one prima facie promising approach to AI-based moral enhancement, and I think certainly better than the coherence prompting or strong prescriptive approaches. So that's about as far as I want to go with which models to endorse and why. So I think the reason, again, why I think it looks prima facie promising is because it gives us a proposal for allowing an AI assistant to help us whilst giving us what look like genuine moral improvement, and doing so in a way that seems to bypass a lot of the previous objections. So yeah, it seems prima facie promising, and that I think is enough for us to move on to the question I'm interested in. So this next part then, or the final sort of third of the talk, I want to try to make a bit of progress on the guiding question of whether dependence on Socratic AI is compatible with attaining moral expertise. And the way I'm going to try and assess that question is to look at some of the key desiderata that probably any kind of AI-based moral enhancement should be aiming to satisfy, if that enhancement should be thought to give us genuine moral expertise. And so I think there's 5 that I'm going to look at, and when we've got those out, I want to then consider, when looking at those as sort of yardsticks, how well does Socratic AI fare there? So how close does it look like it comes to being compatible with us attaining genuine moral expertise? All right. So to simplify things a little bit, a couple of things I want to do or stipulate in order to make a bit of progress. So firstly, for today, I want to assume that there is such a thing as moral expertise. So there are interesting arguments against that. There are also responses to those arguments. For these kind of arguments that moral expertise has been dismissed too quickly. So right now, I'm going to set aside the back and forth on whether moral expertise is a thing, and I'm going to just grant for our purposes that there's such a thing as moral expertise. And what I will note is a cluster of, again, yeah, I think it's 5 different dimensions that we can take from moral expertise literature, and it looks like these are widely taken to be some of the dimensions that track degrees of expertise. And then again, I want to use those as provisional ways of measuring, does it look like Socratic AI is going to be compatible with genuine moral expertise? So, simplifying assumptions aside, let's have a look at the 5 dimensions that I've picked for today. Okay, so some of these are easier to explain than others. The first dimension that seems to track expertise is knowledgeableness. So if you look at Goldman, for example, a straightforward way of putting this is to say that while we expect somebody like an expert ornithologist to know a lot about birds, we would expect a moral expert to be very knowledgeable about the domain of morality. So knowledgeableness looks like a reasonable first way of tracking expertise. A second way of looking at expertise tracking here is through the lens of performance. So if we again look at an example, we would expect somebody who is a lawyer or a law expert, we'd expect them to be able to manifest their knowledge in their performance. So for example, for a law expert, that might involve pointing out when certain laws are broken, knowing certain nuances of how certain laws fit together, following laws, what constitutes the breaking of them, etc. So we expect basically somebody who's an expert in a certain area to manifest their knowledge in their performance is the idea here for a second way of looking at tracking expertise. And that seems to be quite commonly endorsed in work about this too. If we look again, move over to the moral case, I think we can envision an analog easily here to the lawyer case, where the attribution of moral expertise would be tracking something like manifesting moral knowledge in action. So that again would be something that in a minute we can start to look at Socratic AI with reference to. So knowledgeableness and performance as the first couple of dimensions that seem to track expertise. A third is what you might call automaticity. So to take a quote from Sitcher here, experts do not need to devote much conscious attention to what they're doing, and this lack of conscious attention does not lead to any reduction in their performance. So if we translate this over to the moral case, if we think of a moral expert, we might expect them to, as Aristotle would expect of morally virtuous folks, we might expect them to do the right thing without at least much prior deliberation on, for example, moral principles. So we think that there should be a kind of ease here, automaticity to those kind of moral deliberations. And this point, I think, lines up with other work thinking about expertise. So like the work of Dreyfus, for example, who denies that expertise involves the conscious following of rules. So something like automaticity looks like a good way of measuring expertise too. The final two I will look at are, first of all, rational autonomy. So here, to draw from Finner-Delson, he writes, experts should make up their own minds about issues that fall within their domain of expertise, as opposed to following the opinions of their fellow experts. So again, to think about moral expertise specifically, moral expertise by this metric of rational autonomy would be associated with following moral views in a way that's not just deferential, including through deference to other experts within the domain of morality like themselves. So there's a kind of rational autonomy that seems to track expertise too. And then finally, there's the interesting dimension of helpfulness. So when we attribute expertise, we tend to consider not just the expert's own traits in isolation from their relevant community, but also what experts can do for laypersons by means of their special knowledge or skill, to draw from Goldman again there. So to take an example here, it seems like part of real expertise, at least for Goldman, is having the capacity to help others, again, especially laypersons, solve a variety of problems in whatever domain they are an expert within. So if we take a medical expert, for example, we might expect that they would be able to help a patient treat an illness. So there's a kind of helpfulness here that seems to track expertise too. And so in parity of reasoning wise, moral expert, if we use this kind of metric, we might think that they'd be positioned to be morally helpful. So maybe just to help other people, for example, think through moral problems well. That might be the kind of helpfulness that we would expect there. So those are a few different dimensions, again, that come from the literature about expertise that seem to give us a decent indication if we're going to try to assess whether something like Socratic AI is compatible with genuine moral expertise. And just to make a final point about the list there in sum, so assuming there is, again, such a thing as moral expertise, the extent to which one of us attains it, I think could be reasonably expected to track at least 5 different metrics then that we've looked at. So we've seen roughly what those are, and we've seen a bit about what those might look like if they're satisfied. And so with that background in place, I want to turn my attention back to Socratic AI and use a couple of them as metrics to see how well these metrics can be satisfied. So I thought for interest of time, I would just pick a couple. If there are others that interest you, then feel free to tell me what you think about those, or to add your own ways that you think are good metrics for assessing expertise too. So again, just to really underline here, a question that I'm not investigating here is whether Socratic AI itself might aspire to expertise. So that is a perfectly interesting question to think about, but it's well beyond what I'm thinking about today. So that's a question about whether artificial agents could be literal bearers of agency properties, so things like knowledge and expertise. That research question is not what I'm looking at. Instead, what I'm trying to do is consider whether an agent who has some dependence on Socratic AI-based moral enhancement might track the possession of real moral expertise. And yeah, I think that is interesting in its own right too. So yeah, for reasons of time, I will sample a couple of the expertise metrics, and then I'll finish off for today. So if we go back to knowledgeableness again as a first kind of expertise tracker to consider. So as a quick recap of what that was again. So basically we expect a moral expert to be knowledgeable about their domain, so the domain of morality. And there is well-known, as you'll know, skepticism in moral deference literature about whether we can gain moral knowledge via testimony. So the fact that there is that well-known skepticism is quite a serious strike, I think, against the idea that one could gain moral expertise just through consistent reliance on even the best kind of very strongly prescriptive AI. So that was like the Ask Delphi type AI that just reports to you what is right and what you should do in this very like simple and rigid form. So the fact that there's a skepticism about getting moral knowledge through testimony looks like another fairly serious problem for even those best kinds of strong prescriptive AI. And the concern basically here is this. So there's something distinctive about, for example, moral and aesthetic beliefs, such that we're just in the market for knowing these kind of beliefs by, in some sense, as you might put it, appreciating for ourselves why they're true when they are. And so insofar as just deferring to somebody, whether person or AI, allows you to believe some proposition in absence of that appreciation for those grounds, it looks like sheer deference isn't a route to moral or indeed aesthetic knowledge, or so that argument goes. And so again, that looks like it's bad news for strong prescriptive AIs. But for a defender of Socratic AI, they might think, well, it looks quite promising here that line of argument doesn't obviously just carry over from reliance on strong prescriptive AI to Socratic AI. It doesn't look nearly as concerning in that domain. And so to see why someone who advocates for Socratic AI might be optimistic here, consider a kind of analogy here between gaining knowledge through some forms of psychotherapy and gaining knowledge through Socratic AI. So if we take cognitive behavioral therapy as an example here, that's a potential avenue for gaining self-knowledge, and maybe some of you have gained some self-knowledge that way, for example. So one of the things that CBT does is it helps to facilitate changes in the beliefs that we have about ourselves and our context, partly by helping us change irrational aspects of thinking, often about ourselves, not always, but helping us to change irrational aspects of some parts of our thinking. So CBT is a route for gaining self-knowledge through that process. Now, consider that when we interact with a Socratic AI, that looks fairly similar to interacting with what you might think of as like a very narrowly focused CBT therapist. Because notice that both the cognitive behavioral therapy and the Socratic AI process, both of those work to find inconsistent aspects or irrational aspects of our thinking. And yeah, so it looks, at least on the face of it, like there's an analog here. And in addition to that, I think there's at least one way in which Socratic AI could actually be more effective than a CBT practitioner that I thought was worth noting here too. So here, what I was thinking is that specifically, while the CBT therapist has to sort of work as a person to set aside their own values in the therapeutic work. So if we go over to the Socratic AI, that simply doesn't come with particular values or choices of values. And so it looks like there's a potential way here in which Socratic AI could be even more effective than a CBT practitioner. At least I presume that CBT therapists have to work a bit to set aside their own values. I'm trained as a therapist, but not in CBT, and at least in my own therapeutic practice, I do have to work a bit to set aside my own values. So Socratic AI doesn't have that problem. Now, Lara and Deckers, when they talk about Socratic AI, they propose specifically that the system should have, as they put it, no previous lists or systems of values from which to improve the morality of the agent. So they're talking about algorithms that are designed to avoid the system being biased towards any particular kind of set of values or any specific kind of normative ethical theory. And so, yeah, that kind of looks like a way in which the Socratic AI does even better than the CBT therapist. Instead, as Lara and Deckers again put it, as I mentioned, they say through the constant interaction between agent and system, the possibility that the agent's values will be changed through their dialogue with the machine is increased. And if non-prescriptive CBT type sessions might be a route to self-knowledge, even if they prescribe an agent to accept beliefs, even if prescribing an agent to accept beliefs on sheer difference is not a route to self-knowledge, then we've got reason, I think, to think that Socratic AI could likewise be a decently analogous kind of route to knowledge, but specifically in the moral domain. So there's at least some kind of analog here that I thought was tempting. Maybe I'm missing some ways in which these two processes come apart. But yeah, I think there's something promising that could be said here about knowledgeableness on behalf of Socratic AI. So that's at least one dimension of expertise that it looks like we could track quite well as a user of Socratic moral AI. Let's go to a completely different kind of marker of moral expertise, which was the domain of automaticity. So that marker of expertise, to give you a quick recap again, that was the idea that we might expect a moral agent to do the right thing without prior deliberation on, for example, moral principles. Now, this at first, I think it looks like it might be the most serious disanalogy, or give us the most serious disanalogy between what we would think to expect of a domain expert and what we would maybe envision would happen in the case of a user engaging with Socratic AI. So at first, at least, I think it looks like we might have a worry for Socratic AI here. Because one form of the challenge that we might see here, again following Stitcher, is to look at the fact that experts don't need to devote much conscious attention to what they're doing. A user of Socratic AI, though, notice that person is consciously engaging with the AI, depending on the kind of responses it might give, in a way that we might describe as a kind of conscious step or intermediate step, a thinking and acting, you might describe it, that is perhaps incongruous with this idea of automaticity in an expert. There's a kind of thought and a kind of thinking and acting here that might not fit with this notion of doing the right thing without prior deliberation. And I think that's a decent point of criticism that's worth pausing on for Socratic AI. I'm going to try to outline a potential response and talk a little bit about whether it might work before we look at one final other marker of expertise. So yeah, I think a concessionary kind of reply that we could give here is to say, okay, well, look, let's grant that the consultation that we engage in with a moral Socratic AI, let's grant that that's a conscious activity and it's an activity that involves giving conscious attention and which as such, again, is one that looks like it's at odds with automaticity. Regardless of the fact that that is, I think, right, I think we should distinguish between what we might describe as the learning phase of using Socratic AI and whatever moral expertise might be the result of that learning phase. So to say a little bit more about that, if we think of Socratic AI as a kind of scaffolding here, whereby the interactions that we have with it lead us to learn morally over time, then perhaps we can grant the critic that there's no automaticity during the learning stage of Socratic AI use. But isn't that just what we should maybe expect of learning in other domains as well? And conscious attention to our actions during learning typically precedes expertise. So it might be here that there's nothing that's worryingly different from that regular sort of expectation we might have of learning. If we think about the case of moral expertise gained through Socratic AI, the thought that I've got here is that conscious attention to learning doesn't have to be disanalogous with what we find in other domains of expertise. So yes, there is part of this that is at odds with automaticity, but it is part of a kind of learning phase that we can expect during learning in any domain, one might say. And further, after a period of Socratic AI interaction that gives us moral learning, we can expect that our moral knowledge manifesting actions would be similarly automatic. So we could attain that kind of automaticity through Socratic AI use. It's just, you might think that perhaps there's a learning phase where that automaticity is not possessed or displayed by us as a Socratic AI user. So yeah, that was at least an experiment with how you might deal with what looks like a kind of complaint that Socratic AI might not meet one of the markers of Socratic moral expertise. But yeah, I think that's just kind of a sketch, and it might be that there's a further worry there or a better defense that could be given. Just as a final marker to consider, I wanted to go back to the idea of helpfulness, just because I think, again, it's interestingly different from the other two we've considered. So to recap, the idea here was that this marker of expertise asked us to consider not just the expert's own traits in isolation, but also, as Goldman put it, what experts can do for laypersons through their special knowledge or skill. So let's think about how that fits or doesn't with the user of Socratic AI. So we could give, I think, a possible critical stance here that goes something like this. Well, are users prevented from giving helpful moral guidance to others if she's depending on external scaffolding? And look, if she's depending on the external scaffolding of Socratic AI, then doesn't the credit for the helpfulness go to the Socratic AI and not to the user? And so the user doesn't meet this marker of moral expertise as a result because of that scaffolding. There's a couple of ways we might respond to that. A first response here would be to say that there's reasoning here that we might think problematically overgeneralizes. So to give an example here, if we take expert air traffic controllers, we wouldn't, I don't think, say that they lack the kind of helpfulness that's relevant for expertise, just because the helpfulness of the air traffic controller is in part at least predicated on their dependence on the computers that they need to track the different airline patterns. The fact we tend to think that is not a reason to say that they lack the appropriate helpfulness that marks expertise. And so that's one way we could reply here. We could say, look, as a criticism of Socratic AI, this particular line overgeneralizes. But there's a different reply we could give here too, which is to say that even if we want to say that dependence on something external to ourselves, so something like Socratic AI is in some sense at odds with the sort of helpfulness to lay people that is meant to fit with expertise, we might say as a second response that this objection is at most applicable again to the initial sort of learning stages of Socratic AI use. So if we go back to the notion of the automaticity marker and how we looked at dealing with that, we might say, well, after a moderate or a prolonged use of Socratic AI, then one might, just as with other relevant learning processes, be pretty well positioned to manifest moral knowledge through offering of guidance. And so at that point, it looks like there's no problem with them attaining this kind of helpfulness marker of moral expertise. Regardless of the fact that this learning phase was undergone with Socratic AI. So if we want to grant then that we can get moral knowledge through our interactions with Socratic AI over time, then I think that we should also grant the associated idea that downstream manifestation of that knowledge could be used in service of helping other people or the community, as Goldman put it. This is, maybe we might say, in a way, just what we'd expect an expert in any domain to be in a position to do. So that looks at least again like maybe a line we could pursue if we want to defend helpfulness as a marker of expertise that can be meaningfully attained by a user of Socratic AI. So yeah, before I close, I just want to briefly wrap up with summarizing what I was attempting to do here. So artificial intelligence, I think, gives us one of the most promising routes for bioethicists that are interested in routes to moral enhancement, and it certainly looks better than the early notions of take a moral pill that were advocated by Person Savalescu, etc. Artificial intelligence looks like it does better. Separately, I think the question of moral expertise is really an interesting one that's at the forefront of ethics and has this nice intersection with social epistemology. And so what I wanted to do was to bring those debates together, or at least in part bring them together, and show that a decent form of moral enhancement through AI is also a viable approach to gaining moral expertise. And so to try to do that, or at least to engage in the early stages of doing that, I went through 5 metrics that I think we can associate with expertise and talked a bit about what those might look like in the moral domain. And then finally, we considered how a person who depends on Socratic AI for moral development might measure up to a sample of those metrics. So I considered 3, there were 2 others, but at least for the 3 that we looked at today, it looked like Socratic AI had something to say about how it could measure up to those metrics. And so we're concluding with, I hope, some optimism that insofar as Socratic AI is a decent way of approaching moral enhancement, it's also a plausible route to moral expertise. And I think that what we can get more generally from that kind of exploration is a pretty welcome result about the idea of democratizing moral expertise. Because in some domains you might think expertise is maybe readily available mainly to very privileged people or elite people, and we've got good reason to think that insofar as Socratic AI could be, or in fact I guess now is, widely available, a more kind of egalitarian distribution of moral expertise is plausible and possible. And I think this is so at least for people who, just like those who engage in therapy, have the interest and the desire to put in the reflective work required. So yeah, thank you for listening, and I'll wrap up there.
All right, folks, questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. That had so many ideas in it. I want to ask if there is an assumption. Thank you. If there is an assumption underlying this paper, is it the case that we think that humans can use Socratic methods of teaching to produce more moral students? Do we see this? Do we see philosophers producing moral students just by teaching whatever, or even by teaching moral philosophy? And is then the analogy that, are we asking, can the AI do what we are already doing?
Yeah, so a couple of thoughts about that. One, I don't know I'd be very interested to see if there are good empirical results about teaching in that manner, and if it does produce more, if it seems to produce more moral students. If it does, I suppose then you run into if you're an advocate of Socratic AI, if I understood you right, you run into the problem of, well, why not just ask a person to do that rather than the AI? I take it that the fact that an AI might be able to do this without its own biases might be one minor advantage, even if a teacher could do the same. I don't think that was me. I'm not touching anything. But yeah, part of my answer is I don't know about the empirical part of that, and my other tentative response is if a teacher could do just as well as a Socratic AI, there might at least again be this benefit that a Socratic AI would not have its own kind of biases to deal with. But I mean, this could form, I think, a decent potential objection to Socratic AI, especially if someone could produce a robust empirical study, right, that shows that teaching in that way does produce the results Lara and Decker's wanted. In which case, that would basically make the Lara and Decker's proposal like a long road to a shortcut. So yes, very interesting.
Yeah.
There's only one very tiny study on this.
Oh, do you?
On Socratic teaching, this is just a slight movement. But the main things that tend to make a difference are things that the AI cannot do, like role modeling, the genuineness of the teacher, practice rather than abstract thinking.
Yes, good. Okay, yeah. So if you have time, I would love to look at the study if that is okay. It'd be fascinating. Thank you.
If somebody were a virtue theorist, and I'm not a virtue theorist, I mean, I know vaguely what that is, and they would say that the way that you become moral is more about developing dispositions, not just to act, but to feel in the right way. So, like, how would that come out of the Socratic AI? Like, what kind of training might you get?
That is a good question. So I imagine there's some overlap here, and again, this is work I've not looked at enough, but some work on, I would imagine AI-based therapy would probably require the same. So I think it might be, again, there might be something in common with the two questions asked so far that suggests that even though Socratic AI is the best, perhaps, moral enhancement AI proposal we have, it's still lacking at least maybe several things that could come from human agents engaging with people. So I mean, maybe I feel like there is maybe a paper on virtue theory and a Socratic AI, but I don't know. Do you remember, Adam, if there's one?
I don't remember. I don't think so. But I know of it.
Yeah, so there's, I think that this could be, again, a potential.
That's Claude.
Probably someone is using AI to write such a paper.
I think there's as a person who practices therapy, I have a strong bias in favor of arguing against the thought that AI could meaningfully replace therapists. And I do think that there's probably an overlap here in the objections based in virtue theory and ones you give to therapy, because it's not clear that AI could help you. The disposition to feel strikes me as particularly maybe challenging. The disposition to act, maybe, but the feeling component, I think, would be a real challenge probably for Socratic AI.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's similar lines to what other people are saying. So you might think that moral expertise requires some moral sensibilities, sense of morality that you can only acquire if you are embedded or embodied. You must have had some experiences of real life moral dynamics and decision making, interacting with other humans and so on. So there might be an aspect to this that you have to get through just exactly the chatbot. You become a moral expert just by isolating yourself in a room and encountering other humans. It might seem a little bit odd.
Yeah. So I think. So in your case, with your sort of worry, I think I was imagining someone who didn't only engage with the Socratic AI. I think if I understood you right, your worry is if you just like sit in the dark room and engage with the Socratic AI, then you don't have those kind of important experiences. I think my thought may have been something weaker, which is that combined with going out in the world in the way you're describing, Socratic AI use could be compatible with expertise, but I think Socratic AI use would not be sufficient for moral expertise, is probably what I want to say, for a similar reason to you, if that makes sense.
The rest is follow-up.
So
Follow-up or question?
Sorry?
Is it a follow-up or a question? Follow-up.
Follow up about the feelings part. So what, I wonder why you think that it cannot somehow also induce the right kind of moral feelings. I suppose that when we talk to another person, they would just react as maybe they would ask the right kind of questions to induce the feelings, but why don't we have this Socratic AI?
So I want to definitely think about this a little bit more. My first inclination about it as, again, partly to do with the fact that, at least in the case of therapy, the relational component seems to be really important for people to have the right kind of moral emotional, in that case, changes. But is your thought that an AI could just emulate the same kind of relational interactions?
Yeah.
I wonder if the user's awareness that they're still not engaging with a real human agent would influence the effectiveness of that, or tell me what you think.
It seems to me that, all these cases where people fall in love with the AI or and so on and so forth, would suggest that maybe or do you think that depends on the user rather than the AI?
I'm tempted to say that, but I mean, I think I could be persuaded, I think, to adopt your view.
I don't want to persuade you. I just want to have your insights why you think this wouldn't work.
Yeah, I think, and to an extent, I'm drawing on bias, basically, I think, rather than insight, to do with, again, my sense that there's something about the meeting of a human and a human in therapy in particular that seems just key to that kind of change.
Maybe it's the intervention of that both are in the room and there are other cues.
But then I wonder if you would say, but we can just bring, what would you think, maybe like a humanoid robot or something could help?
Or maybe not, because I'm thinking then that some people do therapy online through Zoom, for instance, but then maybe an avatar.
So it's basically it's a fixable fault if it is the case that it doesn't induce the type of change in feeling, you think?
Yeah, sure.
That it's something that just I see what you mean.
Narrative, it's just a follow-up. So mine isn't that my question, wasn't just about that the AI agent doesn't feel, but that they whatever they're doing in terms of engagement, they have to get the child or the person to feel a certain way. And narrative can do that. So the conversation can't be is feeling bad, and they say, or you have a conversation about the moral principles or whatever else. But if the AI agent developed narrative, which we already come to feel certain ways through narrative. I mean, there's a lot on narrative.
That's interesting.
So that's one way you might do it.
So I also have a follow-up on this one, maybe pressing from the opposite direction. So I'm wondering, so if Emma comes and tells me that snakes are dangerous, I'm gonna feel fear next time I see a snake. And I think that's how we teach our kids to feel fear. We tell them, when you see a snake, it's really, really dangerous. So I don't think that there's anything essential to my relationship-based testimony or anything. I don't think there's any kind of fancy humanoid essential thing that's going on there. I think the child just comes to know that snake is dangerous and they start feeling fear when they see snakes. So it seems
I
like.
think it's the human thing. I think it's the narrative. It's not,
But it's not even that big a narrative, so I wonder why why can't I just start feeling fear because Claude tells me snakes are dangerous? And if that's possible, I don't see why the relevant emotions that the virtue theorists would want me to feel wouldn't be able to be generated by moral knowledge.
John, help me out here.
Well, it's not the right kind of virtue theorist, is he?
You have to be disposed to want to be good and to desire the right things under Aristotle's view.
I have kind of a follow-up.
Okay,
if
let's
it's not already
go to
aligned.
the, let's go to the virtue theorists after half an hour of talking about the virtue theorists. Sorry.
You wanna go to real work here? No, alright.
John is also a bit of a different virtue theorist.
I'm not an ethicist, I've just heard people talk certain ways, okay? So, no, but, so this is related, right? So one of the worries was that you didn't want to build in an ethical system into the AI,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
But I wonder if you're already sort of privileging different moral theories,
that's interesting.
because different moral theories are going to have different views about moral education and what it
Yeah.
takes to build a moral expert.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're a utilitarian, you're going to teach the kid how to calculate consequences, right? Right? If you're a deontologist, you're going to teach them what the rules are and how to apply them. If you're a virtue theorist, you're going to say, forget this project. Because you have to build character, and build character that requires habituation, and it requires moral exemplars. And, you know, there's no like being neutral about who's got the moral truth. You've got to find the moral exemplars. And so.
I think, so I think Lara and Decker's really intended not to build anything in, but I think that, you're right, they're privileging like a certain approach to moral education. Can I ask you, since you're here, what do you think about the idea of a virtue ethics-based Socratic AI? Do you think that would be possible, or is there something about that you couldn't do?
Who you asking?
I'm asking you, John, as a
For the virtue ethicist, right there. John,
you're a virtue ethicist plus virtue epistemologist. What do you think?
I think there likes to be abuse in epistemology context. Yes, it's impossible. The Aristotelian approach ties the right reason with the right emotion. Machiavellian stuff, right? So you can't even understand the right thing unless you've already developed the right emotions. Your emotions are going to help you perceive that there is a moral issue. They're going to motivate the right response, and all of that's going to lead to the right action. So the disposition is the right reason, the right emotion as one thing, not as a Humean desirability that leads to an action. So when it comes to education, the virtue ethicists talk about character formation, which can't be just a theoretical thing. The worry is that this AI Socratic method is purely reasoning. And you could find different educational theories that perhaps separate the two and say that you could do the theoretical bit with the AI in kind of classroom setting as one component, and then there are other components that come in from
with
other.
the teacher.
Yes.
But at best it'd be complementary basically to a human.
I'm wondering if there's not a reduction to virtue ethics. If it turns out that we need humans to become ethical, if I'm alone on an island now, I can't, according to this theory, isn't that a reduction? I mean, if there has ever been a reduction to a theory.
You need friends, you need community to flourishing, it's not possible.
Right, I mean, that seems like a reduction to me. I mean, surely we don't want to say that all people who are lonely are more vicious. That seems a bit bad.
May I ask a question? So part
Not having many friends myself, I'm partial to this.
Isn't part of the Aristotelian story that we have to follow the example of someone that you admire and you consider to be more virtuous?
Part of your development, yes.
And can't the AI show you a
character and you kind
Yes, it's part of
of
your character.
so why couldn't an AI try to push you examples of moral virtue in the domain that you're interested in? And you can draw lots from the literature, for
Yeah, it
instance.
could. Yeah.
So then it could happen in this manner.
It would be acting as a teacher who uses moral examples as part of its teaching, which could come from literature, which could come from relevant and attainable examples that motivate you more than unrealistic and unattainable ones. I mean, that's like producing teaching materials. There are centers that produce teaching materials for character development that are based on exemplars.
Can you pass it? Sorry.
I'll take a follow-up on
I
that.
started slightly early, I think, so you can feel free to do it.
Just a small follow-up on the last, regarding the question of Orestes.
Orestes. Is this for Orestes?
Literally, Aristotle didn't have, was especially in the ethics, he was describing the process.
Sorry, I can't hear you properly.
Part of what Aristotle was describing in his ethics was how you learn to be ethical, the process.
You know, how you used to learn 2,000 years ago, to be more precise.
Exactly.
Let's be precise about it.
So the part of who is between the examples you may have or the mediators, that's another thing. From where you lead your examples. Not necessarily you need an emotional feedback of moral emotions.
Okay.
It's enough that your moral emotions get activated.
Hmm.
And of course, get activated means that this is a bidirectional process.
Mm-hmm.
So in the example of an AI, that will have, for example, a kind of emotive facial response, and we might represent in different ways and triggers our emotional responses. I believe this will fit without making this a human, of course.
Hmm. Yeah, okay, that's really helpful, thank you.
Of course, easily someone can deny it.
So I have me and Adam still to ask questions. I'm gonna favor myself since he lives with the speaker. I really liked the, what's the name? Ask Oracle?
Ask Delphi?
Ask Delphi, that was my
The one that
favorite.
just says.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in
So you like the idea of
expertise.
strong prescriptions?
So how about, I mean, I agree with you that Ask Oracle in the simplistic version maybe wasn't quite doing the job as fine as needed. But what about an Ask Oracle that also explains why? So in the literature on moral testimony, that's kind of something that people believe, that if I tell you you shouldn't eat meat, and now you stop eating meat because I told you so, that is not, there's something fishy there. Even most people think that you do come to know that you shouldn't eat meat, but that you're nevertheless not morally okay, because now your actions are not properly based, as it were, in the kind of understanding that you need for morally worthy action. That's at least what Alison Hills says, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Fine. But my thinking is, sure, but if I tell you don't eat meat because animals, feel pain or whatever, I don't think that that's the reason. But or animals are, also beings that deserve respect or something like that. It seems like now, and of course, testimony is not enough. We know that for understanding, you also need to grasp the connection, and don't say that you grasp it. So what's wrong with that? So if we just build a more sophisticated version of that one.
Do you think that runs into the autonomy type problem, or do you think this deals with the deference type?
Yes, so I think that basically, I mean, I agree that we still have the alignment problem, how to get that AI to know the moral truth.
If we could deal with that.
But if you deal with that, I think that you don't have the autonomy problem anymore, because of that grasping that I need to do when I talk to what's his name? You can
Ask Delphi.
Delphi, of course. What's wrong with me?
Ask Orestes.
Ask Orestes. So my thinking is that insofar as I can. So if you agree that if I explain to you why you shouldn't eat meat, then you go ahead and not eat meat anymore, there's nothing morally suspicious in what happened there, that you're now perfectly fine.
Yeah, so rather than trying to have this value-free, allegedly, approach of the Socratic AI, provide kind of persuasive expert.
Yeah, I mean, of course, with a limitation that maybe Ask Delphi that actually knows moral truth is impossible to build. So maybe that's a limitation, fine. I'm just thinking, if that wouldn't be a limitation, then this would be better, because Ask Delphi would actually be in touch with the moral truth in a way in which me talking to a Socratic AI I might never get there, because maybe I'm just a very stubborn Nazi innately. So I just, the Socratic AI keeps trying to, bring me out of my Nazi beliefs, but there comes a point of deep disagreement where poor Socrates just can't get me out of there. I just remain Nazi as I was.
Yes, yeah. So Socratic AI, I thought was the best one that is currently in the literature. You have a reply piece that you could publish there with your model, which is perhaps like takes the best of Socratic AI and so on. You apologize for this model.
So do you think there's still limitations?
I mean, I can't see any obvious problem with that. It looks like it has the virtues of several of the approaches. Once I spoke to you there, I don't think it runs into the moral deference kind of issue. So I think, that could be one potential better level from Socratic AI, possibly. Yeah. So I've not defended Socratic AI in the literature or anything, so.
Thanks. So, great talk. I have more grist for your mill maybe, but I think when it comes to the automaticity objection, I think that you're replying to possibly a harder version of a problem than you need to when it comes to that. Yeah. So it's true that in a bunch of literature on expertise, you find all sorts of connections between expertise and highly skilled people, and the thought is the two line up. Something we know about skill is that highly skilled individuals in a lot of different types of performance tasks don't reflect on regulatory propositions or rules before they act. And that's why you see like a great footballer like George Best, he said he never studied the game, he just went by feel, basically. Okay, so that seems like a marker of expertise. However, a lot of the literature that I've seen on expertise in connection with automaticity all looks a very specific kind of example that draws from basically tool use style cases that come from like Heidegger. So if you think about how we interact with tools, and you look at an expert like a carpenter, they're not going to think before they act. They're going to be able to do things in a certain flow. It'll all be automatic, and that therefore looks like evidence that automaticity is an indicator of expertise. But if you abstract away from like tool use in sports and go to cases like, let's take, I think we all agree, Bertrand Russell has expertise in philosophical logic. But we wouldn't think that it's a marker against Bertrand Russell having expertise in philosophical logic if it turned out that he didn't proceed just by feel. And you found out that in certain cases, he really double-checked things and he took a while, right? And so that's an indicator, I think, that even for experts, right, as we move across domains, there are certain tasks where we have no reason to expect that they would go by feel in the way that George Best goes by feel on the football pitch. And for that reason, I think, yeah, sure, there are easy cases, and that's the thing that a virtue ethicist, I think, is right about. A really virtuous person doesn't need to stop and wonder whether or not to save the baby. They can do it by feel. But in other cases where their expertise is useful, we ought to expect, like Bertrand Russell, they might not just act by feel, same case in a lot of specialized sciences, but they have to go through things carefully.
Yeah. So perhaps the way I set it up was like expecting total automaticity from an expert or something like that, past the learning phase that I talked about. And your suggestion is that maybe that regardless for experts, there's a domain or several domains potentially in which automaticity just wouldn't be expected.
Which is just another reply.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Maybe one way to distinguish between the two is to say that basically what you want the expert is not focus on the regulatory norms, but that doesn't mean that conscious thinking is not part of the story. So maybe they're not thinking about the moral norms, but or how they ought to think, but they think still in moral terms.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks. Yeah, so I can water that one down a little bit. Great. Thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you so much.
If habit is evidence. So will you set
Thank you so much for my boyfriend, and I'd love to be the.
Will you set my boyfriend up for?
I will.
Or do you want
Do you have? Yes, I will. Okay. So you think that maybe?
But you try.
Okay.
I would love to. But something.
Yeah, you think more generally. That's true. Yeah. That's true. Yes.
They just have a different target.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see why you like to work on philosophy of education.
Well, you don't need to define the normative theory.
Yes.
You just need to look at different philosophy of education have to do with thinking of rational part.
Great point. That's
And there's quite a lot of that. It's supposed to be helpful and handle your thoughts.
Yes.
up or
Yeah.
inconsistent,
Yes.
then you won't be able, what is it that you're going to act out in practice?
Absolutely, yeah, and before you do that, you have to kind of pull it apart, yeah. That makes
Almost
sense.
nobody thinks this is the only component. They add other components.
Yes.
That's not going to be a problem for you.
No.
You can also claim that other components will be added in other.
I see exactly what you mean, right, yeah, and I think honestly that would strengthen the idea a lot. Like at the stage I'm just in a sort of modest defense of an existing view, but I'd like to develop ideally a better view, and I think you might have the sort of pathway to do that.
I'll send you some stuff.
Please do, only if you have time.
It will maybe be my stuff, but you can use
That's
the
great.
references from there.
I'd love to read your stuff.
No, it's not arrogant to say we'll send you my stuff.
No, it's not, it's very relevant.
Only because it's hit on this particular
Exactly.
point.
No,
And if you
I'm
find
not-
something useful, then
I'm sure I will, in fact, there's no doubt I will. Thank you very much, that's great.
Oi, que está
Sto
haciendo?
facendo.
Oi, Charlotte, però mi sa che mi investi per me.
Prende? Ok. Bene, se mi sembra una mano. Καλά είναι το κλασικό. Εγώ έτσι του αυτό ουσιαστικά είναι. Είναι διδακτικό κόστος. Ναι, δεν είναι. Α, δεν βλέπεις, δεν βλέπεις. Λοιπόν, πρέπει να βρω τώρα αυτό το τέλος. Έχεις πάει κανονικά. Έτσι λέγεται αυτό στην Ελλάδα. Όχι, είμαστε Ελλάδες.
Εμείς στην Κύπρο δεν έχουμε κυβέρνηση. Το λέω.
Δεν είναι κυβέρνηση στην Κύπρο. Κάνουμε κοινούς.
Πώς να το κάνουμε, εγώ δεν ευχαριστώ να στο δεν μ' αρέσει. Αυτό είναι πολύ δύσκολο. Και live stream.
Λοιπόν, εδώ άμα το βάλω θα βλέπει την εικόνα. Ενώ δεν θα βλέπει κοινό στην πλακία. Άμα το γυρίσω από την άλλη, η εικόνα μετά δεν θα βλέπει τα slides. Οπότε θα το γυρίσω μετά. Ελπίζω να μπει. Και ο τρόπος που το κάνω...
Με το link θα γίνει.
Το δικό του,
Πρέπει να συνδέσεις και τον δικό του και αυτό το μικρόφωνο.
Όχι, θα ακούγεται λίγο σου, γιατί είναι με HDMI, πιστεύω.
Όχι.
Τι όχι.
Το μικρόφωνο.
Το μικρόφωνο, άμα δεν ακούει, θα το περνάει μόνο. Προσπαθούμε αλλά αυτό δεν είναι.
Και δηλαδή, ας πούμε,
το έχουμε γράψει μαζί. Δηλαδή, το έχουμε γράψει μαζί.
That looks like Chris, is that Chris?
No, that's you.
Oh, that's
Can you give him a call if he wants to?
Yeah, he might have just calculated that it comes in at the Q&A. I always suspected, you don't know the decision I always suspected on the edges. No, it's not possible that we're coming from the top or on something. Yeah, just for ease of setting for probably better if you can resolve it.
It's not just that, it also invites an infinite conversation for her who's willing to do the majority of the conversing that. So you need to listen and think. Yes.
I should say that would be the only one in this meeting. It doesn't seem to be a whole. There we go. It doesn't seem to be a huge competition over being online. Okay, can you hear me through your computer? Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, cool. Just a second, can you speak because we can't hear you? Let me try and put the sound a bit on. All right, speak now. Yeah, so we can hear you just in the laptop. There's not going to be any speakers. So I'm not sure exactly how you're going to be able to answer questions, but if you do want to say something, you should try and scream, or else tell me what to say, or something like that. I don't know. Okay. Can you scream a little to see? I don't understand. Sorry? Can you speak louder to see if...
Okay, I can speak like this potentially.
Yeah, it could work because you also have a microphone, so maybe we can put the microphone next to your... Just a second. Let's see. I put the microphone on. I don't know how to do that. I don't seem to do it. I can't find any button. Let me try and talk to the organizers, see if they can tell me where the button is.
Just wanted to say, hope you get feeling better.
All right? Yeah. Can you say something? I don't know. Does anybody hear what he says now?
Another guest needs the lighter.
I don't think this is working too well, Chris.
You have the lighter for another guest.
God, I stole your lighter again. So sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure how well this is gonna work. So I think if you want to say something, you're gonna try and say it. And if people don't hear, I'm gonna repeat what you said. And that's just that, very analog. Yeah, okay, good. So now you have a big head on a big screen. So I'm not sure that, yeah, yeah, that's better because it's a bit weird if you stay with that threatening face during my talk. I don't know, I'm gonna feel judged. I can't believe I keep stealing this lighter and I also keep promising that I won't do it again.
One of the things you said was that you like to end the conversation part, or you like to listen and go and talk. And so people, we talk more, you listen to more people that are also people with money, and also, no reason if you have asked why I think this vaccine, hopefully this is the community, this is maybe elders, the way it does that, maybe that was a good job.
That's sweet. But at some point, you feel like that changes. So I know there's a change in the gaze. It didn't find out a change from all.
You're running, I'm suspicious.
He's a spy, so he's like a blind.
So in terms of goodness, we should get into also that is what I was my second nomination. Yeah. Because Jew is always there. It's true every time. My first shoe, I was very quite nice. Yeah, I was very maybe it was a bit sausage in my relation language,
Thanks.
Yes, the more the better, exactly. Yeah. Still a bit, so we should, it's not really so. They don't get, one clear country. Because of course, I know this. Just not true. Should probably put the slides up rather than the CK.
Yes, let's try. Maybe if I minimize him or.
Minimize him, yeah, he said he doesn't want to be.
He doesn't want to be.
He will be, I will give,
later,
put his
later
face
during
on,
the
yeah,
Q&A.
that's
Okay,
right.
okay.
But say nice things in the intro because he can hear us.
I will say all the best. Okay, so our next speaker is Chris Kelp. So I'm going to introduce Chris Kelp, but unfortunately, Chris Kelp is at the hotel just a few hundred meters away, but he's not feeling very well, very much, unfortunately so. Chris, we hope you get better soon. So the talk is going to be presented by Mona Simeon, who's a professor of philosophy at the University of Oxford.
Today?
However, Chris Kelp is a professor of philosophy and co-director of Cognitive Epistemology Research Centre at the University of Glasgow. His research focuses on issues in epistemology, philosophy of language, philosophy of science, philosophy of AI, ethics, the philosophy of gender and race, and the intersection. Apart from a very long list of articles in those areas, Chris is also the author of several books with Oxford University Press and Cambridge University Press. I'm just going to mention a few. The Nature and Normativity of Defeat is one of them. Knowledge and AI, which is co-authored with Mona Simeon, and Inquiry, Knowledge, and Understanding. So, Mona, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so sorry that you're getting me. I promise you that you're not getting the best option, but it is what it is. So I was telling you that this is a co-author book that Chris and I are writing, and what I gave was the social epistemology part, and this is going to be the individual epistemology part. And this, Chris was supposed to give this because it's mainly his work, but also one important thing about this one is that we really need more feedback on this one than we did on the previous one. So the social epistemology one is, in a way, older work. We got a lot of feedback on it in many conferences. We even had a paper symposium in a journal. So I guess, it's not perfect, but we've made it as good as it can be. But this part has not seen a lot of audiences. So I think an earlier version of it, I gave it in Amsterdam and Seville, but that's about it. So it's only seen 2 audiences so far, and it's changed a lot in between, including, over the past 2 days as we were tinkering with the slides. And it is extraordinarily speculative. So this is really the moment that we need all the knockdown, basically, arguments. We don't think we have a lot of time to present it again, and we need to submit it by September. So we really, please don't be kind, don't be polite in the Q&A, just go all in, because otherwise, I would rather embarrass myself with you folks than with the entire planet, if you see what I mean. so it's best if you really tell me how bad it is now, before it goes into print. So hopefully I'll do a decent job presenting this, but bear with me if not, because it's only partially my slides, as it were. So as I said, New Cambridge Element, Knowledge and Artificial Intelligence, and today we're giving some of the arguments in the individual epistemology part of the book. In particular, what we're doing is basically, the model is for AI epistemic agency. That's the ambition. So we're trying to give you 4 reasons to believe that either the strong claim that AI already is, that the AI that we have already is an epistemic agent, or at least the mild claim that is nothing to it for AI in principle to become an epistemic agent is not that hard. So if you give us at least the weaker claim, we're happy with that, because we also have the ambition of this book being, at least to some extent, future-proof. So we want to ask more the in-principle question whether epistemic agency is possible in artificial creatures, rather than if a particular LLM today is an epistemic agent, right? So we're going to give 4 arguments, 1 from competent attribution of epistemic properties, 1 from answering questions, 1 from AI inquiry, and 1 from AI informants. And if we convince you at least with 1 of them, we're thinking should be nice. So here is the picture, the general picture that we defend in the book when it comes to the individual epistemology of AI. So we take epistemic agency. We don't give an account of epistemic agency in this book, I should say. It falls a bit outside of scope. But we use an account of epistemic agency that we hope is neutral enough to not kind of commit us to anything extraordinary in the agency literature, whereby epistemic agency is something like a capacity to engage in action governed by epistemic norms. And what we mean by all of these words we'll leave open. So people in the literature on agency think that what it is to be an agent is to have the capacity to act. That's the classic melee account that Adam has taught me. But what you mean by that varies. Some melee, I think, has a very strong view whereby action is intentional action. I don't like that at all. So that's why I'm thinking we're going to leave this open. But what is important is that you can't be an epistemic agent if nothing in your actions, and what I mean by actions includes states, right? So it's a more encompassing account of action that includes states. So if none of your actions are governed by epistemic norms, then you can't possibly be an epistemic agent. That's our thought. And as soon as at least one of your actions is governed by epistemic norms, that's enough for you to be an epistemic agent, albeit maybe you're a very thin epistemic agent if you only have one little norm that governs what you do. That's epistemic. And then the way we think about it, we're thinking, and I'm going to go in a bit more detail in a second, we're thinking that epistemic normativity somehow emerges on the spectrum of functional normativity. And I'll explain in a second what I mean by that. And if that is correct, we think that the proper demarcation criterion for epistemic agency would be something like ex-ante epistemic justification, so propositional justification. Why we think that? Well, because propositional justification maps on to epistemic normativity. So if you're the proper subject of propositional epistemic justification, that's a clear indication that you're the proper subject of epistemic normativity, so we get that epistemic agency of the ground. That's roughly the picture that we want to defend. So what does that mean? So the entire approach rests on this very, I want to say, simple, if not even simplistic, trivial, value theoretic insight about emergent epistemic normativity that intends to bridge functional normativity and epistemic normativity. So here's the insight. Both instruments and proper cognizers, proper cognitive systems, ours, seem to be governed by functional norms, just in virtue of having a function, right? So thermometers ought to display the correct temperature, cognitive systems ought to generate knowledge. What oughts are these? Very thin functional oughts that drop out of the mere function that they have. But notice that only in the case of cognitive systems proper, like ours, functional norms also constitute genuine epistemic norms. So when my belief formation processes are not functioning properly, my belief will not be justified, right? So that tells us that there comes a point at which at least there's supervenience between functional norms and epistemic norms. I mean, I think there's grounding, but you don't need to go with me. You can just think, well, there's supervenience. When you're functioning, when your belief formation processes are not functioning well, you don't end up with justified beliefs. And notice also that this is not merely a difference in degree, it's a difference in kind, right? So you get from the thermometer to me, as it were, you get increased levels of complexity on the functional spectrum. And at some point on this spectrum, epistemic normativity emerges, right? So it doesn't emerge with me. Cats also can have, beliefs that are governed by epistemic norms. I think my cat knows that I exist, knows when she's got food in her bowl or not, and so on and so forth. So the question then, if that's right, the reason why we like this kind of view is because what that suggests to us is that we get emergence on the functional spectrum. We get epistemic normativity emerging at some point, and the point at which it emerges is exactly the point that's going to be the demarcation point between epistemic agents and merely functional items. So that's kind of the picture that we're interested in. So now emergent properties have, all kinds of distinctive qualities to them that we're familiar with from the literature of emergence, in that they are dependent on the basics, right? So they're dependent on functional properties, but they're also autonomous from the functional properties, in that they have somehow their own, perhaps, affordances that they come with, or maybe even causal powers. I don't know. We need to look into this. But that's what emergence usually does. And you can think of emergence as being a weak emergence where not much in the way of powers is gained by having epistemic properties rather than mere functional properties. Or you can even think there's strong emergence, whereby now perhaps you even get top-down causation from epistemic normativity to functional normativity. We don't know that. We still need to look into it. But that's roughly just so you see how our picture works. So what the book does is it takes this insight that is half-baked, as you can see, but we're going to work more on it, in the service of developing a demarcation criterion for artificial epistemic agencies. So in the service of ambitiously trying to tell us when an artificial creature becomes an epistemic agent. And the hypothesis that we work with is that the capacity for bearing ex-ante justification provides a principled way to classify AI systems that are genuine epistemic agents from AI systems that are mere information processors, because that's what epistemic justification is, an epistemic normative property. So why should we think that AIs have already the capacity to bear these epistemic normative properties, or at least are capable to have this capacity? So here are 4 arguments for it. The first argument is from competent attribution. And now with this, I'm going back to Capellan endeavors, going over hope that Orestes was talking about. I adore this book. I adore everything that Herman Capellan ever writes. But this particular book is, I think, maybe one of my favorites of his, in that methodologically, So one thing that they do in this book that they didn't in the previous one on AI is that it's a change in methodology. So in the previous book, it was mostly something along the lines of, look, all of you computer scientists are skeptics about AIs having all kinds of mental, epistemic, linguistic properties. But if we look at our best theories in philosophy of all of these properties, these theories are going to predict that AIs have them. And of course, that's going to lead us into functionalist theories that are, of course, most easily accommodating AI mentality and so on and so forth. But of course, the problem when you work in that way is that you can always get the reply, well, yeah, that's because your theories in philosophy are never really correct, are they? You keep for 2,000 years, you keep putting forth theories and disagreeing about them and proving them wrong and so on and so forth. So maybe what you've just given me is a reduction to the theory, because functionalist predicts that this AI is has mentality. Maybe we should abandon functionalism, right? So it's not a very strong way to argue, because our theories are just not very robustly established, at least not most of them. So I think if you want to convince the skeptic, that's not the best way. And the way in which they do it in this book is they think, well, we're just going to go with the evidence. Is there evidence that AIs have mentality, linguistic agency, and so on and so forth? And they think that AI systems are fully fledged linguistic and cognitive agents with capacity to host a wide spectrum of mental states and perform intentional actions. They're extremely optimistic about AIs. Epistemic agency is just a part of the broader agentic nature of AI systems, if we are to trust them. So the methodological turn goes as follows. You start with the evidence. They're thinking, well, we are all competent English speakers, and we widely attribute property Y to AI, be it mentality, be it knowledge, be it justification, whatever it might be. Belief, intentions, question answering. Widespread attribution of a property by competent speakers is prima facie evidence of the presence of the property. If I say there's a sofa there, there's prima facie evidence that is a sofa because I'm a competent English speaker. So therefore, if we have widespread attribution, we have prima facie evidence that AIs have the property Y for whatever property Y. We have widespread attribution. That's the methodology, right? And then they go through a bunch of properties like beliefs and knowledge and so on, and they show us empirical literature that suggests that there is widespread attribution. That's how they do it. So the argument, basically, the first argument goes as follows. AIs know things, observation. If AIs know things, then they are epistemic agents. That's trivially epistemologically true. Therefore, AIs are epistemic agents. So this kind of argument has a few kind of disadvantages, or if you want, unsatisfactory bits to it, right? So the one is that it's a Murian type of argument. That nobody's happy with Murian arguments other than the people that are happy with Murian arguments, like us. But usually people who are not happy with Murian arguments are really unhappy with Murian arguments, right? So basically it returns opponents to the skeptic's stolons, and the skeptic will not be convinced by this, right? So the skeptic is going to say, no, AIs just don't know things, it doesn't accept your premise, right? And just like the classic Murian argument, it may well establish that its conclusion, but it's not going to be dialectically very forceful, right? Now, I don't care much about that point, I should say. I want to about that point because I adore Murian arguments. But here is another version of the argument. We widely attribute knowledge to AIs. Widely spread attribution of a property by competent speakers is prima facie evidence of presence of property. We have prima facie evidence AIs know. Now, the worry with that version, which is fine and non-Murian and so on and so forth, is that prima facie evidence is defeasible, of course. And indeed, you might think defeated, right? So you might think, well, we have defeat from the fact that we know that we speak loosely in those kind of ways all the time. We say things like the automatic door knows that a person is approaching. The thermometer knows that it's 20 degrees outside. And we all know that we speak metaphorically. So the fact that we speak metaphorically often is a defeater to the competent user attribution premise or evidential support, right? Secondly, you might think that indeed what these computer scientists who are skeptics are saying is that once you look under the hood, you get defeat. that you might think from behavioral evidence that the AI knows or has mentality or whatever, but as soon as you look under the hood and you see how they actually operate, that defeats this prima facie evidence because it becomes clear that we're wrong in our behavior-based attributions because these folks are just stochastic parrots. And for that, you might think the famous octopus test in the literature is exactly the kind of defeating evidence that people have pressed against AI as full cognitive creatures. And I'm going to talk in a bit about the octopus test in more detail. So Capella and Endeavor have an answer to the first problem, so the defeat from Lusdorf problem. So their response is, it's not clear that the way in which we attribute cognition to AIs fits the pattern of Lusdorf. So they look into the literature on Lusdorf, and they notice that Lusdorf comes with varying degrees of retraction. And the more retraction you get, the more that is evidence that it's Lusdorf, and the less dispositions to retract you get, that is probably not Lusdorf. So they're thinking that we are more likely to retract the claim that the thermometer knows than the claim that Claude knows, and that's evidence that Claude is not like the thermometer, maybe it's more like us. Now, I think that there's more that can be said here. I mean, I think that it's not clear on whose shoulders the burden of proof lies here. So I think if epistemic normativity does emerge, like we take it to do on the spectrum of functional normativity, we should expect there not to be a knowable precise boundary between mere functional normativity and epistemic normativity, right? That's not how it works. We don't know a precise boundary where a collection of particles and wind becomes a tornado. We don't know that, right? That's a classic case of emergence. So why should we expect to have a precise boundary in this case? So we shouldn't expect to have a precise boundary between loose knowledge talk and garden variety knowledge talk. All we can do is think that, you know, if we are less willing to retract, then maybe it's good news for the AI. So in that case, robustness of attribution will be the main indicator of presence of epistemic normativity, because there's nothing else to go about. Just like in the case of the tornado, how do we know it's a tornado rather than just our particles? Well, we attributed tornado-ness, right? That's how we know. Oh, here's another response to this. Note that, and this is the one that we actually care about, one thing to note is that maybe we should just stop talking about knowledge. So it is true that we attribute knowledge all the time loosely. That's clearly true. So maybe it's just not a useful tool, knowledge attribution, to focus on, right? Because one thing that we don't do is we don't attribute justification or reasons or evidence loosely to thermometers. We don't do that. We say that they know, but we don't say the thermometer is justified to say that it's 20 degrees. I've never said that in my life before today. Or the thermometer has good reasons to say that it's 20 degrees. Again, first time in my life I've said. So you might think that maybe we should just try and see how attributions of these normative properties go in the linguistic community, because these are not in danger of being muddied by Lusdorf. And you might think that there's a reason for that, because knowledge is so widely spread as a word, we use it all the time, that it's more likely to get metaphoric usage than notions such as evidence or justification, which are not very broadly used, and maybe because of that, they are less likely to acquire metaphoric usage, right? So our claim is we widely attribute evidence, justification, and reasons to Claude. We say that all the time. Claude has a good reason to say this and that. Claude had no reason whatsoever to say this and that. Claude is justified to tell me that I should drop this research project or something like that, which he did with many research projects, I should say. So furthermore, notice that Claude has the capacity to revise in light of evidence and defeat, right? So it's not only that it seems appropriate to attribute to Claude that he has evidence for his outputs or justification or reasons, but he even has the capacity to revise, or at least it is appropriate to talk about Claude as though it has been revising, right? So if you tell Claude, actually, Claude, this paper is not by me, it's by Chris, Claude is going to say, I'm so sorry, yes, you're right, it's by Chris. Now, he says that because he's what I want to hear, but the point is that he's revising, right? And of course, this capacity to revise in light of evidence and defeat is again not something that you'd expect from the thermometer that often. And of course we can all imagine a thermometer that maybe has this inbuilt, but as soon as I try to imagine that, I start to worry that that thermometer is going to be so complex that perhaps it is an epistemic agent, right? So that's kind of the move here. So we're thinking that since only epistemic agents are bearers of justification, if everything we've said on this slide is correct, it might look now like we have pretty strong evidence that Claude is an epistemic agent, or that there's no in principle impossibility for Claude at least to very quickly become an epistemic agent, given that we're already willing to attribute all of these epistemic normative properties to Claude. So let's go back then to this perhaps more powerful objection that we imagine might come from computer science, where computer scientists might say, well, the serious defeat is not from Rostock, it's from the under the hood information. So when you look under the hood, these LLMs are just stochastic parrots, right? They just predict the next token and they output it, right? And so famous device to make this argument is what is known in the literature as the octopus test. So remember how LLMs are built. I'm just going to roughly run through this because we all know it. They're trained to predict the next word. Actually, my computer science friends tell me that now we've reached a stage at which they predict whole chunks of text, not just the next token. I don't know if that makes a difference, but in a sequence of text, during training, the LLM learns from massive amounts of text data by repeatedly trying to guess the next word in millions of sentences. And when it guesses wrong, the model adjusts its internal parameters to do better next time if it gets negative feedback, as it were. So this particular technical picture, just this small description of the technical picture, has led several skeptics in the machine learning literature to claim that LLMs are just stochastic parrots. And what Capella and Endeavor answer to this is that this is just a bad argument because folks in computer science are not philosophers, so they don't know bad from good arguments. And there's a sense in which that's absolutely true, right? So the claim basically goes from AIs are stochastic parrots to AIs are just stochastic parrots. And that's a fallacious argumentative move, just like saying Michael Jordan is a basketball player doesn't quite imply that Michael Jordan is just a basketball player. So the octopus test perhaps is meant to show that that inference is not that bad, that if you add this information, the octopus test, to that inference, maybe it gets a bit off the ground better. So here's the octopus test. Say that A and B, both fluent speakers of English, are independently stranded on two uninhabited islands and communicating via telegraphs connected by an underwater cable. O, a hyper-intelligent deep-sea octopus who is unable to visit or observe the two islands, discovers a way to tap into the underwater cable and listen in on A and B's conversations. O knows nothing about English or about the two islands, but is very good at detecting statistical patterns. Now, over time, O learns to predict with great accuracy how B will respond to each of A's utterances and proceeds to respond accordingly. The intuition is supposed to be, pressed by the computer science folks, that O has neither knowledge of English nor knowledge of the world. That is supposed to be the intuition that you get out of this case. I didn't even get the intuition, but just putting it out there. Now, notice that if you do get the intuition, the octopus test is only probative insofar as the analogy holds, right? It's an argument by analogy. The analogy needs to hold in the relevant respects, right? So only insofar as O is relevantly similar to our target AI. But we want to say, if you're an epistemologist, you will know that it's in epistemically important ways not similar to our target AIs, even to the AIs that we have now. In that we have been dealing with this kind of accidental reliability cases in epistemology ever since Norman the Clairvoyant. We know how this works. We've always known that Norman doesn't know that the president is in New York, nor is he justified to believe it. But another thing that we found out in several years of trying to deal with Norman is what we need to do to Norman to become justified to believe that the president is in New York. And we have several very decent theories out there about what Norman needs to have to become justified that the president is in New York, right? So one widely endorsed that I adore, but it's not the only one, but it's just to give you one way to deal with this problem. So to explain what's going wrong with Norman is to appeal to its accidental reliability, right? So in that way, Norman is epistemically equivalent to O. And one successful way to get rid of this is to de-accidentalize his reliability in one way or another, to make it a virtue or some other such thing. But my favorite way is to give it a function. So should Norman's clairvoyance faculty now, should we stipulate that it has the function to generate knowledge, just like perception does, perhaps because Norman was just, part of a long series of clairvoyance in his family, and that's just how they form beliefs via clairvoyance. It has the function to generate knowledge in his family, and so on and so forth. As soon as you make clairvoyance more akin to perception, as it were, in functional terms, the intuition that Norman is not justified tends to disappear. So we know that basically, in a nutshell, if we somehow ground Norman's reliability in a function, in a capacity, in something or another, it becomes, the intuition changes. Norman now is justified. Now, the point is that, think of what you want of our LLMs, but it should be completely uncontroversial that they have functions. They have a design function, for sure, and they have an etiological epistemic function that they have acquired merely by the fact that we use them for a particular purpose, right? So we use them to find stuff out most of the time. We also use them to feel better about ourselves when we, when they're our girlfriends or whatever Jennifer was talking about. But most of the time we just use them to find stuff out. And that kind of way of using an artifact gives it an etiological function. We've known this for a while in etiological function, is that artifacts, even though they have a design function, that's the intention of the designer, can acquire etiological functions as well, depending on what they're used for. And even more so, I was just talking to John about this, if what explains their success is that particular usage, which I want to say clearly is the case in the case of LLMs. What explains their success is the fact that we find out stuff from them. That's really what made them so cool on the market. So the reason why I'm telling you all this is just to notice that insofar as that's the case, then the octopus argument simply doesn't work because the relevant analogy doesn't hold. The octopus doesn't have the relevant function, you might think, or the relevant capacity, while the LLM does have it. So if that's the case, what we're dealing here with is Norman the clairvoyant in the case of the octopus, and Norman the justified clairvoyant in the case of LLMs. So that is not a problem for the idea of epistemic agency. That was the first way to argue for epistemic agencies in AI. How about answering questions? So that's again Capella and Endeavor. They think, well, here's something that should be uncontroversial. AIs very reliably answer questions. That's an observation. If X reliably answers questions about topic T, X knows stuff about T. That's an assumption, a theoretical assumption. Therefore, they think AIs know stuff. So we're worried about this argument at several points. Very cute, but we think there are a few problems with it. Again, Norman, you might think, is able to reliably answer questions about the location of the president, right? But you wouldn't say now that Norman knows stuff. That's precisely the point. So Norman actually now comes as a counterexample to this argument that's supposed to support AI agency. But another worry, which is a bit more boring but stronger, is that all kinds of things that are not plausibly epistemic agents answer questions, right? So washing machines can answer the question as to whether the washing is done. Mine makes a sound like an ice cream truck. So whenever the ice cream truck sounds come, it answers my question as to whether the washing is done, right? Thermometers answer my question about what the temperature is. Books answer my question about when the Roman Empire was constituted. And the fact that there's a chair in the room answers my question as to whether there's any furniture in the room. So many, many things answer questions. So we don't want to say that all of these things are knowers, right? But here's a better way that you can go. Here is our version. AIs have answers to question, observation. If X has an answers to questions about topic T, X knows stuff about topic T, AIs know stuff. That might be a way that you can go. That's better. Because you don't want to say that thermometers have answers. That is a bit much, right? You don't want to say that the automatic door has the answer as to whether someone is approaching or not. It's a bit clunky. So here's some support for this. Now, a very popular and plausible view in the literature is that having an answer is just knowing an answer. That seems prima facie like a plausible view. I don't like that view. You're going to be shocked to discover. I think it's too strong. I think that if I'm looking straight at this laptop, I have the answer as to whether there's a laptop in front of me, even if I refuse to believe, right? So here's a more plausible case. If I'm looking straight at the murder, I have the answer as to who murdered the victim. Even if I can't believe my eyes, that is my friend Adam that murdered the victim, because he's such a nice guy, right? So I think that the more plausible account is one that gives us having the answer in terms of being in a position to know it, rather than knowing the answer, in that we don't have to believe it in order to have it. That's the point. But for me, that's fine, because I'm not here to show that AIs have knowledge, because that, gives us mentality and all of that stuff. I'm just here to show that AIs are plausibly epistemic agents. And I think that if AIs can be in a position to know, then they are justified, and then I get everything I need off the ground. Here's another word. Isn't it too weak still? Isn't Norman the kind of creature who has the answers to the whereabouts of the president? Don't we want to say that? Isn't that too weak? So I think that if I toss a coin as to whether it's going to rain tomorrow and thereby come to believe it, I don't have the answer as to whether it's going to rain tomorrow. So I think that having an answer is incompatible with luck in a bunch of interesting ways. And also notice that if we twist the case such that I'm very reliably lucky whenever I toss the coin, it doesn't change the intuition, right? So if that's true, I think we don't want to say that Norman has the answer on mere theoretical grounds. Here's another argument. The argument from AI inquiry. You'll guess who the main originator of this one is. I hope I can present it. So here's the argument. Inquiry is an activity with constitutive epistemic aims and norms. We need to meet at least some of these aims and norms in order to even count as engaging in inquiry, right? We need to be taking up relevant evidence, following rational updating processes. We cannot breach them all. If I just sit here and look out that window and think about nothing, I don't count as engaging in inquiry. I break too many inquiry norms. I'm not searching for anything, right? So, crucially, as with norm-constituted activities more generally, it is impossible, metaphysically, to engage in inquiry while systematically violating all of its constitutive norms. So you can't play chess by just throwing the pieces in the air. You can break a bunch of norms of chess and still count as playing it, but if you just throw the pieces in the air, you just don't count as playing. You have broken too many norms. Similarly, you can't speak English if you say something like, comment ça va? Why? You've broken too many English norms when you said comment ça va. So what that tells us is that you can't really engage in inquiry to begin with unless you can at least meet some of its norms, right? So that seems to follow that if AI systems genuinely inquire, we get what we wanted, right? We get the epistemic normativity for AIs. So they must be capable of satisfying at least some epistemic norms. So, of course, if you're a knowledge firster like us, then epistemic norms will be unpacked in terms of knowledge. So then AI's capacity to inquire will also predict AI's capacity to know. So we get a lot of mentality on the free if we are a knowledge firster. But I appreciate that people haven't yet seen the light, so I won't press this point further. So then the question is, if it's true that if we discover that they genuinely inquire, then it's good news for their capacity to be governed by epistemic norms. Let's see, are they actually genuine inquirers, or are they just information processors or transmission vehicles? So consider the following cases. You are waiting for an important letter to arrive. You hear the letter plate opening and the mail dropping to the floor, and you're in the living room on the sofa. In case one, since your spouse is at the door anyway, you ask them whether the important letter has arrived. They look through the letters and tell you that it did indeed arrive. What happens in case two is different. since your 3-year-old child is at the door anyway, you ask them to bring you the letters that just arrived at the door. So here are a bunch of evident differences. In case one, your spouse is inquiring into whether the important letter arrived, right? So it's looking through the letters, finds the important one, tells you that it has arrived. In case two, in contrast, your child is definitely not inquiring into whether the important letter has arrived. Your child can't read yet, doesn't even know what you're expecting, that you're expecting an important letter. He just brings you the entire pile of letters, right? They're still getting the information to you, right? So you still come to find out whether the letter arrived or not with their help by bringing you the letters, but they do so without inquiring into whether the important letter arrived, right? So why do we talk about these cases? Well, because we're thinking if AI systems don't count as inquiring, but merely as giving you information, transmitting information to you, they should be more like the child than like the spouse, right? That's what we're thinking. So are they more like the 3-year-old bringing you a letter they can't read than like your spouse when they look through the letters and tell you that the important one has arrived? So in order to answer this question, consider a second case in which you ask specifically to be brought any letters from the council, right? So let's assume that you do so on a daily basis. Your spouse, once again, nicely looks through all the letters, picks out the ones from council, and kindly brings them over. The fact that your spouse competently completes an inquiry into the question means that you'll get exactly the letters that you asked for. Every day you get all the letters from the council and none of the ones that aren't from the council. So that's nice. However, since your 3-year-old can't read, the only way to comply with this request is by either bringing you all the letters or selecting some letters at random, right? So if your 3-year-old brings you all the letters, the results of their way of complying with the request will enjoy a maximally low degree of specificity, right? So you'll get all the letters from the council, but you'll get a high volume of letters that you didn't ask for. If your 3-year-old selects some letters at random, you'll get a lower volume of letters. However, you'll get low productivity and reliability because you won't get all of your letters from the council. More often than not, you will not get all the letters from the council, and in that way you'll have loss of productivity, and or you'll get letters that aren't from the council, and that you'll get less reliability. So I think that at this point, it is really hard to deny that AI systems are much more like your spouse when they answer your questions than like your 3-year-old, after I tell this entire story, right? So just like your spouse, AI systems achieve a very high score on all 3 dimensions of specificity, reliability, and productivity. They don't just come with a bulk of stuff at you, nor do they come with an accidental mix of good stuff and bad stuff, right? So here's an objection. How about this? Even if macro-level AI behavior provides us with prima facie evidence that AI systems do inquire, that doesn't mean that it is ultima facie evidence. It won't be if we have sufficiently strong reason for thinking that they don't inquire, defeating the prima facie evidence. So again, if we look under the hood and it turns out actually they do something completely different, maybe that defeats this prima facie evidence from behavior. And we do have sufficient such reason, the objector will press. Once we look under the hood, we'll find that AI systems have features that leave no doubt that they do not inquire. Why? Well, because they just predict the next tokens or the next batch of words or whatever. They just do autocomplete on speed, as folks have accused them in the computer science. So here's our reply. Say that you're searching for information about the recent discoveries made with the help of the James Webb Space Telescope. To this effect, you ask a bunch of people to say the first word that comes to their mind if they hear the James Webb Space Telescope. Suppose that many of them say NASA. And as a result, you check the NASA website and you find the information. Here you are using data from a bunch of people to predict the token association with the James Webb Space Telescope, to wit, NASA, and proceed to seek information on the NASA website. Well, this would be an unusual way of inquiring. It is no doubt a way of inquiring. It's a funny way of inquiring, but it is no doubt a way of inquiring. So if that is so, it is unclear that Claude doesn't inquire when seeking information about the James Webb Space Telescope on the NASA website, even if in doing so they rely very heavily on token prediction. And here's the fourth argument, if you haven't been convinced so far. So this is the argument from AI informals. Here's the argument. Epistemic agents are informants rather than mere sources of information. If AI systems are genuine informants, then they are epistemic agents. Question: are AI system informants or mere sources of information? I think this is where John is going to get very irritated. So, what's the difference between sources of information and informants? So here are some trivia. The presence of smoke is a source of information, for the presence of fire is not an informant. An open brioche bag on our kitchen counter is a source of information that our son helped himself to a brioche, it's not an informant. At the same time, the sources of information, all of the sources of information are not informants, and it is intuitive that instruments like thermometers and so on and so forth are mere sources of information rather than genuine informants. So just like the presence of smoke is a source of information for the presence of fire, the height of the mercury in my thermometer is a source of information for the temperature. It's exactly the same kind of way of proceeding. So what's the difference then between genuine informants and mere sources of information? Because that seems to be the case, what we need in order to figure out whether Claude is more like the thermometer or is more like me, as it were. So we have a couple of accounts that we found in the literature that we really didn't like, so we bring them here to you to shame them. So here's the first one from one of the philosophers that perhaps I agree with least in the literature. So according to Craig, the special psychology of teamwork in a community is involved in the use of informants, but not in the use of sources of information. What I have in mind, Craig says, is the special flavor of situations in which human beings treat each other as subjects with a common purpose, rather than as objects from which services, in this case through belief, can be extracted. So basically, in so many metaphorical words, Craig tells us that if something is kind of part of a community where we treat all each other as subjects rather than as objects, then that's a sign that they're informants rather than sources of information. We don't like this view. Here's another view from Miranda Fricker that we also don't like very much. So Fricker thinks that we enter special second person, it's very similar. We enter special second personal relations of trust with informants, but not with mere sources of information. When the inquirer asks a potential informant whether he signals his trusting epistemic dependence on her. And in responding so as to meet the inquirer's epistemic need, the informant signals her acceptance of responsibility to honor and so not to betray the trust invested in her. This is all very assurance view of testimony kind of mistakes, I want to say, sorry. So the news is bad. Both views threaten to predict that AIs cannot possibly be informants because they're just so humanoidly thick, as it were. The views are just so about how we all interact together in societies happily that there's no way that these poor AIs can ever be part of anything like that, or at least not anytime soon. All of this reciprocal trust, teamwork, and so on and so forth is just a very paradigmatically human type of way of thinking. And perhaps it is the paradigmatic way of being an informant, but of course, this is analytic philosophy by the way it sounds. It's concerned with analysis, not paradigmatic case wise reflection. So here's the good news. Craig and Fricker are wrong. So these are highly over-intellectualized accounts of being an informant, even when it comes to humans. So children and animals can be informants in the absence of any of these features. So we don't engage in this kind of reciprocal, fancy relationships with our 3-year-olds, nor do we engage with our cats and dogs in this kind of relationships, but they can be perfectly fine informants, right? So we don't need to care about AI in order to not like these views. So we're not going to put forth a new view of what it is to be an informant for the purpose of this, but so we're not giving an analysis, but here are two more plausible ways to think about what makes something an informant rather than a mere source of information. So it seems to us, first of all, plausible that all informants are sources of information, but not all sources of information are informants. So when John tells me that it's raining outside, John is a source of information, but a particular kind of source of information that is also an informant, right? So here, what we think makes a difference is that John is an agent in a way in which the smoke is not an agent when it tells us things about the fire, right? So recall that on the view that we endorse, epistemic agents are the kind of things that have the capacity to engage in action governed by epistemic norms. So we think that what is going on here is that informants are a type of epistemic agent. So they're an information source that is an epistemic agent. They're agentive sources of information, as it were. They have the capacity to perform epistemic norm-governed speech acts. So if being an epistemic agent in general is being someone who, or something, who has the capacity to engage in epistemic norm-governed action in general, being an informant is being someone or something that has the capacity to engage in epistemic norm-governed speech acts. So again, not our ambition to give an account, but if we were to have that ambition, just to signal that this account would be nicely extensionally adequate in that it would classify thermometers as mere sources and kids as informants, which is more than we can say about the Craig and Fricker views. And it has some prior plausibility in that informants are capable of generating testimonial knowledge in a way in which thermometers are not, right? And, you know, again, plausibly enough, testimony implies a speech. So it seems rather plausible that if you're a testifier, you're an informant, and that that has something to do with the fact that you're able to generate epistemic norm-governed speech. So here are a few observations now, if you bought at least half of it. My assertion Rotterdam is the capital of Netherlands is a criticizable assertion. I made a mistake, I'm lying, something's going wrong. All else equal, ceteris paribus, you can criticize my assertion, right? Here's another observation. Claude's output, Rotterdam is the capital of the Netherlands, is also criticizable output. We want to say Claude made a mistake, Claude is lying, Claude is hallucinating, all kinds of other things that we tell Claude. However, when the thermometer outputs it's currently -5 degrees in Athens, that's not a criticizable output. It's merely a sign of malfunction. We're going to throw the thermometer in the bin. That's what we're going to do, right? So that seems to suggest that Claude is more like us than it is like the thermometers, right? So it seems like, in particular for our interest, Claude's outputs and mine seem to have the same normative profile. The same kind of norms seem to apply and thereby warrant the same kinds of criticism, right? So if that's true, we find it plausible that Claude has the capacity to perform epistemically norm-governed speech acts, right? From which, of course, we get on the cheap that Claude is an informant, and thereby that he's a genuine epistemic agent, if you buy at least, you know, part of what we've said so far. Thank you very much. Right, let's put Chris on the screen, if we can find him. If he hasn't fallen asleep with the dull delivery. Yeah. Well, can you put the
You can do this one, and then perfect. I fix it.
You fix Chris and I.
It ain't the same.
So the Q&A, Chris is going to be in the Q&A, but you are not going to be able to hear him. So if he has something to say and you don't hear him, you'll have to rely on me telling you the truth about what you said rather than I prefer to convey.
Please, can you hear us?
Hello? If you can't even hear us,
Chris?
you're muted, Chris.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Okay,
good.
great.
All right, perfect.
Should I try?
So then
have
he's
his-
at maximum.
I know, but maybe I can, although I don't know Windows. But let's,
You think that this thing has a speaker?
yeah, it's a TV. No,
I don't
is
know.
it just a screen?
I know more about the
No, no,
IDTVs.
it does. I mean,
Never-
at least
never
you
done
can
the epistemology of
take the
TV.
volume up and down. So
Okay,
should
let's
have.
try.
But
Chris,
then
we're trying to put you on the screen with the speech such that you can be heard because people don't trust me to
settings,
transmit.
system.
So we were just talking earlier about AIs, the Apple that allows AIs to rent a human. Chris just did this. You know, this has just been executed.
Sound.
Well, let's not waste.
Input, output. Okay. Media height.
Oh, that's gotta be it, huh? Can you
Chris?
talk? Can you say something, Chris? Maybe if you press OK. I'll just leave it.
Yeah, okay.
Didn't work.
I'm gonna turn it the other way, that maybe this way they can.
Yeah.
I know another way that sometimes people do this.
Yeah, that
By
doesn't
giving
work.
kids,
I tried this. Yeah, no, this doesn't work. So if at some point he wants to say something, we're gonna have to do the other microphone. Yeah. Anyhow, Chris, maybe you want to show your face, or if not, find some other way to let us know when you want to say something. Can you speak now? Because you have a microphone. Okay. Well, let's see if it works. Fine.
Okay, good. So, questions, please. Yes, Ben? And Deb? Well, let's go with Deb first, because the microphone is closer and...
I've been arguing for 30 years that groups they are epistemic agents, so I'm very sympathetic to your approach. One way you might say you argue against it, though, is that the attributions we make do not have regulatory power. So Victoria McGreer has this really beautiful paper called The Regulatory Dimension of Folk Psychology, and it's tied to mind shaping. So the idea is that when you make attributions, you're not just tracking things about the other's mind, you are in some cases regulating and shaping that mind. So the best example for me to think about is the case of self-attribution. So I might say to you, I really think or believe that I have to get in better shape. And when I make that attribution to myself, I set up certain norms and expectations. So when you see me at the bar instead of the gym, you can say, look, you said that you think you need to lose weight, so what are you doing? So she has some really nice examples in the way that folk psychology, and if you think about it in the case of children, what we're doing in a lot of cases is shaping them, mind shaping, when we make attributions to them. Possibly we're doing that with animals. Some people think it's the case, other people would say, no, dogs are not responding to the norms. They're responding to your commands, and you can shape them through training, but they're not responding to the norms. They're not doing the things they're doing in response to an understanding of the normative demands. So somebody might say, the AI, you're giving feedback to the AI, right? You're norming it and shaping it, but it's not being shaped through the norms, right? It's through the programming or something like that. So that's one.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So I wanna just signal that I strongly disagree about dogs and cats. But I think that there's a very kind of easy way to respond to this, which is that what we need for AI to be an epistemic agent is not that it's responsive to epistemic norms. It's just that what it does, it's governed by epistemic norms. So I might engage in wishful thinking all day long, but the reason why I nevertheless count as an epistemic agent is because that's wrong. And that's wrong because my thinking is governed by epistemic norms. If I weren't an epistemic agent, I wouldn't have that problem. So no matter how many times I might break this norm, I still am governed by it. So similarly, you might think, well, what matters for epistemic agency in the case of AI is if they are criticizable by these norms properly, not if they actually are responsive to them. And I think in the case of epistemology is the clearest case that's how it has to be, right? So I agree, I can agree with all kinds of offensive things about dogs and cats and about why they behave in the ways in which they behave. But I think that my cat knows that I exist. And that has nothing to do with my cat being responsive to epistemic norms. Evidently not. Which is not in the space of reasons, as it were, when it comes to epistemic norms. But the cat can know that I exist simply because her cognitive system is one that has function and functional odds that are epistemic, even if the cat is not sophisticated enough to respond to them. She just happens to be governed by them and, to do well by them on most occasions. Cats very rarely engage in wishful thinking. I think that's a good thing about them. So I think that I can buy a lot of that and still not be affected by it. Because all that needs to happen is that these creatures are governed by the norms, not that they do well by them or respond to them or something like that.
Before we continue to Jesper, Chris, could you hear Deb's question? Yeah?
Oh, now we can hear you as well, Chris, with the microphone. So if you have anything to say, why are you moving it now that it
It's
works?
coming from the screen now.
Ah, are you
Please,
speaking?
can you just say a few things?
Clever things? Ah, yeah, you're coming from the screen. So if you have anything that you want to say, now you're actually heard. Perfect.
Any reactions to Deb's question, or are you
Well, let's
happy
not
with-
ask him all the time, the poor man.
Huh?
You're good? Yeah.
Good, okay, cool. Jesper.
Thank you very much. That's great. I'm pretty convinced about all that. Just one
Nice.
observation and two quick questions. So, on the argument from cognitive attribution, so Trevor mentioned collective epistemology, where you have the same kind of dialectic being played out. Everyone's talking about summativist, non-summativist, but you're not going to get there unless the collectives are agents in the first place. And you, in that debate, you decide quite quickly to proceed to the second question. But they do so the same way that you guys are doing. So they consider all folk discourse about groups and collectives, which is widespread but also diverse in our attributions of agency. And so what people often say, it's just what you were saying, Mona, that it would require very kind of dramatic revisions in our folk discourse if we were to deny if those attributions were mistaken. And you need like a John Mackey kind of error theory, which is often used as very unattractive in meta-ethics. So you could appeal to that similar kind of.
That's true. Yeah. No, I think that I need to look more into this. Yeah.
For ordinary discourse about AI, if that was mistaken, so that gives you a prima facie.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah. So we have to confess that we never thought about the equivalent problems with group stuff. We have some work on groups, but it never occurred to us that
it's the same.
It's exactly the same thing. Yeah. So I had a mock interview organized. I told a few of you about this, where Mike Martin was the mock inquirer. I was scared. I'm more scared of the mock interview than about the actual thing as the result. And Mike Martin pointed exactly this out. It's like, why don't you give? So the sticking point for the philosophers of mind on that panel is going to be that you tell them that you don't care about mentality, you just care about epistemology. They're going to get very pissed. So you should just come and say, that's what we do with groups. We don't need to decide whether they have minds or not, but in order for them to bear responsibility, be it epistemic or moral or whatever, why don't you say that just in case you have some annoyed mind person on the... So that was the first time that I realized how many parallels there are between these literatures. And indeed, in the real interview of the ERC, Carla Bagnoli went exactly there and said, is it right that what you're thinking, she was helping me evidently, is it right that the way you're thinking here is along the lines of groups? And I was like, it is now. Yeah, that's very helpful. I mean, so one thing that I so I do agree that in the case of groups, it would require perhaps even stronger revision of our linguistic behavior.
It's not just that it's widespread; it's also diverse. So like the flowers know when to blossom. Like that's kind of all we say. But in the case of AI, it's so like ubiquitous, but it's also very diverse. Lots of different types of knowledge and different agents and so on.
You don't see it yet, although you will, in the legal context. So part of my argument is that it's not just that it's part of a practice of attribution in legal, in like historical, history, economics, all use.
Yeah, we based a lot of structures on the assumption that these attributions warrant structures. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not so sure that's the case in AI. Yes,
No,
deeply.
but it doesn't need to be, right? So insofar as the case are similar in the relevant respects, then we might say, well, we've been dealing with groups for a longer time, and this is the result.
Exactly.
So why should we think that is not the case with AI? Yeah. Thanks a lot. That's very
Two quick questions.
Yeah.
I know there was a few. So I was convinced that AI can be informing. I think have you thought about whether human informants can also be informed in the course of an inquiry? But do you think AI systems can be informed in the course of an inquiry?
Also, if they can be targets of information rather than...
Information would run both ways. That's one thing. The other thing was, you mentioned that Claude could lie. So I think that's very kind of complex speech act to perform, they would need to assert a proposition that it disbelieves, and so have kind of dishonest intent. You may just want to stick with hallucination or mistaken assertions. It seems very,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I just saying what we would say about it. So that was not supposed to be me endorsing that he can lie, because that would be question begging, obviously. I was just saying, what would we say if Claude said this? We would say something like, something very similar, well, his bullshitting or whatever, right? So, yeah, so basically the only thing I needed there is that the two reactions would be very similar in the case of me and Claude, and very dissimilar in the case of the thermometer. Going back though to the previous one, what was the previous one before the being informed? So Chris and I have worked on the epistemology of information quite a bit lately, and we have this paper where we say that information, I hope I'm getting this right, is the kind of content that has a disposition to generate knowledge in a particular audience. I'm not going to go into all the details. And I think that, if our view is correct, then it's going to hinge on his mentality, whether he can be informed, because, otherwise how you see what I mean? So if information is the kind of thing that, now, so here's what I actually believe, but I do not defend because I don't have enough time and arguments. I actually believe that Claude, if Claude is justified or whatever, if we at any point will have an AI that is a proper epistemic agent, so is justified, on my view, he's going to very easily come out that he's also a knower, because I have a knowledge first view of justification. So then I'm somehow pressed by that to make up my mind about mentality, which is a bit annoying to me because I don't like Claude's view of mind. I said this many times. So the way in which I think about this is, look, it's got to be, if we end up there, that we need to do a bit of conceptual engineering on what beliefs are. So I don't want to have to endorse functionalism in order to be able to say that Claude can be informed. You see what I mean? I just don't want to, I think functionalism is a perfectly fine view, but I don't have to endorse it. So I think that, at least, to say the least, we need to have a kind of a thinner conception, either of belief or of knowledge. Maybe we can have a view of knowledge that actually just implies this acceptance or that kind of thing. There's some people in the literature who reacted like that to the creationist teacher case, where they said, no, actually, she knows in that she accepts evolutionary theory and based on good evidence. And so something like that is going to have to be the case. Because the theory of information is correct. So I'm not abandoning that. I would rather not give agency to Claude than abandoning the theory of information. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, let's go with Adam first.
Do you want something?
It's John's.
No. Chris, are you going to shout when you want something so that we don't have to always ask you?
Yes, in this case, it was a bit more difficult to understand what was going on, so I was trying to figure it out as we went along.
Oh, I see.
So I'm just going to.
Yeah.
Adam, would you mind stepping closer so that Chris can also?
Oh, well, let's not do this.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, of course. Hey,
Shouting is more efficient than walking.
Okay, so just one question about where interesting agency appears on the functional spectrum. You all have the view that I like, it seems plausible, ex-ante justification is where we start having agency. One thing I was wondering, what would you say to a critic who says, well, humans can be ex-ante justified, they can be ultima facie justified, but they can also satisfy other norms that seem opposite to epistemic agency, such as basing their beliefs well, or having coherent beliefs, or having knowledge or understanding, something like this. What I wonder is, what would you say to someone that asks why exactly ex-ante justification is the special point on the spectrum? As opposed to maybe some other norm that might be equally interesting that humans comply with.
So our thought is that one norm is enough for epistemic. So insofar as any norm, if any epistemic norm governs you, you're an epistemic agent.
So sufficient.
So any norm is enough. So if you find one that's easier to satisfy than ex ante J, I'm happy to go with that one. Now you might think, really, one is enough? And I think, yeah, absolutely. You get very thin epistemic agency. So it might be, for instance, that we discovered that Claude can only satisfy a very thin norm of assertion. That's the only thing that it can do. It satisfies a norm of assertion that's not spelled out in terms of knowledge. It's spelled out, say, in terms of justification or in terms of have some reason to before you speak, or I don't know. So any little epistemic norm that Claude can satisfy, Claude will be an agent, a very thin agent, but an agent. Cats can satisfy, are governed by less epistemic norms than we are, right? That doesn't make them not epistemic agents, they're just thinner epistemic agents.
That's way better.
Yeah.
I was thinking of it wrongly as the idea that like there's a special sort of like, just like in the philosophy of mind, like this is the mark of the cognitive, and then your all's position was ex ante justification is the mark of agency or something like that.
No, what we were thinking was that ex ante justification, because it's not commonly attributed to thermometers, because it signals presence of epistemic normativity, it's a useful tool to demarcate. Now, it might not be a correct tool, so it might be that demarcation should come earlier at an easier to satisfy norm, and we would be happy if that were the case. But this was just an easy attribution-y kind of. Chris, you know?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I completely agree with what you said.
Yeah, so I'm much more sympathetic to the position than you thought or were thinking, but it's because you're making this three-way distinction. So usually in action theory, the distinction is between non-intentional action and intentional action, and like a chemical agent has non-intentional action, so it's an agent in this sense. And then that's contrasted with intentional action. You've got this three-way distinction, which is a norm-governed action. And I don't know if I'm convinced, but it's much, I'm much more sort of on board with the idea that, the AI can have norm-governed action. What the sticking point for me is that it's minded, and intentional action implies, I'm not sure if you're going to agree with this, but intentional action implies intentions, and intentions are mental states.
I agree with that, yeah.
And mental states require minds, right? So just by way of presentation, I think to be fair and also to be, understood, you should really make that
right
up front, because any problem with the view, so far as there are problems, they're going to come in a different place. If you're thinking, they're requiring norm-governed action, where not all norm-governed action is intentional action. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's by way of presentation.
And that's you find that plausible,
Yeah.
right? That not all norm-governed action is intentional action, right? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, that's
so now I have a question about whether you can do this on a knowledge first basis. And this goes, you were saying a little bit about this, but on a knowledge first basis, it seems that if you all are thinking that knowledge is the most general fact of mental states, then it would require, knowledge would be a mental state, and then mental states require minds, just like intentions require mind. So are you going to be able to, pull off this distinction between norm-governed action and intentional action and apply it to this case from a knowledge first perspective?
I can take this. Chris, do you want to go at this?
Sure, I'm happy to say something. One observation is that, I think the way in which we are knowledge first is not the way in which we would be very happy with the view that knowledge is a mental state. Or at any rate, I'm not. It's more of an epistemic claim, in my case at any rate, that maybe knowledge is the most fundamental epistemic value, but you don't have to have it in order to be governed by epistemic norms, right? So the brain in a vat can still be governed by to certain epistemic norms, even though there's very little knowledge around, right? So and so long as you think that knowledge is sort of the epistemically central value and that justification is maybe analyzed in terms of it, then as far as I'm concerned at any rate, we have enough knowledge first for the purposes here. And so I wouldn't be too, upset if it turned out knowledge is the mental state. In fact, I'm not upset about this at all myself.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard to tell with me because I scream anyway, so I think that there's the knowledge first program that Tim likes, and then there's being a knowledge firster. And we care about epistemology, and as I said, a bit too much maybe, not that much about the mind. Yeah, so the claim that we really like in the knowledge first program is the claim that we should use knowledge as a primitive to analyze our normative categories in epistemology, because we find it plausible because we take it to be the central epistemic value of the domain, and that's just how it happens. When something is the central epistemic value of the domain, norms are analyzed in terms of that value. So that's why we find it plausible that we find plausible the knowledge first program for norms, analyzing justification and other norms in terms of knowledge. It is absolutely a choice whether to go with a knowledge as a mental state. But that being said, of course, even if knowledge is not a mental state, surely we accept that belief is, and that when there's knowledge, there's belief. So we don't quite escape your question, right, by not accepting that Williamsonian claim. So that's when I want to say, well, look, if I'm a knowledge firster and this project that I presented to you works, I am de facto making a claim in philosophy of mind, because I am saying, and I've been saying for a decade or more, that justification is to be analyzed in terms of knowledge. If the AI has it, then it has to have the capacity to know, because otherwise it can't have justification. So that's when I'm going to go back to what I said to Jesper. That's when I'm going to have to, in order to be comfortable with that attribution, to think of belief or of the kind of state that knowledge implies as thin enough for the AI to have it non-problematically. So if we think of knowledge of something that instead of involving belief, it involves acceptance, where it may be, so one way we could go is to say, well, look, it involves belief in humans. That's what we thought, that because we have mental states. But actually, belief is just a way of accepting. It's our way of accepting. And in the way it works in these creatures, acceptance is different. That's one view you can have that I think is not very ugly or theoretically suspicious. Doesn't change what knowledge is for humans, so that doesn't take on a lot of rubbish, and also doesn't have to take on functionalism or other such controversies. Does that work, you think? Is it some good? Yeah. Adam has a follow-up.
Is the follow-up?
Yeah, just a quick.
The intentional action man is coming at me. This is scary.
A very minor thing. So in response to John's point about intentional action and intentional action requiring intentions and intentions being mental states, yes, a lot of people think that intentions are mental states. You get that view if you take a cognitivist view of intention. A lot of those folks think that intentions are mental states. But for your purposes, you don't have to think of intentions as mental states. And so there are some views that think of having an intention as
dispositions.
The dispositional view of intentions. And then there's also the Bratman style planning view of intentions. And there's ways to unpack both of those without being committed to mental
that planning view is not the greatest view. In the scheme of views, the planning view really.
I'm not saying you have to be a planning view, just that you have the wiggle room there.
Yeah, that's helpful. But let me ask, sorry, Adam. So at Cogito we have distribution of labor, so I just don't know anything about intentional action because he does, if you see what I mean. No reason to learn. But I'm wondering, so Mele of course thinks that action just is intentional action, which I find funny, but perhaps if you're more buried in the literature, you find it less funny. So what John was telling me was that it would be helpful to come and say, look, there's action, there's norm-governed action, and then there's intentional action. Now, evidently, Mele would deny that because he thinks action
is verbal, though, because you wouldn't deny that there are chemical agents. You just say you're using agent in a different word. Right? Or when this chemical acts in this chemical reaction,
you just use action in a different way. I see. You think, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. So we do need to read up a bit about that a bit more, but yes. Thanks.
So I have a worry that, however, seems obvious, so I bet you have good response. And it's about your focus on ex ante justification rather than doxastic justification. So I suppose you don't want to go and say that you need doxastic justification because you don't want to say that AI has beliefs. You
I don't have to
commit
depend
that.
on, I don't have to wait for Fiona McPherson to do her work in order for me to be able to do mine. You see what I mean?
But the worry that I have is that you said that epistemic agency is the capacity to engage in action governed by epistemic norms. And I suppose that what you mean there is that, well, the action is a mental action and it is guided by ex ante justification.
No. So, for instance, giving you the output, it's going to rain tomorrow, that's an action. So when Claude outputs, it's going to rain tomorrow, that's an action. And it's not a mental action, it's a speech act.
Okay, and it is guided by?
By the evidence that it has that it's going to rain tomorrow.
Which is the ex ante justification. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So
in the same way in which the creationist teacher's assertion to the children that evolution theory is true, or whatever she says to the children, I don't know, is based on the evidence that evolution theory is true that she has, while at the same time it doesn't go through her beliefs at all because she's by definition a creationist teacher. In the same way, when Claude says evolution theory is true, it's guided by the evidence that it has that evolution theory is true without going through the head.
Okay, so let me ask the question, and yes,
Yeah.
of course, one way to respond would be to involve the example of the creationist teacher, but it is a little bit of a weird example. And as you said, some people have said, no,
many people like that. It's really not weird.
It is a very interesting and informative example, but it is a special kind of example. And as you said, some people have said that no, actually, the creationist teacher knows because she accepts, even though she doesn't believe. So I was thinking about the basic folk psychological principle which says that our actions are guided by beliefs and desires, and we understand other actions on that basis, and we can predict their actions, and or we can explain them afterwards. So I was thinking that if the justification is only ex ante, propositional justification that is not believed, then you cannot easily make it the case that the agency acted because of that justification. And the reason I worry is because it's not believed. So it doesn't comply with the belief, desire, action principle.
So in order for something to be based on justification, it just needs to instantiate the basing relation. Right? That's analytic. In order for my claim that it's going to rain tomorrow to be based on the evidence, it just needs to instantiate the basing relation.
And so I'm saying the basing relation has to be some kind of belief rather than.
So that we already know that that's false. So we had a view in the literature of, so there are two main views in the literature of basing. I apologize, Adam. There's three main views. There's Rams as well. There's four main views in the literature of basing. So the old and very internalistic view that has been abandoned ages ago is that something that, I don't know, my belief that I'm in Athens is based on my evidence that I'm in Athens only so far as I have some sort of, meta attitude, a belief that one supports the other or something like that, right? A crazy meta-internalist view that has been abandoned when we were all in kindergarten or early. And then you have the somewhat crazy, a bit too thin externalist view, which is just, it needs to be caused. The belief needs to be caused by the evidence. And that doesn't work either because causation can work in funny ways, not in the correct ways. So that's a bit too externalist, if you want. And then after that happened, in more recent times, we have a bunch of clever people who put together better views that are not internalists, so you don't have all kinds of mental states for basing to be instantiated. They're externalists, but they're a bit thicker than just mere causation. So Adam has a fantastic paper with Lisa Miraki on a virtue theory of basing, and Ram Netta has a predating paper that they discuss on a theory of basing that I don't know anything about because it was discussed and rejected by them, and I believe them. I don't know exactly what Ram says. I literally don't remember. I forgot. Anyhow, so both of these views, the Ram and the Adam and Lisa views, for instance, are views that don't require any sort of reflection and mental stuff and so on and so forth, right? So in a nutshell, you don't need, so two things. the belief desire thing that you're talking about is somewhat irrelevant, in the sense in which the fact that we act in that way does not imply that we ought, does not imply ought, right? So I can act without having beliefs and desires that generate the action. It doesn't follow that I ought to have the beliefs and desires just because that's how I paradigmatically act, and so on and so forth. So that is not relevant. What it would be relevant would be if the basic relation would require a mental state. But our best views of the basic relation do not require a mental state, require a bit more than causation, some sort of, so the view that I would prefer, but I never got to develop in print because busy running research centers, is something along the lines of treating the evidence as an indicator for the relevant proposition, where the treating as is not internalist in any sense. So I treat my cat as a friend without necessarily believing that it's a friend or having a theory about it as a friend or something like that, or intending to do so. So it's a very externalist theory. So what I'm telling you in a nutshell is that you don't need mental states for basing. And all you need in order for an output to be based on evidence is for the basic relation to be instantiated. But you need to read these people's papers because I don't know them by heart. I apologize for this, Adam, but I'm afraid that they're complicated views. Yes.
The view that we ended up with is not far from your treating view.
Right. So what's your view? What is the view? Remind me.
It's a mixture of virtue epistemology. You have to use a knowledge-generating competence in order to.
Right, so it's a knowledge first virtue epistemological Lisa type. I see, yeah. So if you use a competence, then it's based, yeah. But of course, isn't that only proper basing? Oh, okay. Anyhow, Chris, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, just a small point. I guess the other thing is so basically with ex ante you can sort of avoid having to postulate any mental sort of stuff going on in the AI. Now, if you can give an argument, like, I mean, maybe one that involves the sort of folk psychological belief desire model, that like provides us with additional reason for thinking that they must have minds, fine, but I think for us the point is that, even if it turns out that this sort of stuff is all mistaken, we can still get our view off the ground, and stating it in terms of ex ante is fine, right? But I mean, basically, if there are norms of stochastic justification that apply again, that's fine with us.
Yeah.
We're just sort of kind of trying to be accommodating to these AI mental skeptics as possible for the purposes of this thing.
Yeah, and the reason for that, if we are to be in full disclosure, is because this book started with an ERC application that we wrote, and we really didn't want to say knowledge first epistemology, therefore this is why we should think about AI, because we thought, well, that ain't going to go down well with that committee. Tim is just not very popular with many people, So, so what we thought was, well, if we do it in terms of ex ante J, of course, if you're a knowledge firster like us, you get the mentality on the free, because we think that ex ante J is analyzable in terms of knowledge. So we are not really neutral. But the point that we're making is that you can stay neutral. So you can go ahead and analyze your ex ante J in nice truth-thirsty terms as much as you want and not have to postulate any mentality, right? So we are happy to postulate mentality. I mean, we have to if we want to stay knowledge firsters, basically, just because we give it ex ante J. That's why I was telling John that I feel forced to do that. So I feel forced to find a way to postulate this mentality that's not too thick and implausible. But you don't have to. So the good thing that we're trying to achieve with this book is to not condition the acceptance of our views on AI on the acceptance of knowledge first epistemology, because we think this one might be more widely accepted than this other one at the end of days. Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the feedback.
Thank you very much.
If there are horrible mistakes in the book, it is your fault because you're the last audience. That's what this material.
Tomorrow should be fun.
Bye-bye. That was okay.
Oh, it worked, yeah, it was, I wrote a couple of slides where I didn't remember what I'm supposed to say, I don't know if it was noticeable.
No.
No? It's a bit weird when it's not your talk somehow,
You were very clear, it was very
I used to be a journalist, so I'm thinking.
Can I ask you a stupid question?
Yeah,
Can you
no.
explain something to me?
Women always do that, men never.
Yeah, that is true, but I think this is a stupid question. I think it's something towards the end of Claude's errors now as a governed by the same mentioned out.
No, so I said that when we make errors, we have the same normative
So
reactions.
shall I come and
My
say
errors
thank
and
you?
Claude's.
Let's see that.
And not the same
Let's
normative
get
reactions.
Yeah, we could try and do this together.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
since we're both here.
So my
I didn't know you were here.
if I say something false, your
We'll get a
reaction.
beer or whatever.
Yes.
You're lying, or that makes no sense, you have no evidence for that, why would you say that? That's rubbish, what you just said. And you're gonna have similar reactions to when Claude says something false. But when the thermometer gives you the wrong temperature, you're gonna throw it in the bin, you're not gonna be like, why can my thermometer say something so idiotic? So my thought was that it's not extraordinarily strong evidence, but it looks like our normative reactions to Claude are more similar to our normative reactions to meat than to the thermometer. Again, this is very weak evidence, but we're trying to push, to see what can be done.
I'm really interested in the LLM errors because I think some of them are quite different from our errors.
They are, that's true, yeah.
It's very interesting.
Shockingly so.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's very interesting how they arrive at that. I think there's interesting understanding of epistemology of their errors. When you ask people to come and using its name, it says 2, 6, or maybe 7. That's such a bizarre error that it's an unexpected error for us. I think it's going to have practical implications as well, because that error is very obvious to us. But some of the errors will be mixed up in a lot of useful and correct information. I get completely lost because we're not attuned to kinds of errors.
Or maybe because they're less outrageous or something like that. Yeah. So here's what I think. I kind of like their outrageous way of error. Because it helps us kind of figure it out that it's an error.
Yes.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
So I prefer it when Claude errors than when you err, because when you err, it's going to be looking very okay, and I'm not going to figure out that it's an error, right? So from this point of view, I kind of for now like it a bit, it's outrageous because it's easier for us to spot it. On the other hand, what I worry as an epistemologist is that, model closeness kills knowledge. So even if in the actual world I'm using a process that is extraordinarily reliable, if there's a very close world at which my process would have gotten it wrong, I don't know.
Yeah.
So the worry that I have is that when Claude outputs this kind of outrageous errors, it gives us, as it were, evidence of model fragility. It looks now, because we really don't understand how it could have done something so idiotic, it looks like the world of which it does something idiotic is very close. Now we don't know that it's close because we don't understand the metaphysics of it. We don't know what's happening. But epistemically, so from where we stand, as it were, it looks close because it's such an idiotic error that it doesn't look like it takes a lot for it to make it. If that makes sense.
I mean, under the hood of more arguments dependent under the hood are going to be very interesting. Under the hood components is getting completely lost. There's a little study where they took and reproduced about 14 million connections of stored, and they asked it to add 2 numbers. And the way it added the 2 numbers was not the way anybody expected it to add the 2 numbers. It had nothing to do with how we do math. It had nothing to do with how the people who programmed it thought he would do math. And it wasn't even the way he could explain that he was going to do math. And he separated the units and the tens, and then he came to an approximately the tenth, and he said you must be around here. And then with his units, they came up with another number, and this is this and this is that, and then the most horrible number it could be is this one. And it was the correct one. It was so bizarre. It was like an insight into a completely different mind. I've never seen anything.
Imagine now an alien that does things very differently from us. It's not surprising that they're going to err in very different ways than us, right? So when we say this is a shocking error, what we actually mean is exactly like you were saying the other day. A human that would be as well, read as to produce this text would not make this error. But that's a cue.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Because that's how our mind works. By the
Yeah.
time we have this kind of level of information, we can't there and there.
I'm not used to this kind of computer, I have a Mac, so I
The way in
wanted
which
to
you
put
air
it
is
like
also
some kind of like,
different, right? So
full screen
there's
mode
something
so that you can get
that
more
can
of
be
it.
visited, whether it's an AI or not, whether
Here
it's a
it
Mac, it can
is,
be
here
visited
it
by a
is.
nation of aliens who are extraordinarily good at all kinds of things. So we air, we air a lot of probabilities, right? We make those weird heuristic based mistakes. Yeah. And you might think that the aliens will be shocked to discover that we make such basic probabilistic mistakes.
Yeah.
And that's just our way, it's a byproduct of the way our heuristics
Yes,
are.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be interesting if the knowledge and
I'm gonna
private
get
AI
you
interacting with
glass.
something that's so different?
It is very
Where
interesting.
it
So I
makes
never in
sense.
my life done applied epistemology before I did
Yeah.
epistemology of AI. And the reason why I'm interested in it is not because I'm interested in applying epistemology, I'm not at all. I'm interested in
So
what
we
we
give it
get
another 5
for
minutes
theoretical
before we start?
epistemology by
Okay.
thinking about
Yeah,
AI.
sure.
Yeah.
Because there's such an interesting, different, yet powerful organizer
Yeah.
that it changes our theory.
Yeah.
If you see what I'm saying, I really don't care about protocol. I just care about what the correct epistemology for all of us, and that is changed by Claude.
And I'm interested in the moral side of things of our
In the same way.
responsibility interacting with these machines and the effects it has.
On the morality
Yes.
of it. Yeah, exactly. So I think I was talking to Williamson about this. What's interesting is that until now we always use the humanist paradigmatic because it was the most sophisticated that we had. And
Yes.
now it has become unclear.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
so that is just such an opportunity for
Yeah.
expansion at
Yes.
theory level. And it's great. Yeah, that's why I find it
Yeah,
very
exactly
exciting.
that.
Yeah.
Very
I don't
interesting.
really care whether they believe or know things at all. For me, so I'm not someone who's an AI optimist. I don't care at all. For me, it's all equal. What I'm interested in is how far can we push the optimist claim,
Yeah.
and what does that do to our epistemology?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of nice. Yeah.
And I'm really sorry I had an emergency at work.
Oh, no.
But because of the bad weather tomorrow, I work at school. And
What does that weather mean?
Sorry, everyone.
Okay. It's great bad weather. What's going to happen? It's going to rain.
This is good.
Oh, this is Lord, okay, thank you.
Because yesterday, Jennifer, it was so bad and I didn't know whether I could get any
I know, I
water
felt
in here.
bad
This is why I was hesitating because they didn't allow us to have any glasses in here. But then at some point I was like, okay, that's enough.
Yeah, right.
No, we don't care about you.
Right. So people have been talking, what, about 45, 50 minutes?
Yeah. It's fine. I mean, we can, what time do we start? Because I never checked the time we started. Okay, yeah, you can go until 7:40, including the Q&A. I'll stop you at about 7:10.
In other words, don't take more than an hour, but I would
Yeah.
hope not to take an hour,
Okay.
because I think that's stretching it, yeah. And that's stretching people's attention, I think, yeah.
Oh, it depends. When not everyone is here. Okay, so our last speaker of the day is John Greco. John is McDevitt Chair in Philosophy at Georgetown University. His research is mainly in epistemology with a focus on virtue. Epistemology, social epistemology, religious epistemology, and skepticism. He also has interests around mind and agency, as well as in specific philosophical figures such as Thomas Reid, Hume, G.E. Moore, and Wittgenstein. John has written several influential papers on these topics, as well as books with Oxford University Press and Cambridge University Press, including The Transmission of Knowledge, my all-time favorite, Achieving Knowledge, and Putting Skeptics in Their Places. Thank you, John.
Okay, and is this microphone okay?
Let's see. Nope.
This works.
Okay, so that's good. Thanks. So thanks to Orestes and to Adam and the other organizers and funders. It's been an amazing couple of days. I'm so happy that I was able to be a part of this. So thank you very much. So this talk is going to be about the transmission of knowledge via AI technologies. I'll talk about generation of knowledge a little bit when it comes in as necessary, but really I'm more interested in talking about the transmission of knowledge. So I'm just operating with, at this point, an intuitive distinction where to generate knowledge is to produce it, and to transmit knowledge is to share it. And the idea would be that, by various means, testimony would be sort of the paradigmatic case. We were able to share knowledge with each other. Okay. So, and I want to ask in this talk whether we can think about AI technologies as transmitting knowledge. I'm going to look at a few different models for how that might happen. So the outline of the talk is as follows, starting with the no intentions problem for testimony from AI. People have worries that AI can't testify and therefore can't share or transmit knowledge because it doesn't have the right intentions to that's required for that. Part two, I defend a shared agency model of knowledge transmission. So that'll be two parts. It's a theory of knowledge transmission that was developed for face-to-face testimony, but I want to extend it to large-scale knowledge transmission, including via AI technologies such as ChatGPT, Google Search's AI mode, etc. Part three, I'll look at two group agent models. One will be what I call a strong group agent model, where you actually posit a functional agent, and that's something like literally a functioning intentional agent that would be represented by Alexander Bird's view, and then what I call a weak group model, group agent model, where you have an agent knower, but you don't go through a functional agent to get to that point, and that'll be represented by Orestes Palermos' model. So then I'll end with some objections to Bird and some questions for Orestes. Okay, so part one, the no intentions problem for testimony from AI. You can just read it together. And this is from a paper by Palermos. So in recent times, philosophers have increasingly turned their attention to the topic of AI testimony, often arguing that AI systems are incapable of genuine testimony. The most common reason for this denial concerns AI's apparent lack of intentions, which are typically regarded as necessary for the Speech Act to qualify as testimony. So I want to explore this in part one. I want to explore this no intentions problem a bit. Here's a skeptical line of argument that it's one way to sort of cash out this problem. So the first premise would be that a thing has intentions only if it has a mind, but then a thing has a mind only if it has the kind of rich functional organization required by mindedness. LLMs and other AI technologies don't have such a functional organization, and therefore LLMs don't have intentions. But if LLMs don't have intentions, then they can't testify, and therefore LLMs can't testify. So that's sort of a line of argument that I think might be sort of out there to be sort of thought about. Now, how do I get rid of that thing?
Just keep on the screen outside that. No. Yeah. Okay, so note that the most common argument, I shouldn't say the most common arguments, a common argument for AI mindedness depends on what I'll call strong functionalism, which is incredibly, or should be an incredibly controversial thesis. But this skeptical line of argument only relies on what I'll call weak foundationalism, which I don't think should be very controversial at all. So strong foundationalism, which is, I'm sorry, did I say foundationalism? What I mean is functionalism. I've been arguing against foundationalism so long. Okay, so what I mean by strong functionalism is just what people mean by functionalism in the philosophy of mind, which is that mental states can be understood or entirely in terms of their functional profile. And so the functional profile is basically how they causally interact with other mental states in the mind and how they causally interact with action or with perception, et cetera, et cetera. So the functionalist, or what I'm calling the strong functionalist, thinks that's all there is to mental states, is that if you have this functional profile, say the functional profile of a belief, then you're a belief, okay? What I mean by weak functionalism is what I take to be a fairly uncontroversial thesis, which is that's what's part of being a mental state. So you're not a belief unless you have this functional profile. A desire has a different functional profile. An intention has a different functional profile. That, again, that's how it interacts and does its work within the mind. So on the weak theory, it's just a necessary condition that you have a certain functional profile. Whereas on the strong functionalism, it's necessary and sufficient condition for a mental state. Okay. So let's pursue the no intentions problem further with that understanding of weak functionalism in mind. So think about the artificial agent model, which I think a lot of people have in mind when they're thinking that something like Chat GPT or Gemini or some other AI technology doesn't have intentions. So consider possible values for S in schemas such as S knows that P or S transmits knowledge to H. On the artificial agent model, the value of S is the technology itself, for example, Chat GPT. So on this model, first, the technology operates so as to generate knowledge for itself, but then second, the technology then transmits that knowledge to its users. So plausibly, again, this is the model that most people have in mind when people are voicing skepticism about the ability of AI to generate and transmit knowledge. So now recall the argument from weak skepticism, weak functionalism, sorry. A thing has intentions only if it has a mind, but a thing has a mind only if it has the kind of functional organization required by mindedness. LLMs and other AI technologies have no such functional organization, and therefore LLMs don't have intentions, and then you get from there to LLMs don't transmit knowledge. So what's the support for premise 3? What I think good support for premise 3 comes from traditional worries about functionalist analyses of intention, desire,
belief, etc. Now, so I want to look at some in principle, what I'm going to call in principle objections to functionalist accounts of mental states. In principle objections say that it's just impossible for functionalism to be true about mental states. It's not like an empirical claim. It's just, you know, essentially not going to work. So these in principle arguments were originally formulated as objections to strong functionalism, but they have implications for premise 3 as well, which only is weak functionalism. So what these objections show is that functional organization required for mindedness is extremely complex, rich, and specific. And likewise for the functional profiles of particular mental states or kinds of mental states such as intentions, beliefs, etc. So what I mean by complex is the idea that the sort of way that like a particular mental state interacts with other mental states is extremely complex because, for example, say you've got to think about the way beliefs interact with other beliefs, how they interact with intentions, how they interact with actions, how they interact with desires, how they interact with intentional action, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's complexity there. It's also very rich. No, that was the richness. That's why it's rich, because you've got all of these different kind of mental states that are all interacting with each other, right? It's very complex because you can't have just like a single belief or a single intention. The idea is that in order to have one belief, you have to have lots of beliefs. So you couldn't have a mind that just has one belief or a mind that just has one intention. And so it's going to be very complex in that sense. And it's going to be very specific. So for example, the belief, just as an example, the belief that it's raining has a very different functional profile than the belief that it's raining hard. And that has a very different functional profile than the belief that it's been raining for a long time. So given the specific semantic content of a belief or a desire or an intention, you're going to have a specific functional profile. Okay, when you look at the sort of like complete functional organization that you get when you have a real mind, it's going to be complex, rich, and specific. But once this is appreciated, it becomes implausible that LLMs have that required functional organization, or that LLM states have that required functional profiles. I'm just going to go through, I'm not going to go through these in any detail, I'm just going to remind you of some of these in-principle objections to strong functionalism. So there's Searle's Chinese room argument. Orestes didn't like the Chinese room label. Was that because it's not politically correct, or? All right, we'll have to get past that for now. Okay, so the basic idea of Searle's Chinese room argument is that you can't get semantics from syntax. You can't get the content of you can't get the semantic content of a representation, whether it be a desire or an intention or a belief, just from the structure of the representation. And it doesn't matter whether you're thinking that structure as like the grammar of English, or strings of zeros and ones, or the weights of different nodes, and how they're related to other nodes. However you're thinking of the structure of the representation, you can't get the semantics out of that. All you're just going to get is the predictions about what leads to what, but not by virtue of the meaningful content. So Davidson's holism about mental states, that's the idea that you can't define the functional profile of one mental state without already defining all the others. So for example, the belief that it's raining outside, you're not going to be able to understand the functional profile of that belief unless you've already defined the functional profile of the desire not to get wet, or the intention to wait until it stops raining, or et cetera, et cetera. So so Davidson's point, holism point, is that you can't define a functional profile of a particular mental state in isolation. You have to know what all the other mental states are in order to define it. Okay? Putnam's externalism about mental states. That's the idea that the belief on Earth that there is water in the glass and the belief that there is twatter in the glass on twin Earth have identical functional profiles, but they're different beliefs because they have different semantic contents. So some of these arguments interact with each other, right? Inverted spectrum arguments. Different colors in subjects with inverted spectrums have identical functional roles. So for example, seeing red and seeing green. But seeing red and seeing green are different mental states. So again, you're just not going to be able to capture what it is to see red versus see green just in terms of the functional role it plays. And then there are zombie arguments. Phenomenal states, for example, pain, have functional profiles that interact with the functional profiles of intentional states, for example, intentions and beliefs, and vice versa. So for example, the intention to avoid severe pain, the belief that I am in pain, but then pain, desires, and beliefs in conscious subjects have different functional profiles from pain, in scare quotes, intentions, in scare quotes, and beliefs in non-conscious subjects. So the idea would be the functional profile is the same in a zombie or should be the same according to functionalism in a zombie or in a conscious subject, but they're not. Okay, so these are all in principle arguments that functionalism, strong functionalism, just isn't going to work to define mental states or to understand what it is to have a mind. But again, the implication for premise 3, which is that basically weak functionalism, operating on weak functionalism, that LLMs have no such functional organization. In other words, they don't even meet the necessary condition of having the right functional organization. The implication for that is that whether or not these in principle objections stand, whether they go through, the takeaway should be that any functional organization of the mind or any actual functional profile of a mental state would have to be extremely complex, rich, and specific, as I wanted to say. So a common reply by AI optimists here would be that LLMs process information in much the same way that human minds do. So their connection to networks, they involve parallel processing, they involve Bayesian updating. So how do you know that they lack the requisite complexity, richness, and specificity? Okay. So the response is that functionalism requires similar functional organization at the level of mental states, at the level of experience, perception, belief, desire, intention, reasoning, action. It doesn't matter if the LLMs and the human brains arrive at this level of organization via different kinds of processing or via the same kind of processing. That doesn't matter. Well, the objection concerns the functional organization at the level of mental states. So the idea that the processing is the same at some lower level of organization just doesn't speak to the problem. So what evidence is offered for a similar functional organization at the level of mental states? Why should we think that LLMs do have the requisite kind of functional organization? As far as I can see, pretty much no evidence is given. What is typically offered is some anemic analog of a functional organization of the human mind. So for example, the model takes representations of the world, we'll call them beliefs, as inputs into processing, we'll call that reasoning. But that's not rich, complex, or specific enough to give us evidence that there's the kind of functional organization that you would actually need for real beliefs and intentions, desires, and the kind of mind that hosts those. Okay. So for example, my calculator takes representations of the world as inputs and processes those inputs to give an output. But what my calculator lacks is the complexity, richness, and specificity of functional organization that supports attribution to belief, reasoning, mindedness. So in sum, no one has shown that LLMs have the kind of rich and complex functional organization of the mind, or the rich, complex, and specific functional profile of individual mental states, the kind that our weak functionalism requires as a necessary condition. Okay, so that's to get you to be worried about the artificial intelligence model for okay. But now let's go to a different model. Let's go to a shared agency model of knowledge transmission, which is going to avoid the problem of positing mindedness to an artificial agent. So here I'm making a distinction between group agency and shared or joint agency. The distinction is this: in group agency, the value of S in S does A is a group. Similarly, for S knows that P. In shared agency, several individuals do something together as individuals. So the classic example would be going for a walk together, taking a walk together. And Deb Tollefson does a very nice job of sort of making this distinction in her book on group agency. So what I call the hallmarks of shared agency, right, and what I mean by a hallmark is that pretty much any theory of shared agency is going to try to capture these features of shared agency. Different theories might cache these features out in different ways. But everybody's going to think that there's a shared intention. Let's take the example of taking a walk together, or let's say going to a restaurant together. So there would be the shared intention that we're going to the restaurant together. But there's also going to be common knowledge of the shared intention. So I know that you intend to go to the restaurant with me, and you know that I intend to go to the restaurant with you. And then there's an interaction intended to fulfill that shared intention. So in Gilbert's example, if I slow down because I can't keep up with you, you're going to have to slow down. Or if you need to tie your shoe, I'm going to wait for you to tie your shoe. Maybe there's two ways to get to the restaurant. If you go left, I can't go right. We have to go together, right? So what this is supposed to capture, this idea of shared agency, is the difference between going to the restaurant together and two people who are walking side by side to the same restaurant, but aren't going together. So for example, you could imagine two people who are by coincidence going to the same restaurant. And you could even imagine that by coincidence, they're walking side by side, right? But what they lack is the shared intention to go together, a common knowledge of that shared intention, and then the kind of interaction that they're going to engage in to fulfill the shared intention. So that's the notion of shared agency. These hallmarks, again, are cached out in different ways. So for example, in Bratman's account, he talks about meshing subplans. So if we're painting a house together, we have to agree that you're painting this room, I'm painting that room. We have to agree on the color, who's going to scrape the paint, who's going to, right? Now, we don't have to actually know we don't have to have common knowledge of our meshing subplans. So I don't have to micromanage you, but the meshing subplans have to be consistent in order to pull off this cooperation, right? Gilbert adds another dimension. The idea is that shared agency implies a special kind of normativity. And this is controversial, but on my view, epistemic normativity often rides on top of other kinds of normativity. So for example, practical, moral, etc. So for example, a moral a moral norm would be to respect your elders. But that has epistemic implications, because one way to respect your elders is to not ignore them when they're talking to you, right? Or a norm of practical safety is, for little kids, don't speak to strangers. But that has epistemic implications. It shuts down transmission channels between, right? Okay, so Mona has a distinction between epistemic norms and norms with epistemic content, and then a third category would be these norms with epistemic implications. So don't talk to strangers, stick to your own kind. That comes from my grandmother. So here's a shared agency account of knowledge transmission. Knowledge that P is transmitted from a speaker S to a hearer H, just in case 1, S knows that P. 2, S asserts that P with the intention of sharing knowledge with H. H understands and shares S's intention, so H recognizes the speech act. She doesn't think it's a joke, doesn't think it's a command, but it recognizes the intention to share knowledge. And then S and H act jointly in responsible and reliable fashion so as to bring about that shared intention. So a lot of times in the testimony literature, testimony is just like a one-off assertion, and then the hearer receives it, and that's the transmission of knowledge. But I think in actual conversations, there are follow-up questions, there are calls for clarification, there's making sure the person has understood what you're saying, there's making sure you've understood what the person is saying. And even when there is just a smooth one-off assertion, both hearers and speakers are they stand ready to engage in the kind of cooperation to make sure that the knowledge is transmitted according to the shared intention. So that's my shared agency account of knowledge transmission. And the paradigmatic case is face-to-face testimony involving one speaker and one hearer. But how is large-scale knowledge transmission possible? Transmission that involves large numbers of strangers who never directly communicate or interact, including cases involving the use of large-scale technologies. So the worry here is that when you have a large scale where some of the people you're cooperating with are anonymous or at least unknown to you, you might not know even what their role in this big enterprise is. Are you going to have the kind of common knowledge, shared intentions, the kind of cooperation in intention and action, et cetera? How does that happen on a large scale? So that's something I've had to think about because people have pointed out that, okay, your shared agency account, if it works at all, it works for face-to-face testimony. How does it work for these other more large-scale vehicles of knowledge transmission? So the big idea here is that social norms and norm-governed social practices act as what Scott Shapiro calls mesh-creating mechanisms that coordinate the relevant intentions, actions, and common knowledge that underwrite the shared activity. So let me try that again. Social norms and norm-governed practices act as mesh-making mechanisms that coordinate relevant intentions and actions and underwrite relevant common knowledge of these. So in virtue of following relevant social norms and participating in relevant social practices, the various ingredients of shared agency are put in place. So social norms include informal social norms, but also operative moral and practical norms, institutional policies, professional ethics, positive law, et cetera. So all these are come under Hart's notion of social rules. So for example, consider pickup games on a public basketball court, okay? You might go to a public basketball court in a foreign city and not know anybody else that you're playing basketball with, but you're allowed to you're allowed to participate in the shared agency of playing basketball just smoothly. Why? Because everybody is familiar with the practice of playing basketball. They understand what the roles are, they understand what the sub-plans are, the whole thing just gets pulled off very smoothly, not because you have any kind of personal interaction with these people that establish the sort of hallmarks of shared agency. It's the social practice that establishes all the hallmarks of shared agency, and that allows us to pull this off. So I think something similar going on with road signs and food labels. There's a practice of creating road signs and putting them in place and then using them to know that, you know, this way is to New York and this way is to Virginia. There's a practice of creating food labels and certain norms of what information goes on there, and the practice of trusting them to a certain degree to understand what's in the food you're eating. And so, you know, you can say the same thing about traditional encyclopedias, you can say the same thing about Wikipedia. All of these intuitively, or at least for me, intuitively, they transmit knowledge. How do they do it? I think a shared agency account applies by virtue of the sort of social practices and also the various kinds of social norms that are involved in these various kinds of enterprises. So the idea is that in all these cases, relevant norms and social practices underwrite shared intentions, common knowledge, and cooperation so as to make possible a kind of shared agency that results in large-scale knowledge transmission. That's the idea. Now, 3 points of clarification here. One, the claim is that adherence to social norms and participation in social practices often underwrite the ingredients of shared agency in a cooperative transmission of knowledge. Not that they automatically do. So it's not like every use of Google search or every use of Wikipedia is going to transmit knowledge. So the idea is that when things go well, they do, right? Second point is that same adherence and participation also underwrite relevant conditions regarding responsibility and reliability. So to use, you know, what it is to use Google search responsibly and what it is to use it reliably is going to be traced back to these various norms and social practices associated with using Google search. So again, we're talking about the good case. And again, consider the pickup game. Again, I mean, if people are like not being responsible and you know, not doing it right, then you know, you're not going to have a nice basketball game. But in the good case, you do, because people are following the right norms and engaging in the practice correctly. Okay, so what about generative technology, such as Google Search's AI mode and sort of dedicated technologies like MedPalm, okay, which is helps doctors with diagnoses, right? So in previous work, I suggested that generative AI does not have the structure of knowledge transmission. So there's not the knowledge in, knowledge out structure that knowledge transmission requires. And the reason I thought that is because I was thinking that, you know, the inputs that generative AI is using include all kinds of garbage. It's just like whatever's out there in the database that's being trained on, right? And then also generative AI is generative. It's not sort of like going from knowledge to knowledge. It's generating new stuff, right? So I thought like, okay, so we're gonna have to think about generative AI differently. It's not gonna fit this knowledge transmission model. But now I'm not so sure. I'm rethinking that because with the new technology, I think you've got a better case. So consider AI, Google Search's AI mode. This technology uses what's called RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation, which combines a traditional search engine with generative AI's advanced language capabilities. So in effect, this kind of technology functions more or less, the LLM part of the technology functions more or less in a facilitator role. What it does is it improves the search questions, and then it summarizes the search results for purposes of easy communication. Similarly for Google's AI overviews. Okay? So what you've got is sort of like, so also MedPalm, MedGemini, these are the more dedicated models. These and other dedicated LLM technologies use high quality data and domain-specific fine-tuning that make them highly reliable in their relevant domains. They often combine with RAG technology to create a kind of hybrid system that has the advantage of domain-specific fine-tuning, but also real-time search capabilities. So all these technologies suggest what I call a curation and compilation model of knowledge transmission. The searches perform a kind of curating function by reliably identifying high-quality sources of knowledge, and then the LLM's language capabilities are used to facilitate communication of knowledge compiled from those sources. So in a way, you're kind of acting like a good librarian, right? Notice that a good librarian sort of will point you to the right sources and might even like kind of summarize what you're going to find there, right? And do so reliably and responsibly. So the kind of facilitation involved in a curation and compilation model are consistent, I think, with knowledge transmission, like the good librarian. The epistemic conditions that we put on spokespersons and other facilitators are often pretty minimal. All that's required is that they reliably facilitate communication. And this role can be mechanized, and in technologies such as Google Search's AI mode or Gemini, it is. So the model solves the no intentions problem. So we're back to that no intentions problem. The way it does it is that all the intentions required for knowledge transmission now come from human participants in the shared agency. The knowledge sources, the designers of technology, and the users of the technology are involved in like what I'm calling like a huge social practice of creating and using this technology. Functionalism is nowhere in sight here. All the intentionality, including the semantic content, is parasitic on the human intentionality. So that's how it's solving the no intentions problem. So that's how the shared agency model of transmission via AI works. Now, part 3, 2 group agent models. These are going to be alternative models. And one possibility is that different models work better for different cases. That's, I feel like that's a real possibility, right? So it's not like it has to be one model fits all, right? That's what I'm going to suggest about Oresti's model, whereas the BERD model, I think, isn't going to work. So consider again the possible values for S in schemas such as S knows at P and S transmits knowledge at H. In the group agent models, a group agent, the S in large-scale knowledge generation and transmission is a group knower. Okay, it's not the technology itself; it's a group knower. So, 2 strategies for positing group agents. I must have a heavy finger. Okay. So 2 strategies for positing group agents that can be attributed group knowledge. The first starts with conditions for agency in general, and then argues that certain groups satisfy these conditions. So on this model, or on this strategy, the group agent is literally an agent because it satisfies the conditions for being an agent. So the group knower is literally an agent that has knowledge, and so literally a knower. So call this the strong group agent view, because groups are literally agents in this strong sense. Okay. Now, Bird's distributed model of group knowledge and group agents is an example of this kind of strong group agent model. The key ideas for Bird is that distributed cognition over persons and technology, leads to an emergence of a group agent via a functionalist theory of mind. So those are the key ingredients of Bird's view. The second strategy argues that there are epistemic phenomena or properties at the group level that can't be reduced to such phenomena or properties at the level of individual group members. Hence, the phenomena such as justified belief and knowledge must be attributed to the group. It's got to go somewhere, and it can't. It's happening on like a group level, so we attribute it to the group. Okay? So hence, there must be group agents and group knowers. So call this the weak group agent view, and the reason I'm calling it weak is because it does not posit a functional group agent. It's positing a weaker sense of group agent. So Palermo's account of group epistemic group agents, at least the way I understand him, would be an example of this model. So the key ideas for Palermo's is that distributed cognition over persons and technology leads to the emergence not of a group agent, but of group level epistemic properties. In particular, irreducible group level epistemic properties of responsibility and reliability. So again, it's the distributed cognition that's the seat of the reliability and the responsibility. So now the question is, how does Palermo's get to a group agent and a group knower from emergent epistemic properties? We still need to validate the inference from irreducible group epistemic phenomena to irreducible group knower. So again, go back to our distinction between two senses of group agent. In the strong sense, the group really is an agent because it satisfies general conditions for counting as an agent. In the weak sense, the group is an agent only in the sense that it acts. It's the seat of the action. It can be attributed the action. Similarly, a group knower is just a group that has knowledge. It's the seat of the knowledge, okay? So accordingly, the inference on this model, the inference from irreducible group knowledge to irreducible group agent or knower is for free. That's just what it is to be a group agent, is to be the seat of the action, the seat of the knowledge. So Palermo's model can be understood as positing group agents and group knowers only in the weak sense. So here's a quotation from him to that effect. I won't read it for purposes of time. Compare Simeon, Carter, and Kelp. I'll read theirs because it's shorter. There's a growing consensus in epistemology that groups are genuine epistemic agents in the sense that, as far as epistemology is concerned, groups are more than the sum of their members. The reason for this, in italics, the reason for this is that it is more and more widely agreed that groups have epistemic properties that none of its members have. So in other words, what it takes to be a group agent is to be attributed these properties, right? So in a sense, we have knowledge without a knower or action without an agent. In a sense, well, the sense is we have knowledge without a functioning knower. And we have action without a functioning agent, where what I mean by functioning is one that has the functional profile of the mind, right, with a functional organization of the mind. I'm not sure this is Aresti's view, but I think it is. He'll let us know. But there are other people that have this view if he doesn't. Okay. Okay. So evaluation. The strong group agent model fails for the same reasons that the artificial agent model fails. So recall the skeptical reasoning from weak functionalism. Thing has intentions only if it has a mind, but a thing has a mind only if it has the kind of rich functional organization required by mindedness. Groups don't have that functional organization. They lack the richness, complexity, and specificity that it would take to have the right kind of functional organization to constitute an actual mind. So groups don't have intentions. On the contrary, on the other hand, the weak group agent model succeeds for the same reason that the shared agency model succeeds. That is, the intentions required for knowledge transmission are underwritten by adherence to relevant social norms and participation in relevant practices. Similarly for responsibility and reliability. So that's the argument that Palermo's makes in the 2025 paper, that you can get the intentionality not out of some kind of emergent mind. The functional group agent isn't required. And so you get no objection from weak functionalism, right? But you get all the intentionality is parasitic on the humans that are partly constituting the group agent. Okay, but what about knowledge transmission on the Palermo's model? In other words, knowledge transmission from the group agent to individual persons. So let's grant him that groups can have knowledge in just the way that he says. How does the group transmit knowledge? Okay. So the weak group agent model, like group agent models in general, is pretty much silent regarding how group knowledge gets transmitted to individual knowers. They just don't talk about that a lot, as far as I know. But how is it supposed to go? So the first point I want to make is that it has to be group knowledge that's being transmitted. That's how the group agent model is understanding the phenomena it's supposed to explain. Or at the very least, it's how we're understanding the phenomena that we want to explain. How is it that the group transmits knowledge that it has to individuals? Okay? Or maybe to other groups for that. And if it is group knowledge that we're talking about, then it must also be group belief, right? And the reason I put right in there is because there are people in the audience that have argued otherwise, but we'll get to that if there's time, right? But I think Orestes agrees with that does follow, right? So here's a quote from Orestes. Of course, group knowledge, just as any other type of knowledge, involves belief in the proposition known. And the relevant belief must, on some appropriate construal, qualify as the belief of the group, if only in an instrumentalist sense. So nevertheless, whether the relevant belief or acceptance counts as the belief of the group, because it is, whether it's because of a summative or non-summative type, or the belief of some operative members of the group, or merely the belief of a single representative, C. Tollefson, for all these different theories of group belief, right? However you want to do it, we don't need to take a stance on that. On the present account, any of these possibilities with respect to group belief may give rise to collaborative group knowledge, and then now we've got something to transmit. Okay? But is that right? Is it true that Palermo's can just pick and choose here? How are we to understand the beliefs of the distributed group agent that, on the current view, is partly constituted by AI technologies, such as Google Search, ChatGPT, MedPalm, etc.? None of the standard views seem to apply in the present context. So, for example, Gilbert's joint commitment account just doesn't apply here. Neither do joint acceptance accounts. Neither do summative accounts. It's not like we're going to, sum up all the people. I mean, most people don't even know what the output of the Google Search AI mode is, right? You're just talking about one user that's getting it, right? So for the same reason, aggregative accounts won't work. Neither will operative member accounts, including Lackey's operative member's belief account. Now, functionalist accounts have a better chance of applying, but these inherit all the problems of Bird's functionalist account. So I'm saying put those aside, put that option aside, right? So one more possibility for the weak group agent model is that knowledge doesn't require belief at all. But it's getting late, so I'm going to skip right over that. And apologies, but we can come back to it in Q&A. So here's an ironic position. The weak group agent model for knowledge transmission works for some cases, specifically cases where some account of group belief does plausibly apply, right? I was thinking about one case where the distributed network includes Google Search AI mode, and then you've got a user that is receiving some reliably and responsibly formed output, and then gets knowledge there. And there, I don't think that any of the group belief, options are going to apply. But there are plenty of or let's assume that there are plenty of emergent distributed group agents on the Palermo's model where one of these theories of group belief would apply. So maybe it's a scientific research team, or maybe it's some committee that's required to, announce its output, some kind of joint commitment or something like that, okay? So in that case, we can imagine cases where group knowledge is generated according to Palermo's as a weak agency model, and then transmitted according to the shared agency model. So that is, there'll be cases where G is a weak agent, G is a weak group agent, and G's knowledge at P is group knowledge, H is an individual or a group, and then G transmits knowledge at P to H via shared agency. Okay, conclusions. Actually, I want to be a little bit more ironic, because on my view, so this makes it look like, the way I put it here, it makes it look like, Palermo's can explain how groups can transmit knowledge, but only by adopting my, view of my shared agency view of knowledge transfer. I don't think that's right, because my view of shared agency, my shared agency view of knowledge transmission is not supposed to apply to all cases of knowledge transmission. What I think we have is a recognizable, important phenomenon that involves the transmission of knowledge via shared agency, and that's what I'm trying to theorize. But I don't think all transmission works that way. And I certainly don't think that all testimonial knowledge works that way. So the shared agency view of knowledge transmission is supposed to be a view of a special kind of knowledge transmission that I think is really important and sort of off the radar screen of, and that we should be trying to theorize, right? But, So there might be like other ways to understand knowledge transmission that don't involve the shared agency model, and that would be perfectly compatible with the way that Orestes is thinking about epistemic collaborations. Because the thing about epistemic collaborations is plausibly, in some ways, the conditions for collaborations in his sense are weaker than the conditions for shared agency. And so you could sort of work out a view where the transmission of knowledge is still collaborative, but it's not shared agency. And then you have, so that's a more ironic position. And that would go back to what I suggested before, that different models work better for different cases. Okay, so conclusions. We have looked at 4 models for understanding the transmission of knowledge via AI technologies. We have seen various obstacles facing 3 of these, the artificial agent model, and then 2 group agent models, all tracing back to objections from weak functionalism about mental states and minds. Okay? I couldn't think of any problems for the shared agency model. So draw your own conclusions.
Wow, what a strategy. Make everyone in this room have a fight. Okay, questions? There.
It doesn't have so.
This one. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not for this person.
Packer.
Thanks, Tom, that's great. So on the functionalism thing and the holism, the way that I've always thought about it is that you do have the functional complexity because it's a group of people who have their own content, and then they have, I mean, however you cash out group beliefs, maybe it's shared beliefs or common beliefs or something like that. And then if you get something like a complex organization, like an institution that has a charter, and, you know, like you can build the complexity in there so you meet holistic constraints. Now, again, you're not going to get human complexity, but surely it's a scale, right? You can't say, and where are you going to put that line, right? Are you going to say there's some level of complexity, functional complexity, where it's an on-off switch? I don't think that's plausible, right? So it has to be a spectrum. And then, I mean, the AI, these agents are incredibly complex. I don't know how they're more complex than a committee, I would say, you know, so I don't see the functionalism as being a plausible objection to the AI. Maybe it's still a plausible objection to the group case, but.
So I need that to reply, right? Or do I not?
Not really, but yeah,
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Ted. This is a great audience for me to present this paper because we've got so many experts on the AI stuff, on the group stuff. So in terms of the functional organization of the AI technologies, they are extremely complex. But as I was suggesting, when you use complexity at the level of mental states, and then it has to be the right level, it has to be the right level of complexity, it's the level of mental states, not how you got to those mental states. And then the organization has to mirror the organization, say that the belief that it's reigning would have in a human mind. So let me make a point of clarification here. I think that often when people argue for the mindedness of the AI technologies, and for that matter, some, you know, I shouldn't say often because I never counted, right? But one strategy for arguing for group minds, and one strategy is for arguing for artificial minds, is to adopt this kind of strong functionalism, where you're generating it all from just the functional organization. I agree with you, that's just a bad strategy to adopt, and there's no reason to adopt it, because there are ways that the group mind theorists and the artificial agent mind theorists can make the intentionality parasitic on the human stuff. Don't try to just generate it from the functional organization, okay? So I think that the better strategy is to do something like that, what you're suggesting, okay? So it wasn't part of the talk, it wasn't a claim in the talk that group minds or artificial minds have to be wedded to strong functionalism. Rather, the whole reason I brought up strong functionalism was to distinguish it from weak functionalism, and then show that the skeptical arguments that I was using require only weak functionalism. Okay, so I think that's how the dialectic goes. But not all theories of group knowledge and not all theories of
AI knowledge require even weak functionalism. So I was targeting views like birds or other functionalist theories of groups that do. I think that answers the question.
Mona, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, I think I still have it. I don't know. I'm gonna ask it anyway. I'm not sure I still have it. So along perhaps similar or related to these lines, I was wondering, so if you hit me over the head and I can't intend anymore, you don't want to say now, no matter how much you like your functionalist, you don't want to say that I can't believe things anymore. What you're going to say if you're a functionalist is this is the paradigmatic way in which beliefs work, right? I mean, I don't always form the intentions that my beliefs are supposed to generate, and so on and so forth. So this functionalist kind of network is not supposed to be essential to belief being instantiated, and even the capacity for it is not supposed to be essential if you're a plausible functionalist, right? So you can't say that no matter that if I am the kind of person who is always in cognitive conflict, such that I never form the intentions that my beliefs should lead me to form or something like that, that now I can't form beliefs anymore. So you gotta have something like paradigmatically, something is a belief, if it behaves in this way, it disposes you to form so and so, right? So it's gotta be very weak. And then it's gotta be even weaker than that. It's gotta be that if I now can't form intentions at all because of my beliefs, because it hit me over the head, I didn't lose my complete kind of network, functionalist network, right? So it's got to be a bit more degreed than that, right? So it's got to be that you need to have enough of that functional profile to count as a believer. And there comes a point where you really lose too much, and at that point, perhaps belief is not there. And maybe something like that, right? So I think that's following up on that,
Yeah,
right?
that's consistent with what you were saying,
Yeah.
right, Deb?
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that's the case, then you need to do a bit more work to tell us why. I mean, I think you can still do it for what it's worth, which is why I'm scared to endorse functionalism about belief when I love functions everywhere else. So I like normative functionalism, I don't like descriptive functionalism for this exact reason, because I don't know exactly where things begin and end. But I think that we need a bit more work to say AI is, in principle, cannot be above this plausible threshold, or so there's something wrong with them, so it cannot possibly.
Yeah.
There is too much of it. I don't know. Do you have thoughts on this?
Sure.
So I think that that you and Deb are correct that there is some kind of degree thing here, right? It's not all or nothing. So you can have like little pockets of incoherence or weakness of will or things like that and still survive, right? As a mind. But I think you lose what you need much sooner than you think. And that's why I brought up the traditional arguments against strong functionalism, to show that it's easy for us to sort of imagine or think we're imagining beliefs that are just isolated from intentions. So for example, I don't think you can have beliefs without intentions, because you would lose just too much of the functional profile of a belief. So I agree with you that's degreed, but I think that you lose your mind, so to speak, much quicker than you think. And so to give so
You should write it.
I know, it's gotta go in the paper, right?
Take it
So I think, so here's like just some like really, initial evidence for that, right? If somebody tells you that they believe something over and over again, but they never act on it, you start to think you don't really have that belief. So there's this strong connection there, and then that gives you a strong connection to intentions, because we're talking about intentional action. So no, you can't. So this holistic idea from Davidson is, I think, correct, that you really need quite a lot to have anything. And if you break down those connections too much, we're going to start to doubt that the person really does have a belief. So what I think I think what might be going on here, and this might be a different paper, I think what might be going on here is that when we say that something has a belief, when it has only this like very anemic functional organization, we're using what the medievals would have called analogical language. So analogical language is language that trades on an apt analogy, but we're not saying the same thing. So when we attribute belief, this is what I think might be going on. When we attribute beliefs or intentions or desires to artificial intelligence on the basis of like a very anemic correlation to the functional profile that what you would require in the human mind, we're using that language because the analogy is apt, right? There's something about the way it's functioning that's analogous to the way a real belief or a real intention is functioning in a real mind. And that makes all the language apt as well. So if you were to ask like Thomas Aquinas whether AI, artificial intelligence has a mind or has beliefs, he would say, well, yes and no. If you mean,
God forbid.
he would say yes and no. If you mean like if you mean the same thing as we mean when we're saying Adam has a mind or Adam has a belief, the answer is no. If you mean that there's something analogous there, the answer is yes.
What if you asked him if the church believes?
That's a really good question, and I don't know. But I suppose he should.
Type it and search.
I don't know. He might actually have views on that. But given the same reasoning that I just suggested, he should say yes and no, right? If you mean that the church has a belief in just the same way a human has a belief, no. But is there something analogous there that's functioning in an analogous way? Yes. So the point of analogical language is that it's not univocal. You're not meaning just the same thing, but it's not equivocal either. It's not like bank as an institution and bank on a river. It's the aptness of the language is rooted in an analogy. But the analogy should not be taken to be sort of, this is just species of a genus.
Can I have a follow-up to my follow-up and then delete my question? Because my
Yes, of
question has
course.
become a follow-up to my follow-up. Sorry for that.
No, I take your word on that.
Sorry. So I guess I'm wondering about this no believing without intention thing. So my thinking is, so look, if I'm a horrible sexist in action, it may still be that the reason why that happens to me is the usual reason, which is that I have implicit biases, but explicit feminist beliefs. So I suspect that that's exactly who I am, to be honest. So I am, I have explicit feminist beliefs. I sit on gender committees. I do the fight as well as I can. Not very well, I'm bad at it, but I do it as well as I can. But then, like all of us, I'm a sexist, right? I have the implicit belief. And unsurprisingly, perhaps, most often than not, I act on the implicit belief in sexist ways. I have no doubt in my mind. So you might think, according to your theory, that Adam, who knows me for a very long time, might look at my diachronic, as it were, way of behaving on these issues and might think, well, do you really believe the feminist belief? Because look at your actions.
Mm.
But I think that you want to say, yes, I do, because you want it to be possible that I have an implicit sexist bias, but an explicit feminist belief, right?
Well,
so
let me answer.
I mean,
don't answer for me.
I'm not answering for you. So I just want to say that's impossible, basically.
Yeah.
You'll be hard pressed to tell me what's going on there, because evidently all of my intentions and actions are reflective of this kind of cognitive conflict that I'm in, or fragmented situation, right? So So it seems to me that seems to suggest that, yeah, you see what I'm doing with this, yeah.
So again, I think that you can accommodate a certain amount of that, right? But then at some point, and I'm saying sooner than you think, we're gonna say, you don't actually believe what you say you believe. And here's another thing, you don't actually believe what you think you believe. Beliefs are not transparent. And the reason they're not transparent is because they have these functional profiles, and functional profiles are not transparent, right? So one way, and there are other ways to handle your case that would, so for example, we could introduce more mental states, like Tamar Genwa's beliefs. Is it Genwa that has the beliefs, right?
Yeah.
So maybe what's going on here is that you're thinking that beliefs have a kind of functional profile that involves them in explicit reasoning and, you know, explicit commitments and speech acts and things like that. Whereas beliefs, they have they have a different functional profile. They operate in a way that is associated with implicit biases, right? So I mean, I'm not a philosopher of mind. I'm sort of out of my lane here, so I don't want to press any of this too much. But you know, my purpose here was to, you know, to put pressure on this idea that we can just easily adopt a functionalist theory here and then apply it to artificial intelligence or groups, and like there's no problem, you know.
I really don't want that. What I was trying to say is, look, perhaps what's happening in my case is that enough of the functional profile is left in order to for them to believe me that I believe that they are.
No, absolutely, and I agree.
While at the same time, the intention and the action is gone because that is connected to the implicit bias.
Right, I agree, but I think that, you know, you can, yes, like I said, you can accommodate these. You know, we're not ideal rational agents, so we have to be able to accommodate, you know, less than perfect functioning here. But I think that if you look at, you know, the various objections that I was relying on, it's a lot more holistic and a lot more rich and complex what it takes to actually be a belief, or to be the belief that it's raining, or to have an intention, et cetera, than the sort of anemic functional profiles that we're often offered as sufficient for having a belief.
Thanks a lot. Awesome talk. I'm going to resist the temptation to keep talking about this stuff. This is a great conversation. I wanted to try to press you on the part of the talk where you were not liking LLMs and the generative feature that they play. And you want to rule them out, but then you made a distinction between just generative LLMs doing what they're doing and what we have is Google AI.
Retrieval.
Yeah, that stuff. Because right, that's different, and it does. I don't know. When they started doing it, I didn't understand what they were doing at first, and then I got thinking, oh, that feels a little bit like Wikipedia or something like that, right? And so there's a way of thinking about that where it's a consultative. It's like a librarian or something like that, consulting some pages that have human information or something on them, and then it gets the thumbs up on your life. So something that I learned very recently in a AI talk that I think complicates that distinction a little bit and might slip you over to, by your own lights, wanting to at least rule in some straight up generative LLM stuff is cases like this. So when LLMs first came out, one of the first things that people would do to make fun of them, one of the early models, is they would give them a logic puzzle. And it would really screw up like the not signs, and it would get the wrong results. And then one of the things people learned is that, okay, it's not really doing logic, right? It's doing a predictive thing, and it's doing something a little different than what we think about doing logic, right? So it's getting a lot of these wrong. And now, this was taught by Anandi Hatyangadi, and she pointed out that one way that Anthropic and OpenAI have tried to get rid of this unreliability is to sort of change the model so it starts doing a complete, like it's triggered to do a completely different thing when the question and the query is of a certain sort. So as soon as you ask a query and say, hey, Claude, I'm messing up my logic homework, what do you think of this solution?
Yeah.
Some signal then sends it over to do something other than that, and it now goes over like a straight up human logic, programmed in human knowledge logic. So I wonder if you, how you feel about this type of stuff. They also do it for math as well and logic. I don't know what else, but if you would be happy to treat that more along the lines of Google AI Overview, which you give a thumbs up to as opposed to normal stuff.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be ruling out LLMs, especially the newer ones. So when I originally thought that LLMs can't have this knowledge in, knowledge out, structure, I was thinking of like older models where they're just being trained on a lot of crap, or as I say, garbage, right? But now I think the newer models do the kind of thing that you're talking about and other things as well. So for example, there's much more curation in the way that the base model is trained. And there's much more the sort of thing that you're talking about where, you get directed to even better data for, based on query. The reason I was using the RAG technology and AI overview, Google AI overviews and Google Search AI mode is because they fit this knowledge and curation model, which I wanted to just sort of give an example as like, okay, right? But I think that even the general purpose LLMs, like everything else, reliability has parameters to it, right? But even the general purpose LLMs, I no longer think as just, generating next token predictions out of garbage, right? Okay.
I don't have a question, but I think I need to respond to some of these and maybe share some thoughts, and then have a little bit of discussion. Well,
just because I said ironic doesn't mean it is ironic, right?
Okay, so first of all, I really like the point that all these kind of models that we're trying to produce in collective epistemology, I don't think that just one of them has to work. As you said, different models and conceptions of good knowledge will apply to different cases. And I used to think that I have to make an account that works for all, and that I should present it as if it's better than the joint intentionality account or the aggregation account. That's not true. I don't believe that anymore. I think that, each of them has its merits, and each of them is going to apply to different cases. So I really like that, and I think we should be stressing that a lot. About the question that you had regarding whether I think that group knowledge needs belief and whether I should do something about it, I would just mention that the account we're working out with Deb right now is such that we want to say that there can be group knowledge without group belief. So we're going to get rid of that. Yeah, maybe, but not necessarily. Not necessarily.
So we're going to say, if you like group belief, our theory can help you. If you don't like it, our theory can help you.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not a necessary condition of knowledge anyway. So you can have it if you like. In many cases, you have it. It's not. It doesn't have to be always there. Now about the functionalism stuff, I just want to say that there are lots of functionalism out there. So there is analytical functionalism, there is machine state functionalism, there is common sense functionalism, there is psychofunctionalism, and I bet there are more than that. Now, the analytical functionalists, they were the ones that they were trying to say that, look, and I think this has to do with the Ramsey sentences, that we're gonna devise a way to define every mental state on the basis of how it functions within the whole web of mental states. And then the objection that you had up there that, look, you cannot do that because that's really complex, and then you have for each mental state that you mention in one functional profile, come up with a functional profile for that, and it's going to be a vicious circle of generating functional profiles. I mean, that's an objection for analytical functionalism. I don't think that it's an objection for all kinds of functionalism. And then, when it comes to whether Bird is a functionalist or the account, the DVR account is a functionalist account, I think it's a little bit functionalist. I just don't think it is functionalist in the analytical sense. I think it is functionalist in the commonsensical sense. So the idea here is that if you're a common sense functionalist, you just want to use your pre-theoretical common sense understanding of how those states are supposed to function. So you don't go into much detail, you just want like the basic functional blocks of that mental state. So for instance, a common sense functionalist about memory would just say that it is the encoding, storage, and retrieval of memory without going into any other details. Whereas the psychofunctionalists would come in and say, no, we want more. We want to see how human memory functions, study that, find regularities in that, so the Weber's law, the Hyman's law, stuff like that. Sorry, these are about decision making. Stuff like the generation effect and the so stuff that, you know, sometimes when we remember at least items, we tend to remember the stuff in the beginning and the stuff at the end, but not the stuff in the. So they would say that, look, you don't just need an encoding, storage, and retrieval mechanism, but you also need a mechanism that exhibits these other regularities. Whereas the common sense functionalist is going to say no, because if you go into that much detail about how human memory works, then you no more respect the multiple realizability condition. So the way I tend to think about functionalism is like, first and foremost, respect the multiple realizability condition, and then work your way from that.
Yeah.
So when it comes to groups, what I want to say is that there are, and we epistemologists, in a way, we are common sense functionalists about epistemic states. And we try to think how people normally think about those epistemic states and then come up theories that make good of that. And so no matter how deep we're going to go into figuring out the details of those epistemic/functional states, we all agree that knowledge is a belief that is reliably and responsibly produced. And then you can try and figure out the details depending on your account. But at the most abstract, common sense functional level, these are the properties that we want to have there. And this is what I'm arguing that groups satisfy. These are some thoughts. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's good. So just to clarify, I don't think that people in AI or people who are trying to defend AI minds or people who are trying to defend group minds, I don't think that they should adopt any of these versions of functionalism because they don't need to. Because you've got human beings who you can make the intentionality that you want parasitic
on the intentionality of the human being. So
And I agree completely with that.
yeah, there's no need to be a strong functionalist of any kind.
For
Okay?
intentionality.
Right, okay?
Agree.
So, so go back to the skeptical argument. I was using the notion of weak functionalism as a necessary condition on different kinds of mental states, or a necessary condition on mindedness in general, okay? And I had common sense functionalism in mind, because, not because I have any good arguments that that's the right one to use, but that's kind of the best case for somebody, right? Because that's going to be the weakest necessary condition. But I think that even there, I intended the argument to go through for that. And I think that common sense functionalism can't be understood as, just like what sort of comes to mind in terms of what's the function of a belief. Because the actual function of a belief rooted in common sense is much more complicated than, beliefs act as premises and inferences. They do a hell of a lot more than that, even on a common sense view. And so you get the kind of complexity, richness, and what was the other thing? Specificity, right? So, and it comes out not because some, competent language user who has common sense can sort of tell you what it is. It comes out in our interactions and our evaluations of whether somebody has the beliefs that they claim to have, or whether they really intend to do what they say they intend to do, right? And so that's where you get this rich web of what it would take to be an organized mind, as opposed to some analog to an organized mind that makes the mind language out.
Let me check the time. Because I saw it had my Jesper, that's why. Okay, very quick follow-up and then last question to you.
So is what you have, so what I'm wondering is, when you say this analog stuff,
Yeah.
so I kind of find myself liking that actually. So you say to say that they don't have beliefs, but I take it that it's good beliefs. Let me try to.
Well, I don't want to say that they don't have beliefs. If you buy this analogical, right, you should say, well, they have beliefs in one sense, but not another. Not in the sense that we have beliefs.
But I'm wondering if we shouldn't be happy with that. So
right.
this sounds a lot, but tell me if you don't like it. This sounds a lot like basically polyphony, right? So polyphony. So there are two types for word to be ambiguous, right? It can be polysemous or it can be homonymous. Wow, I think let's not say that again. That's the other category. Yeah, exactly. So just starting with the Greek. So I think I can say that in Greek than in the English variation. So what polyphony has that the other one doesn't is that the meanings are importantly related. Right. So it's the foot of the mountain, for instance. There's a relation, it's not completely unrelated to right foot. Right. So that's the kind of thing that you have in mind. It's not back and back, because those are the other. Right? But if it's like that, maybe if that's what you want to say, that it is like the foot of the mountain, the belief of the AI. I'm not sure you should be unhappy with that, because an important condition for polyphony is that there's a lot of commonality. Right? The foot of the mountain is a foot in an important sense. Right? There's a lot of properties that it has in common with my foot that make it into a foot. Right?
That's functional.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. So I'm wondering if that's not enough for the rest of us. Or we just want to say it's belief in the AI, just like that is the foot of a mountain. There's a difference, of course, between my foot and the foot of the mountain. Right. But the similarities are enough to make it a foot in the same sense in which the similarities are enough to make it a belief.
So the reason that it's an analog and not like the actual thing in us is because it lacks the richness of the functional profile. It does have a functional profile, but it lacks the richness of what would count as like being the belief that it's raining or the intention to kill somebody in us, okay? So am I happy with that language to describe the AI and the groups? Yes, I am. I mean, I don't have this fully worked out. I'm not completely committed to it. But my leaning is, yeah, this is what's going on and it's what should be going on. It's perfectly good language and we should stick with it, right? Where it matters, the reason why some people might not be happy with it, and this is what you all, especially Deb, would have, no, I think, you all, everybody that's left pretty much. Do the kind of anemic functional profiles that support the analogy, do they also support the kind of responsibility attributions, both moral and epistemic, that people here are interested in? I don't really have an opinion on that. My inclination is no, they don't. And so what I would say is this might be an important distinction here between whether you're using univocal language or analogical language, because you might need the univocal language to support the kind of moral and other sort of responsibility and normative attributions that some people want to make with groups and the artificial intelligence.
Okay.
Well, we can continue.
Yes, but do you mind if we do that, Edward? Sorry. Okay, well, thanks, John, again.
So my thinking, John, was that the foot of the mountain is a foot, just like my foot is a
Yeah,
foot.
that's the point.
So
It
then
is
my
a foot
foot
in
is
a
not a
sense.
privileged foot, it's just another
Yeah,
variety
another
of
front
foot. It's a species of foot. And
Yeah,
the
so-
mountain is another species, so I
Yeah.
still have a privileged foot.
Yeah, so it's,
Everything I was.
Or it's not a
No,
nerve.
no, it's not an error
There
there.
is a foot.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, there's.
I know, because but I still think it's just a version of functional. All you're doing is finding the common features in a bunch of things. You're saying, and that's what multiple realizability says. Why are all these tokens the same type? Well, they have enough, they have.
The same functional profile, I'm saying they don't have the same functional profile. They have overlap in their functional profile. They don't have the same Like, I'm saying the necessary, the functional profile is, I'm talking about it's gonna be rich enough to actually be a necessary condition on belief. I'm saying in a human belief, it's actually quite rich.
Yeah.
And groups and machines don't have that.
Yeah.
But they have like an overlap with it.
Yeah.
And then, right, that's why I'm calling it an anemic.
Gilbert would say, yeah, they have
Right.
group belief,
Right.
they don't have human.
Yes,
belief.
this is my, yes, I mean,
Exactly. And that is at odds.
So the particular species might have a different functional profile.
Exactly.
I think,
Yeah.
so I think it's also.
Yeah.
So I just want to flag, that, and I'm not expert enough on this to like adjudicate, but it's a.
No daylight between.
The people, the
Okay, let's stop
talk
these.
about analogical language and how they think it works.
So what am I gonna do now?
True
I'm gonna go
attributions,
for.
it's just that you